goes down this way, right? If my disc slips again, and just instead of wasting my money on surgery and all this shit, which means I'm gonna have to get my steroids from the black market. I'll just go like bodybuilding steroids and just inject myself. However, it's a lifetime commitment because then I have no balls, right?
Yeah.
So it's like
you got to cycle on and off for the rest of your life.
Yeah.
Yes, you do.
Correct. Yes, you keep on cycling on and off and on and off, but you can't just quit it.
But it'll never naturally rebuild itself, especially once you've done that kind of, I don't want to say damage, but you've kind of taxed out the glands a little bit.
100%. Yeah.
I like my response to my photo. Dude says it has to be an artificial light that you've never noticed before. Like, dude, I've fished this pond my entire life.
Reflection.
Dude, that's a super unique photo.
I fished this pond my entire fucking life. There's no way in hell I missed it. No way in hell it should be up there at 11:30 at night. And I didn't even really notice it until, my son, I didn't go out there. My son and his girlfriend are fishing, and he just sent me a picture. She took it, and he looked at it, and he said, damn, is that the sun in the sky? So he sent it to me. I didn't go out there.
Yeah,
I have a question. Go, guys. I'm going to bed. Thanks, guys.
All right, Earl. Don't be a stranger now.
All right, Earl. Have a good night, man.
Yep.
Good night. That's cool. You're back on.
Yep.
Earl. Heck yeah. Hell yeah. Welcome back.
Hey, I have a question about these testosterone guys. Have you guys ever looked into antler fur or whatever?
Deer antler velvet, yeah. I cycle on and off deer and elk antler velvet, yep.
And penis.
It works
penis.
really, really
well. You guys are fucking shit, aren't you?
Dry deer
it's
penis.
Really good.
Dried deer penis.
That's probably good too. Here, I'll show you the supplement.
Rocky.
Okay.
Rocky Mountain oysters.
What's the substance in it, man?
Let me hang on. Well, deer antler velvet, but hang on, I'm gonna send this.
Okay. You better have something for me because I'm taking ecdysterone right now. I would prefer to take terkesterone. Both of them are insect steroids, right? And milligram per milligram, it is the most powerful steroid ever. However, your body will only respond up to like 12 milligrams of it. And they've got some studies on it. They're not that many studies, but like, yeah, only if you take like a 200 milligram, let's say, dose of ecdysterone, right? Assuming that effectively you'll have 200 effective milligrams. Oh, dude, you can be so fucking strong. It's insane. However, it doesn't work that way. It's not like regular testosterone, or test C or test whatever.
Well, each one of them is going to be different in the body.
Well, those are not steroids at all. However, the USADA is looking into them right now. Those are not steroids.
No. Nothing. To me, nothing oral is steroids in that sense.
No, but there is. There is, dude. There is some. Actually, one of the most powerful ones isn't oral. Anadrol 50. There's Anavar, Anadrol. There's another oral. No, Nandrolone. No,
Nandrolone. I don't know about those.
Oh, I don't.
I'd be messing up.
I've never taken any of those. I'm just interested in the subject.
I know you've probably messed around with a little gyno every now and again. I sure have.
Never ever cycled anything. Good. Thank God. Only creatine.
Yeah.
And nictesterone, whatever the fuck is in it.
My
sure, bud.
Genetic potential is far below where I'm at right now, so I have to I'm supposed to be a skinny bitch, you know what I mean? So this is it's a lot of work, man. Anyway, hold on. Let's see.
But that way you're always strange, man. It's nice.
Well, yeah.
What's in the antler?
I'm looking it up. Sorry.
Because I'm down to start taking it right now.
And it's an adaptogenic. It's good for your whole body. That's what's different. It's not just like a hormone booster. It's helps your immune system. Helps all kinds of shit. But Google. Okay, here we go.
I did notice something. I'll be honest. Today is day 4. Day 4 on ecdysterone. I have noticed something with this brand I'm actually angry a lot, quite angry. The good way though, motivated angry. Especially,
sure. Yeah. Well, it's one or the other, productive or
so it's
destructive.
Nice. So I think it's doing something.
Yeah, dude, trust me. You add this, and here's the best part: since it's not a
steroid, I'll toss
hormone, you can always take it. You never have to cycle off. Here, I've got this. Finally, I found the fucking. It's hard to find here.
Creatine. I don't cycle off of creatine.
Right. Well, creatine's naturally occurring anyway.
Yeah, it usually takes your body about 2 to 3 weeks to stabilize. You start taking something new to plateau and then.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, this IGF never does. You do have to start taking more at a certain point, and maybe cycling off is good, I guess, but I never noticed any bad side effects whatsoever, and I was on it for 6 months plus, taking it every day.
Okay, man, send it to me. DM it to me, please, because my phone is...
Oh, no, it's in the voice text. Yeah, I'll send it to you. Yeah, I did, but I'll send it to you.
All right. It's on my phone.
Good stuff.
IGF... I know it's not IGF, because that's insulin growth factor.
No,
it's called IGF. Obviously, it's called... Yeah.
Yes.
Nice one.
Yeah. That's how they sell it,
Okay, I'm into research chemicals. Like, there's some called MK677. Do you know about that?
Never heard of it. No, you probably know a lot more than I do.
BPC 157. No, okay, all right.
Nope.
All right. Yeah. Nope. Okay.
Yeah, dude.
Yeah, it's research.
That's great, though. You could hook me up with some fucked up research chemicals, turn me into a monster.
You can hook yourself up online, right? So the MK677. All right, MK677.
Hold on. I'm still trying to find your name.
I'm Cyrus.
I know.
Cyrus the virus, or I think it's called butamorin, which is the MK677.
Computer stuff. Okay. So now I'm gonna look that up. What did you say? What?
MK677.
Okay.
It's a growth hormone secretagogue, and it works on the method. Like the method it works on in your body is by using the ghrelin hormone, which is the hunger hormone. So it's going to secrete.
Yeah, you're going to get really hungry on this stuff.
You're going to be hungry as fuck. Yeah, you get hungry all the time. You're going to eat your entire house.
But that's okay. That's okay.
If you can, if you want, go for it, of course, if you're bulking. But if you think you can hold the horses and not eat, and dude. Yeah. If you're interested in gaining weight, you can. That's a research chemical. Look into. There's a lot of.
For sure.
Yeah. A lot of people cycle it on YouTube and check it out.
Okay. All right.
It is injectable.
Why don't you finish coughing with your virgin bitch lungs and then get back to me?
Would that be considered clean, like eating wise? Or whatever. I mean, the chemical you were saying, M6K7.
MK677.
What do you mean? What does that mean?
How there's clean animals in the Bible. I thought that was the same with the Quran. I don't know how to say it. Aren't there certain things you're not supposed to eat?
Well, that's
shit.
That's something you inject. You don't even need that.
Well, technically, it is alchemy. It is witchcraft.
Hey, you know what she's talking about? Is it what?
Is it kosher? Yeah, is that what you're saying?
Well, kosher or not? Yeah, kosher, but you got an Arab word for it.
Yeah, well, halal or halal. Yeah. Englishify it. Yeah. So, I do not know. Honestly, I do not know. Because, listen, you are hijacking your machine that way. So, I would say, this is me, in my opinion. Yeah, but you're going to screw things up. Like, if I inject testosterone, guess what happens? My estrogen will ramp up tremendously. Why? Well, to balance it out, right? So then you're going to have ridiculous amounts of estrogen. So you can't just do that. Yeah. You can't just pump in just straight testosterone. You can't to a limit.
I gotta tell you, and for all those kids for kids listening, yep, you got to stack them. And for kids listening, find out what's going to cause estrogen and stay away from it completely. Even if you think it's going to make you big quick, because it might. You're not going to do it right most of the time. So just don't fuck around with it. That said, because I had
don't take an aromatase inhibitor either.
That's exactly right. Your body knows what to do.
So doesn't halal basically mean legal or illegal?
Let me finish.
Kosher means exactly kosher.
2 seconds. My nipple got really like swollen and almost dark, like almost purple and black. And I went to the doctor about it. And he's like, dude, what are you doing right now? I was like taking a bunch of steroids and shit. He's like, yeah, I can tell. So, what you know how you get rid of that right now? I said, what? He's like, you just got to squeeze all that stuff out of there. No, not surgery. I luckily didn't have to get it. He said, if you squeeze it all out right, you don't have to do anything about it. He's like, but now that nipple's going to be more prone to stuff.
You lanced
No, I didn't. No. He just said, squeeze it out. It went out my nipple hole, dude, on its own. I just squeezed it out in the nipple hole.
Yeah.
Basically, yeah. It was black. It was black goo, so I was blacktating.
I'm gonna have to cut this off before they start asking do all flat earthers male lactate?
Lactate. Stuff like that. That's funny. No,
hey, man, you should have seen when I was pregnant.
If you take steroids and you don't know what you're
Seize him. Yeah, Seize him, Cyrus. He is not halal. FD-male, no lactate. You take him up on building, funny, you push him off.
I honestly, I help. I don't know if it's kosher or not. I would say none of my business, honestly. Well, listen, man. Okay, I don't know. I've got no idea. Like, I have a herniated disc. I'll take stem cell. Would I rather take? Okay, stem cells or steroids? I'll do steroids. However, it's a longer commitment. It's because. Well, stem cells, I don't know the research part, right? The baby, I don't know. I've never looked into it. I know they work, so I'm willing to take some that work. But the ethics of it, right? I've never studied the ethics. I've heard some shitty shit, so I've got no idea. But I'm yet to study it.
If you've had Gatorade ever, you've had baby stem cells. So let that, put that in your pipe for a minute.
I didn't know, but like I'm saying, I'll go and get the stem cells like myself. Like, you know what I mean? Like,
so
I would.
It's funny, halal and kosher both mean proper, true, and lawful, as taught to us.
Yeah.
A lot of people don't know that kosher is lawful because you're given the law. That's clean and unclean meat. That's not just we cover this. That's the law.
The law, you're right.
So it's part of the body of the law. And, if it's unclean, then it's unlawful. It's not halal or kosher. And is it halal? Is there L at the end? Halal?
Yeah, HALAL, yep. I just use kosher because it's easier to say in English, right? Just kosher.
More white people understand it and less white people think you're a terrorist.
That's true. 100%.
It is.
Blend in. Oh, yeah. You're a Desert Shield motherfucker. You get it.
There's a name for that too, right? Blending in with the enemy or the goyim.
Chameleon. Chameleon.
Well,
I meant Islam, not translated.
I can't find that carving, but I found this one for you.
All right. I'm gonna have to look at my phone again.
And if you look, you can see
I hate those pictures. I can spend like an hour and a half looking at this picture.
Oh, this one. Oh, that's cool.
I could spend an hour and a half looking at pictures like that, dude.
I love them, man. Love them. So you want to what's that art?
The unseen light.
The arc is the. It's the dome.
It's the dome. But the unseen light is actually Saturn, the cube, the Kabbalah.
Right.
The Kaaba Allah.
Yeah.
Kabbalah.
The cube god.
Yeah.
The cube god.
It sucks when people you care about ask you questions like, if you were a planet, which one would you be?
I would be an infidel.
See that?
Planet infidel.
Planet infidel, buddy.
I would be planet heretic infidel.
And also the
What's
the
that
two
plant
pillars,
right there?
one is the earth and the other one's the sky.
Of the non-believer galaxy. Infidelia.
Yeah.
Earth is
Yeah.
order and sky is space and chaos. Also represented by water.
You know what you guys do not see the beginning of the craft, the Pillars of Solomon.
Of course.
Yeah.
Craft.
Well, how about
the craft?
Okay, what can you identify the plant?
Hold up. Every technology that man has ever learned is a craft. Who made the
Oh,
first?
I thought you were talking about like a spaceship craft. I'm like,
no,
no,
a craft.
don't see that.
A craft such as
yeah, like witchcraft.
Smith.
I got it.
Smith. No, it could be a metallurgy. Like a smith. That's a craft.
Smith. Yeah. I understand.
So,
you do arts and crafts. I get it.
Cain created the first technology. Does anybody know what that is? A weapon of mass destruction? The rock from the field. Or the jawbone, whichever one you believe it to be.
And see the duality. The black and white is the profane, and the stepping stones are the degrees of Freemasonry. Because it gets to order. So that's what that means. The chaos. It's black and white, which is an illusion.
I want you to identify the plant for me, man. What's that plant right by the coffin?
It's like a tree house, but
acacia.
What? By the what?
It's like
an acacia tree.
No girls allowed.
All right.
Tree house.
And
club.
you notice how there's like a UFO with an all-seeing eye and a
It's
snake?
not an olive branch.
That's acacia. It's not all of it's acacia. Pretty similar, but acacia is sacred to both.
It's like when
the Jews and Freemasons.
So I'll tell you this: before becoming a Mason, I understood it to be also acacia, and I'll get back to that because I just don't know. I don't know what I could say. It's like, okay, hold on yet, guys. I'm in the beginning of the craft, so I shall.
And that's Hiram in the
movie about the witch girls.
You know. What?
That's Hiram in the coffin before he's raised.
Okay.
And see, the first 3 steps, you're raised from the first 3 steps through the profanity, and then you become a master, and then you can move on to the second veil.
I don't know what you just said, but it sounded good.
No, well, he knows what I'm talking about. Is all I can say.
And that indicates the 3 grips, and then you have the sign of the hidden hand, which is the sign of the master of the second veil. Like Napoleon.
Yeah.
I'll say what I've been told, and so the secrets are like that, the handshakes and the signs.
There's the Mason flat Earth.
The passwords, which you can find everything on the internet. Every Mason is going to tell you that, all of it. So passwords and all of it. So it's not, it's not a secret anymore. But yeah. What was that, Mike?
I said there's the Masonic flat Earth.
Listen, man, it's what I found it in a lot of the drawings, before.
Drawings.
Well, in the beginning, he came upon the face of the deep and inscribed a circle. Well, there's a compass, and what does a compass do on a plane? It inscribes a circle.
Yep.
And then you have the square, compass and square, that represents planar geometry.
Pythagorean solids. The first one's the triad, which is the 4-faced tetragrammaton. In another word. Right? It's pyramid shaped, but it's 3 equal-sided, or 4 equal faced.
Is that God? Which one of these are God?
It's the tetrad.
No. Is that God?
Tetrad is the first Pythagorean solid. I don't know if that's God, but that has 4 equal angles, equal sides.
No, it's just a representation. It's a pattern.
Yeah, but it's not a pyramid, but it's a pyramid shape. It's a 3-dimensional triangle.
Which one are you looking at?
Yeah, which one? The circle with the triangle and the square?
No, that's not what I'm talking about. It's not listed here. But
okay.
This is through the sacred geometry. aspect of it.
Not available.
Yeah, that's what the first one is showing. What I posted is the sacred geometry as it applies for the whole creation, all the way down to the man and the woman.
Yep.
And that which exists outside the man and the woman, if you really look, you can see a face to the left outside of the circle in the triangle. Can anybody tell
Those
me
are all woodcuts.
You got Masons in your family, Joshua?
Yes.
Okay.
Okay.
And they always tell me it's amazing. You know what you know because you don't know nothing about it. And I go, oh, okay.
Well, I mean, I don't know. It sounds like you know.
Nothing. I
know
mean,
enough to be dangerous. Let's put it that way.
Bro, it's not. There's no date. That's the thing. Like, dangerous to what?
Yeah,
Yourself?
it's a little boys club. It's just a little boys club. Like I said,
See,
it's like a little tree house.
I don't pay dues and I don't swear oaths.
You don't support who?
I don't swear oaths and I don't pay dues.
Oh, okay. That's cool.
That's silly. Frivolous and silly Freemasons.
Yeah. Yeah.
Whatever.
Frivolous.
Say what you want. Yes.
And see, it's not even the Freemasons that run the shit. It's the Rosicrucians.
I like the Rosicrucians.
The Rosicrucians are the one that's running shit. The ones that do the constant. The ones that like Ignatius, like the Jesuits, those are Rosicrucians as well. It's different from the Order of Solomon.
Yeah, they're all about Hermetic principles, though. Interpretations of the Hermetic principles.
I know.
So, like, Dr. Evil, how he puts his hand up there by his mouth? That's Rosicrucian. Shh. That's a silent sign from the Rosicrucians. It's like a flamboyant.
Okay. So you know some stuff from the Rosicrucians. Huh?
Dude, now I know why you couldn't
like
hear me.
You don't like this stuff, do you? Yeah, your mic is fucked.
Sorry, I'm good now.
Well, not you, John. You do.
I don't like this shit. I'm just born into it. I hate it.
Well, you know a lot about it, buddy. That means you like it, whether you like it or not.
Doesn't mean I
You
like
don't
it.
have to like it, kid.
Well,
means
I know a lot about the space-time continuum. Do I believe it? No. Do I like it? Yes. No shit. That's why I started reading about it.
Are you talking about the Star Trek continuum?
No, Einstein. Continuum, man. You know, do I like it? Well, shit. I spent a lot of time studying it. I must. You know?
Sure is interesting. Pathetic little boys clubs that pop up and control shit for 5 minutes.
Yeah, it's like Spanky and Alfalfa with their He-Man Woman Haters Club.
Exactly, it's a treehouse.
Yeah.
No girls allowed. Fucking treehouse tactics.
It's a War of the Roses.
Girls were allowed at the end, though.
There are girls.
Well, there are. And I'm a red rose carrying white knight.
I would not want to be one of those women at the top.
Or something like that.
Imagine the shit you gotta do.
Dude, you know what weird stuff do you think you have to do?
More than the guys, let's just say that.
Oh yeah.
Right.
You're.
I think
Alex,
men are way bigger pieces of shit than women are.
You're a bit Alex Jonesy, right? You know, it's not like
me.
Oh yeah, that the frogs. It's
the frogs are turning the water.
Bohemian Grove secret society sort of thing. You know, it's not like
dude, Jones is a high degree Freemason for sure. I don't care. It was so cool back in the day when he did the Bohemian Grove stuff and 9/11. I was like, yeah, dude, say that shit. I was almost like, I didn't care if he was controlled. I was like, yeah, just my vitriol. And I was like, what, 24 on steroids? I was ready. I was like, fucking Alex Jones is my man.
We got tits,
then you find out he's a royal court jester.
Yeah, he's royal blood for sure. And he's really, really
he
short.
Is a royal court, is he?
Ugh. God, he's ugly. Yeah, he's royal blood. And why not, right? Makes all the sense in the world.
Boys
royal blood. Anyway, is it blue?
I didn't.
13 families, I guess.
Blood. I said royal court jester, which means he's esoteric order or clandestine order, whatever you want to call it.
Yeah, you're right about that. I'm making a baseless claim that he's of royal blood.
Man, you guys are talking over each other.
Sorry, go ahead.
One more.
So, have you ridden the goat yet?
Yeah, funny man.
I did, but he didn't write back.
Right, bro. That was the first fucking joke they cracked on me, right? You know. Right.
What is this person having with this person?
I just looked at these guys and I was like, yeah, prep the goat? Yeah. You guys think I'm a fucking retard? I was fucking cracked up. That was before, you know. So,
Einstein was a Mason, wasn't he?
I'm not sure.
No, he
maybe,
was
man.
Selma.
I don't.
I'm pretty sure he was.
He was.
I'll tell you who I like. Benjamin Franklin. I like him a lot. Henry Ford. Now that's a man that I really like. He was a master mason.
Have you guys ever met these people? How can you say you even like them?
Who? Henry Ford? From what I
like the story that people tell about them.
What he left behind.
You know who else was a Freemason?
He left stuff behind, though. Henry and Benjamin.
George Washington.
See, I don't know anything about him. I've never read anything about him.
He destroyed the country, man.
Except what they told us in high school, and I thank God I forgot all that. But they taught us nothing about
not a cherry tree, man.
Like Benjamin Franklin, except his kite experiment.
Basically, the whole Revolutionary War was a sham. He said, basically, if you think that I would ever sever ties and loyalty with Britain, then you can discredit me and and put all of my works and all of my good name to shame because of it. Right? We're never free. We're still owned by the Queen, by the royal family. America. It's a fucked up thing, which is why 20% of our GDP right off the top goes right to her. It's a tax landlord status, right? And that goes back to the law of Mortmain, right? And this was the whole thing to where, you know, this is Mortmain. We live here and we are the king. We have our own government. We are the president. We are the Congress. We dictate the laws. Therefore, we are the king. So therefore, none of this land belongs to you. And that's what started the whole Revolutionary War. A lot of people think it has something to do with the fucking party in Boston. Nah, that was the last time where we kicked the hemp fibers back into the sea. Because it was at night and it was sailing in the morning.
Whole table by myself. I'm sorry. If I make too much noise, please mute me, alright? Somebody.
The Sons of Liberty entered the Masonic Lodge in Boston and donned on Native American war paint and feathers and went and raided the ship.
No shit.
Masons raided the ship?
In feathers.
The Sons of Liberty were Masons. Yep. Trying to do a false flag to blame the natives.
Okay.
Are we talking about native?
I would.
I'm talking about the Revolutionary War, the Boston Tea Party. Right, it was the tax that was going back, and the tax was hemp.
Yep.
Oh yeah, hemp is great.
The first law on marijuana in the colonies was they had to produce a certain amount of it. So you had to grow it.
Yeah, back then they used hemp for everything, for like paper. They used it for rope,
baskets.
Thomas Jefferson even said the wealth of the nation is based on how much hemp it can produce and the industry that's around it.
Guys, that's in none of the TV shows. I don't believe you. Sorry, I'm just joking, obviously.
Because you have to think about it, back in the day, there was no gold commerce. It was all goods for goods. It was like, we'll trade you spice for tea, or we'll trade you hemp and tobacco for, tea and, whatever. We have the tobacco, so we don't need the tobacco. We have the hemp. We don't need the hemp fibers. We have the corn, so we don't need the wheat. It's just one of those things to where, we have a corner market on this and you guys need this. A lot of times you guys are going over to India and India's like putting up a big stink about it. So, you came here because it's a lot closer than traveling to India. So it's like, yeah, it's just commerce. That's all the whole thing is. It's all super hyper capitalism. It's not communism that's occurring right now. It's super hyper capitalism where corporations will run the world.
So let me get this straight. When people barter and trade, you're saying that's super hyper capitalism, or
no? What's going on today is super hyper capitalism. It's not communism. People want to think it's communism, but it's really super capitalism. Blackstone buying all of the land to where it's one company that has land, and then they're buying a bunch of junk bonds and junk land from China as well. So they're just buying up the land, and this goes against the law of Mortmain.
Can you link that law of Mortmain? Like I'm not familiar with a law.
It's an old British law, man. The law of Mortmain contradicted a papal bull edict that basically said, if you're a peasant and you want to get to heaven, sell your plot of land to the Catholic Church for a guaranteed ticket to heaven.
The law of what? What?
Mortmain.
Well, Biamese are Catholic or British, so I don't really care about this law. And the church can make laws.
Hear that we are still Commonwealth? We are still part of the British Empire?
No, we're not.
America?
Yeah, no. No, we're not.
Yep.
No, I'm sorry. We broke off from the British. There is no British Empire anymore. It's just Britain. They literally gave up all their colonies.
That's one thing you need to learn about, my friend.
Yeah, that's what Mortmain is.
Bankers were.
Ownership of land by dead hands, huh? So they're a dead nation, but they still own the fucking land.
Yep. Corporation, right?
Mortmain. Yeah, it's corporate law. We run under corporate law right now anyway. Anything federal is corporate.
So an inalienable possession of lands or buildings by an eschatological or other corporation, the condition of property or other gifts left to a corporation in propriety or perpetuity, especially for religious, charitable, or public purposes.
And this is
to influence the past regards as control of the present.
So it's inalienable possessions of lands or buildings by an ecclesiastical or other corporation. So this is a natural law, the law of the Bible, the law of creation, ecclesiastics. It's ecclesiastical law of possessions of land. So in ecclesiastics, they're attempting to change the law. The Mortmain is where a dead man can own land or a dead corporation. Because the corporation isn't a living entity, it's a dead thing. So the corporation can now own land when land in natural law is owned by possession and maintenance. If you seize it first, it's yours. If you possess it and maintain it, it's yours. And if you can keep it, it's yours. Because all men were given dominion over earth, equal rule, equal authority. No man given dominion over another man. You freely give away your dominion. This is Thomas Hobbes. Read Thomas Hobbes on natural law. He'll explain it all to you. It all stems from biblical law, the Torah. They go by the law of creation, the law of God. All higher ups, all royal bloodlines, all nations. I can show you a PDF right now from a treaty dispute in Canada where they absolutely refer to natural law.
Yeah,
in a court of law.
Yeah, this is all cool. Back to what you said. You said dead corporations. How can a corporation be dead? A corporation is not a living entity. I prefaced that in my statement. Therefore, it's a dead entity. You're cutting off. You can't be dead if you were never living.
Okay, you don't realize that corporations are classified as people.
Yeah, you can't be living if you're dead. It's a two-way street. So it's a fiction. It's called a legal fiction. Legal fictions are dead. They're not alive. They're not living beings. The dead is the non-living. There's no implication that it died. There's only the implication that it's not a living, breathing entity that deserves equal rights under the. Am I cutting off, guys?
Yeah, you're cutting off.
You sound good to me, man.
Okay.
I can hear you fine.
So my bars are 100% green. So, but
Your bar's good, man.
By ecclesiastical law, anything that is not a living being is dead. It doesn't imply it died. It's just not the living. The opposite of living is dead or death. So a corporation is not a living entity.
Yeah. Yeah,
It's not,
but everything that died must have lived at one point. If it didn't live at one point, it can't die. Like
it's as if you didn't hear a damn thing I said.
No, I did. It's just illogical.
No, because your logic is what's faulty, not the statement. To be a dead thing, a non-living thing, you didn't have to live once and die. You could just be a non-living thing and considered dead.
Yes, you literally have to. To die, you literally have to live.
No.
Nobody said died. Nobody said dead. I said dead as a reference to the non-living. Anything that isn't alive is dead. Anything that isn't alive is dead.
No, anything.
Okay. Let's put it this way: adamant and inanimate. Anything that's not adamant is inanimate.
Okay, listen to me. Could I speak now? Okay, so there's a bunch of things that are not alive that are not dead. Like, you realize this, right?
Do dead rocks speak?
Yeah, so just gonna ask him.
Well, rocks don't speak at all, so no.
You're not understanding the language has changed on you, and you're going by a definition that's more modern. We're talking about really ancient understanding of this word dead. And I think you're trying to put it in the modern vernacular, and it doesn't work.
Well, even in the modern vernacular, dead can mean deprived of life, not having life, lacking power to move, feel, or respond.
That's
dead.
right. No, and it can in the medical sense, but usually the common understanding is it had to be live, and I can see why a younger person might think that. So it's a very shallow definition.
It would have to be alive to die, but I didn't say it died. I said it was a dead entity. It's deprived of life.
What's the difference between dead and
life?
What's the difference between dead and death to you?
Dead doesn't imply you die. Dead is deprived. Dead. Listen, the colloquial definition is deprived of life. You have not life.
Okay.
There is no life in you. You're dead.
You first have to have life to deep.
That's not in the definition. You're adding to it.
How many times are you going to say that?
It's in the definition of common sense.
Well, listen, words are defined specifically so we can form both coherent and cohesive sentences. When you use words outside of their definition, that's when I'm no longer understanding you. I'm using a word in its absolute perfect definition and use, but you can't understand me because you speak babble.
Okay, well, perfect is subjective, but I know how to use words, and you can't be dead. You can't be dead.
Well, he's really right. You're speaking babble. It is babble. That's what I was saying. They've twisted your language, brother.
Oh, okay.
Mike, wait for a second.
You're saying the definition of dead is died, and it's not. Dead, the definition is that which does not have life, deprived of life, lacking power to move on its own, no cognitive thought. So it basically means inanimate.
lifeless.
Kurt,
No, it doesn't. No, it
Wonderful.
doesn't. You
Body
keep
form and
adamant.
appearance.
Hold on.
Oh my god.
Mike,
It would be nice
hold
if
on,
the torque spit.
You don't even understand that what you're speaking is fucking Latin, dude.
Okay,
Bro,
can
hold
you
on.
let me?
Have you ever
hold on.
done like an intense like language study of the language that you
Somebody's
use
inside
daily?
of a bubble. Who's inside of a
Okay,
bubble?
5 people are speaking, so I don't know who the hell to listen to. But
You're dead because you're incapable of being stirred intellectually. You're unresponsive.
okay.
You're dead.
Well, I'm so
You have a
hurt
social
that
security
some
card?
guy in a trailer
You're
insulted
no
me.
longer producing a function.
Good job. I make $25 an hour. I'm not producing a function.
I don't care how much you make
so
an
you work
hour.
at
Gives a
McDonald's?
shit.
I get
What
paid
are
by
you
the
doing?
job.
So you work
Right.
at
Good
McDonald's?
for you, man. Good for
Mike.
you.
Yeah, I know. It's great.
Mike. Oh, for just a sec. No is not a
You were
rebuttal
it was you.
to a proper statement. You've done that 3 times now. He makes a statement that actually makes sense, and you go, no. That's not a fucking rebuttal.
Yes,
That's
it
a
is.
tangent. No, it's not.
Yeah.
You just did it again.
You just said no, so
So
you're
listen, I got a question.
No, isn't a rebuttal.
Hold on, let me put this in perspective. So if I'm in a boat, a sailboat, right? And the sailboat's moving because the winds are blowing and the sail's up, but then all of a sudden it stops. And I said, the boat is dead in the water, no longer moves. It doesn't do anything. Is that an untrue statement because the boat didn't die?
Well, the statement is a metaphor, so metaphors.
It's not a metaphor. It's using the word as it's defined, lacking of the ability to move on one's own.
I mean,
dead in the water.
Boats don't really move on their own. They have
But
to
it's
have
dead.
some force that push them. It's a metaphor, sir.
It's not a metaphor. It's a fucking Merriam-Webster definition, dude.
So Merriam-Webster doesn't use metaphors.
Not
No,
exactly.
it's a
Our
book about
definitions.
definitions.
Our definitions metaphors. This is what I'm asking you.
What
or
the
is
fuck
our
kind of
language very
Definitions-
specific? Listen,
Definitions can be metaphors.
how about
Are
I
you
put
saying
it this
that they
way?
can't?
You're dead in the water. You don't even know how the word is defined. You're restricting
It's a
it to
metaphor.
one use of the word. So there's no
It's a
reason to
metaphor.
even fuck with you. You're no longer productive. That's another definition of dead. No longer productive. You can have a
Yep.
dead corporation. It's no longer
Yep.
productive. But
Yep,
did it
you are
ever have
correct.
life? Did it ever have life? No.
Yes, to be dead, you have to have life.
I just
No.
put the definitive root of the word dead in the chat. Go ahead and read it and learn about the etymology, please. Or entomology.
Okay. So which chat you have it in? I mean,
I was to ask him how many
The live stream voice text.
all right, live stream voice text.
I was gonna ask
No.
him before you
Starts with
Void-
an adjective,
Void
and then
of
it goes with a
procession.
noun, and then another
Inactive.
adjective.
Dull. Muffled.
You might actually learn something tonight if you can put your ego aside, my friend.
How about
I
a
don't
dead
have an
battery?
ego.
Was
I
the
don't
dead
have an
battery
ego.
ever
At the
alive?
end of the day,
Oh, he's just
If you
dead
didn't
set
have an
on being
overactive
right.
ego, you wouldn't have just defended it, sir.
He's dead set on being right.
Yep.
So wait a minute. I have to have an ego to disagree with you. I just can't
No.
just
Listen,
have a-
you're being dishonest. We've given you the science, and you're like,
Dead duck.
no.
I don't
Well,
think any of you know
Actually,
the
it was
true
law, but even as a
Law.
marksman, I
I
can be dead
apologize,
on.
law.
I can be dead on a target that never lived.
I meant
Okay,
data.
so you admit that you were wrong, that you gave me the science because you just
No,
said
I
it's
didn't.
Yeah, I
didn't.
No, hold on.
No,
I
I'm
misused
talking
a
to the
word.
other guy.
BattleMod does not misuse words. I misused a word, and that's okay. Because guess
Yeah,
what?
and
It's a
dead.
conversation,
Listen,
bro.
no
I
offense,
didn't
but
know. I didn't know that Battle
tell him,
Mod is your
Cuddles.
savior. I don't know
Look
what
up
type
the.
of relationship
There's
y'all
no
have.
savior.
See,
Listen,
look what he's doing. He
look,
doesn't want
look
to
up.
talk, bro. He does not want to talk.
Cuddles. Get the
I'm
Latin
talking
legal
right now.
definition of dead.
Oh, he's not gonna like me.
Forces.
Motherfucker does not want to talk.
Yeah.
I'm talking right now, buddy. We could talk.
Okay, pal.
No, we
All right,
can't,
pal.
because you
Yeah, I'm
aren't
done talking to this
You're
piece of
just
shit.
saying yes to
Your
disagree
mother's
and
a
no
piece
to
of shit.
disagree. That's not talking.
Oh my God, you
See,
fucking idiot.
Okay,
Because I
faggot. Don't call me an idiot.
You
Wow.
heard me. Who you
Wow,
calling a
very Christian of
faggot?
you.
I just called you a faggot. You don't know who you are?
Very Christian of you.
Very Christian of
Listen,
you,
bro.
fucktard.
The only reason your
How
bitch
do you
ass
even
can
know
get
I'm a
away with
Got it
Christian?
in
talking
the
that,
bio, bitch.
the only
Come
way
on, how do you know I'm
you
a
would ever
Christian?
get away talk with that high powered shit is on the internet, on the airwaves. Because if we were face to face, you wouldn't even fucking dare try to talk to me like that. But have a nice day. Now shut the fuck up. When you start that name calling bullshit, all bets are off.
Bye bye.
well, they think idiot means something bad too, but
Doesn't it
etymology.
just mean somebody who lost their job or something like that?
No. It's very simple. Very, very, very simple. It's about a couple sentences long worth of words, but it's fairly simple definition. Basically, it means someone who is simple or a simple worker at a trade or skill. Someone who isn't versed in more advanced acumen in academics, or one who does not know.
Yeah, I got it. It's not necessarily derogatory. I suppose you could take it that way, but
Right.
Oh, look, he's now trying to threaten you. He wants your address, Vladimir.
Next you want bus fare.
Exactly.
hey, but back to the point. He did bring up a good point about all this stuff. The corporation being a dead entity, a non-living entity, which is all dead means, and how how America is a corporation. I've heard that the United States is not. Am I wrong? But America is.
That is, if we're going back in language, what we would translate it to correctly is in a trust. But it's only a corporation by contract, not by. It's more a natural contract than anything else. So.
Also, there's I screwed up on this. Hang on. There's
But
I didn't. Yeah, there's two different definitions for dead body, right? So you have corpse or corpse from the Latin, body. And then you have corpse, which is a dead body, a living body, the main part of anything, or Old French corse from the Latin corpus, body. So stay the dead course. That's like dead body.
Yeah.
Stay, dead reckoning type of thing.
Right, but I was trying to keep it academic, and I messed up with my first question. That was on me.
I learned, regardless.
How many definitions are there for the same word? And you can't tell me there's just one, because Yale has their own dictionary. They define words their way. Harvard has their own. ACLU has theirs. DOJ has theirs. DOD
Can't get their
has
story
theirs.
straight.
The Bar Association has their own fucking dictionary, and they print a new one up just like Microsoft does, right? So that'll be a fun, deep position to see.
The funny thing is that, listen, when it says the definition says a non-living person, and listen, a person isn't a living entity by law either. A person is an owned piece of property by a corporation. So is a citizen. God didn't create persons or peoples or citizens. He created man and woman, and he gave man and woman dominion over earth. It's ecclesiastical law. Anything other than that is a term to reference a death.
You're breaking up.
Oh, you dropped off for the first time. You've been so good so far.
Oh, I didn't get that out.
Yeah,
No,
you broke
you're back, though.
right before I said that. We missed like 15 seconds.
So a person, a citizen, neither one of them are living entities. God didn't create persons or citizens. He created men and women. Men and women live. They're not dead entities. He gave dominion of earth to men and women. Man and woman. He created. We were all given equal dominion. When you take that, I'm a person's. Either living or dead, you're still dead. You're an entity. You're a legal fiction. Legal fictions don't have life.
They don't have rights either.
No.
They have privileges.
Exactly.
And no inheritance as well. Heir to no land.
Exactly.
Oh shit, Mike. Before I forget, that document I sent you to look at. I think I figured out why it ended up like that. To some extent, but not all of it yet. I'm still boggled. I still am.
Yeah, it's interesting.
Yes, but so here where I'm at in this region, apparently they do this automatically. Without going the route I did. However, now I'm covered on both planes, and the first one covered all 50, and then the second one was just the nail in the coffin for the bar.
That dude's name is Adam Ribs. He's supposed to be a religious person. What is this?
And then he's got the chromosomes.
First, I'm a redneck.
Lit up as neon.
I'm not a redneck. I'm a Yankee. I wouldn't touch meth if your mama offered it to me.
Maybe a red engine, but that's.
Yeah, I got a few more things that are red than just.
Yeah, we know.
My feet, my damn shins.
Your feet and shins?
Basically, anything touching the sun turns red.
Oh, okay, got it. You're one of those.
Pale. The Irish freaking gene, eh?
However, I have a secret alchemy that I can use to help me.
Stay away from that benzoic peroxide, though.
Hell no, dude.
No shit.
The damn bronzer. You get the lotion bronzer. You put that shit on.
Oh, that's even worse.
SPF 10.
That's pretty bad, man. Yeah,
what the fuck are you doing?
Stay away from that.
That's not true. He's lying. He's fucking straight up.
If anything, he's coconut oil, if anything, man.
See, now him I like. No,
coconut oil.
The oil.
Yes, coconut oil. Yep. It's like SPF what? Like 2? 3? I don't know, 5?
It's like 10 or something like that. 8, 10. But yeah, I got the oil spray. But it's bronzer.
Just
that's what I use.
Toss it in some
coconut oil will do that too.
Yeah.
Like mineral oil will too, but since it comes from petroleum, I try to stay away from it. Because it comes from dead things, at least the coconut's alive. Especially if it's like the organic expensive shit that you buy.
Bro, without having a tan a day, even a quarter, like 2 hours at the beach would damn near kill me just in the sun. I would be covered head to toe in just a big ass blister.
Well, I'm glad I have the genes I have because I can bronze. I don't really burn anymore. Right, I'll burn if I'm like out there all day with a freshly shaven head.
But see, I have to use the bronzer first and get a tan to fucking stick. And then I can go out all day in that shit.
I work shirtless, bright white after the end of the winter on an asphalt parking lot all day long, and all I ever do is tan.
Right.
Yep.
Because see, your sweat advice. Go ahead.
I was going to say your sweat has like an SPF factor too.
Dude, I went fishing for an hour and a half on a good sunny day. I ended up with about second-degree burns on both of my hands.
Dude, your microphone's kind of garbage right now. I'm not going to lie.
Only thing hitting the sun was the tops of my damn hands, holding that reel.
So, Cuddles, what we do for our children is they're like little blonde-haired white children, and at the beginning of spring or summer, we put them outside like 10, 15 minutes, and then, yeah, it's good. It's warm. And then, like the next day, we do a little bit longer until they start to create their own, darker color themselves. And now I never put suntan lotion on them. They can stay outside all day here in this Texas sun and they won't burn.
Hey, where's your old man at? Tell him Battle Mod said what's up.
Hey, old man, Battle Mod said, what's up? He's right in front of me. He's in biblical streaming.
Oh, okay.
Yeah.
What's he streaming?
Oh,
He's preoccupied.
I think Love and Torah. MTOI.
Do any of you know who her old man is?
Yeah, I serve the one I am.
What's up, man? Y'all talking on y'all hitting on my wife? What's going on?
No.
Is he
I wouldn't even allow that, bro. You know what's up.
I'm just joking, totally joking. I don't care if y'all are or not. Hit on her, make her smile. I don't care.
That's a good husband there. Shit.
Well, that's
I
how
didn't
much
know you guys
we
were
trust each other. So.
No, it's because you live in the fucking wilderness.
Oh, I guess this guy wants to keep bitching me out. In DMs, he sent me a friend's request. Here, I'm gonna accept it and wave at him.
Alright.
Is it grass
talking about
greener?
what's his name?
Check DMs,
the last dude.
Oh,
Yeah,
I
that's
banned him.
on the biology definition. That was sweet. Put him in the grave.
Yeah, that's Adam. I banned him, but I'm gonna unban him. I'm just picking on him. I don't really care. You can call me a fag. Yeah, I'm
Wait,
perfectly.
what?
You cooled off a bit? Right.
He called me a fag, but
No, I know. I'm saying
I'm secure in my manhood, so it's
well,
fine.
yeah, but
you can call me.
It's not cool to have that on the fucking live stream. Is all I'm saying.
No, but I'm just saying I'm not wounded. Some queer on the
I know
internet
that. Of
called
all
me a
things,
fag.
man.
Oh my
Of all things,
God.
I know you're not wounded. That little bitch couldn't affect a flea, my friend.
He called me a fag. I was like, well, what? Wait. You're lucky I'm high right now, you motherfucker. Or you'd be a dead thing too.
It's that weed, man. It's making it too nice.
I would define dead for you.
You would have showed him what it meant.
Oh, he said, thanks for banning me. Oh, you are so welcome.
And really, all of that was because he couldn't understand what corporation was. Like he just literally couldn't wrap his head around that.
He didn't agree with the definition of dead.
Well, he was using a colloquial definition of a dead thing, and I'm using the legal definition of a dead thing, a non-living entity. And that's a legal term, too. An entity doesn't have to be a man or a woman. It can be a corporation, a city-state, a government, an office. It could be your president. That's an entity. It could be a general. You're not a general. You're just a man or a woman, but that position is an entity, a legal fiction.
You could just break down that word, and you'll figure it out when you take bits and pieces of it, or the whole damn thing, back to Latin. Corp or Asian.
Yeah, it's a corpse.
You got corp, then it's either or aura, and then either ration or oration. Like it's
a non-living entity, a dead body. A dead body can be a body, or as in a collection of entities. A body doesn't only mean just a person's body. It could mean the body of the chairman's board, the body of the governmental division,
or dead or it. That'd be weird.
Right. All of the Jesuits in the world. It's kind of corpus, right? All things not living, corpus. Like people here, they appeal to the corpus of scientific information.
He really got to him that maybe we're not free in the sense of actual freedom too. That's a hard pill to swallow if you never heard of that before. But I am free. I can go to college and get in debt.
Yeah, you're free to get in debt. There you go.
You are free to do as you're told.
She knows what she's talking about. Yeah, you're free to get in debt. You can owe us.
Was easy. If there's a big library nearby and their law section, as they call it, hasn't been pillaged and burned yet, there's a few cases that you could go look up. And now with the digital index, you really can't complain. That old index sucked. All right.
That song I just posted is fucking awesome.
So when this guy comes back, guys, just ream his ass. Just don't. Let's not go back to what happened. The name.
I'm not gonna talk then. I'm gonna try hard not to.
No, I want you reaming him.
No.
One or two of you motherfuckers got to be in the background hackling, kicking him when he's down.
Fine.
I want to see this motherfucker lipped off.
Only if
like
you listen
a
to the song
rocket.
I posted. It's really good.
If he doesn't break his computer, you didn't do your job right.
Well, okay.
Are you're gonna buy that guy a phone too, Mike?
Asked for it.
No.
Were you guys even able to talk about the Earth with him? Or
no?
Dang it!
I didn't even know he was a damn glober before he was calling me a freaking fag. But hey, you know, it's all good.
Working on that pool table, Mike. That's all that hot micing you guys are there. I'll whoop your fucking monkey ass. Yep.
Well, you better practice real well.
I know. Don't worry.
On ball control, because when
I understand it's a perishable skill, dude.
When you come from that slow running table and drop down on a table that runs fast as hell, the whole game changes.
Don't worry, I'll buy one. I'll upgrade.
That's the only thing about those tables. They'll run slower so you can hit the ball harder.
No, I don't like slow tables, man. I like fast tables.
Generally, wooden
I'll buy a
ones.
new felt for it. You know.
Yeah, generally the wooden ones are slower, but
yeah.
If you can draw the felt as tight as you can get it, that'll help increase the speed.
It's not torn or anything, so I'm just gonna try it as is, and I know I won't like it.
Restretch it. Yeah, just restretch it.
Yeah, just restretch. Okay, cool.
If it's not that bad, just get it taut.
All right. Cool.
And when you stretch it,
serious cleaning, some degreasing.
When
How
you
do I wash shit out of it?
Stretch it long way first, and then staple it in the pockets you do last.
I do have a question for you, since you have a lot of tables, but yours are slate. Well, I got some oil stains. Yeah, I want to clean it without. I want to get the oil stains out, but it's particle board, like, you know what I mean. So.
Out of the board?
No, out of the felt. Or just fucking leave it.
No, I just scrub it with a good degreaser. But if you want to, on the board, on the board, you can just roll some kills all over all of it. Cover so it don't get back on the grease.
Oh, no. What I'm saying is I don't want to take the felt off. So I want to clean it like on the table. You know what I mean? So I don't want to get the board wet. So what do I do?
You're going to get the board wet.
Okay. Well, how do I do that?
Yeah, he's going to have to take the felt off to do anything anyway. But at that point, he might as well refelt the damn table.
Well, no, I don't, because it's right now I'm looking at it. All it needs is a base, right? And it's on its side right now, leaning up against a post in the basement, right? So what I'll do is take the measurements, and I'm going to build the frame, you know, then somehow by myself get this fucker onto that table, right? Somehow. But when I get to that bridge, I have to build everything else first.
You
guys want to hear a crazy fucking story?
Go ahead.
I just had to go pick up my son's girlfriend's. Her sister's car caught on fire. The whole fucking car almost burned up. Flames were flying underneath the front of the dash. They couldn't get out. They almost burned up. Oh my God. And I showed up with my Toyota Camry, and they had all this shit in their car. They wanted me to haul it all away. I took what I could take, and that was it. Oh my God. It was fucking crazy. They had fire trucks, fire engines, and oh my God, everywhere.
Whoa. Got action.
Yeah. Crazy.
Oh my God. I just happened to glance at the TV because somebody left it on. It was on the news.
Uh-oh.
Brainwash.
Oh my God.
Yeah, crazy, right?
I'm gonna upload the video because it's just gonna be a straight video clip of it. And if you want to see it, let me know, and I'll send you the link. If you're already on my channel, you should already be able to see it when I upload it.
Tape measure.
You can basically build sawhorses and run a beam in between the two and
You know exactly what I'm building, Mike.
screw them together. Then you scoot the cable towards it and lean it on it. Once it's leaned against you, flip it up and hope they don't fall over while you shove it on top.
All right. I have enough 2x8s to build a double square design. I love a double square first. So I'm going to do a double square base. Well, double rectangular, but a double square, right? So I do have enough lumber for that, and that should be rigid as fuck. Because I have like my lathe and shit like that on like double square benches, and they're extremely sturdy. With a large apron, where like the beam is, I have, what is this? 2x12? Yeah, it is. So.
Yeah, see, I would build
lateral,
two H's, put them adjacent to each other, and screw them, attach the two H's together with a board in the middle.
Yeah, okay. But it's going to have a little sway with that, So I have enough lumber to do the same exact thing.
Depending on how wide you make the H's. Here, I'll show you what I mean in a picture.
Okay. Well, yeah, like an H, like.
Well, you can buy full
legs,
tables
and then for
that.
Yeah. And then, the beam in between for what do you call it? Shear strength.
Yeah, it's like legs
doesn't
with
rack.
an legs with the
exactly.
eye connected.
Instead of that single beam, I have 2x8s. I got a lot of 2x8s right here, and just scrap lumber, right? So I'm not investing anything out of pocket yet. So I'm gonna use that. And I have enough to do like 4 beams, right? So like 2x8s running down from like I'm gonna H design, right? I'm just gonna go, like 2 beams on the long sides and 2 on, so it's a double square. I have enough to, which is overkill. Because I do have to get it, if I do the H, right? The way I'm gonna like push it on there by myself, I think I'm gonna fuck it up. If I do a double square, it's so rigid where I can just slide it on there, and I'm not worried about the stability of the base at all. And just a matter of screwing the table on top of that. All right, let me see. Let me get screwing, man.
I'll just start a pool with $200 to get a new table. Shit.
What? I can't hear you. Your mic is funky, man.
Yeah, it's because I'm on speakerphone.
Yeah, don't do that shit. It's not good.
Oh shit! Hold on. I got $200.
Pool table? Craigslist, bro.
Craigslist.
Full bowl for you to get a new table. I'll just start with 200 in it. Because this is sad.
For me? For me? What do you mean? Hold on. I don't know what the fuck you were saying, man.
Yes, for you. Because this is sad. Because you're talking about fixing yours.
Yeah, so you're gonna donate $200 right now to me? You said. Go ahead, give it up.
Oh, I'll
So you said?
start. I'll start the pool. I'll start the pool with 200 just to get it going.
Well, hey, listen, $1,200 will give me a really nice Brunswick, man. Real nice.
But it's not for you to go run off and buy that wood. It's for when the money's ready. It's like, here it is. You're going to buy that table.
Yeah. All right. Sure. A GoFundMe, a Cyrus pool table. Let's do it. You're funny, dude. I want to fix this one just because I have it. My budget was $100 for it. Just gonna go for the leveling feet, balls, and pockets. Like, it's so fucked. Like, the pockets are. I'll show you guys once it's up on the stand.
You might as well just put like some steampunk cutouts of tin on the outside of the wood when you're done.
Well, all right. Show me a picture of your fucking pool table then. Right?
I'm just saying it'll help
You're talking like you got a Rasan or something like that, man. Show me. Well, you got a $10,000 table or something?
No,
Hey, man,
I
look,
don't have anything
I talked
yet.
to Mike.
So
that dude's
listen,
got like 9 tables, and he was like, "Yeah, man, fix it up." And I was like, "All right, let's do it." Right? You know.
so
Isn't that right?
how tall are you gonna make it?
30 inches, I think. I'm going 30.
Yeah, I would say 31 to 32 inches from the floor to the surface you play on, or
the playing surface,
the bed, the table bed.
Wait, are you doing
30,
all new legs?
31. What do you
Or
mean
just
all
2?
no legs? So, okay, I found the old legs. So what I'll do, I'll use those for the height. And I'm gonna double check. However, the thread, whatever leveling mechanism, the thread is fucked. So what I'm gonna do is, since I have a lathe, I'm gonna go super fancy. I'm gonna make something called a machinist jack. I'm gonna make 4 of those. Essentially, it's a bolt. It's a nice big bolt in a big nut, right? It's a jack, right? So you make it like fine threaded, you know, and boom, that's it. You can't even buy the if I was to make them for you, like, man, I don't know, I'll charge you like it.
You could weld circular caps to them too. You could put circular caps on them and make them just like the adjustable legs.
Now you see, I don't have enough steel. I don't have round stock like steel to, and I don't want to fuck around with making circles that are ugly.
You'd be cutting circles out of sheet steel, and generally you can go to any steel store and have them cut it for you.
Scraps. Yeah. Well, I have shit here, right?
I got a plasma cutter. I just etch it out and start cutting.
Asshole. You got a CNC one?
No CNC, handheld.
Always wanted
Okay,
a water jet.
I think I'm caught up now. I thought you were going to have to replace the legs, or at least 2 of them.
Yep.
Because I heard it's got 2 legs that's leaning on the wall.
Oh my god, I'm gonna take a fucking picture. Goodness.
I
Place
just
is a
built
mess, though.
4 legs for each side, connect them all together with 2x8s or 4x8s, and just make a big ass leg fucking wall. A wall with legs on it.
Right, well, I got the reinforcing it part.
I'm gonna build something simple. It's not, listen, you'll see, dude.
Yeah, no different than the tool bench, man. I build a tool bench.
Man.
I can put a
It's
full.
sturdy.
Yeah,
the sturdiness comes from the length or the drop of the beam or the apron. You want to call in old school woodworking terminology. The apron or the beam, the length of the beam or the drop of the beam will determine the lateral stability. You know. So.
And the width. You don't want it to teeter left or right, so you want good
coach bolts and make the cups. Old dude, I'm not sure what coach bolts are. Even though I'm familiar with different bolts, can you please post them while I post
you were
this?
Talking, coach bolts are the round, the domed head bolts. You were talking about a bolt for the leveling mechanism.
Yeah,
make the cup.
Making one.
Yeah, make the cup and use a coach bolt, the domed head, and it comes with a square drive underneath the domed head, yeah?
Yeah, it's a domed head with a square.
Yeah.
You can put a wrench on. So it
Okay.
looks like a rivet when you're done.
Yep.
Yeah, it's a coach builder's bolt.
Or a carriage bolt.
So this is carriage bolts. Yeah, carriage bolts. Yep, that's what I know them as. Carriage here. Yep, carriage bolts. Yes. So what I'm gonna do is I'm gonna make machinists jacks. That's what they're called. It's the same thing. It's a nut on this thing. That's it, really.
I'd be playing on that motherfucker a half hour from now, bro.
Wait, dude, I'm one man by myself. This motherfucker is heavy. You know what I'm saying? It's fucking heavy. So when I get to that bridge, now, I'm just gonna make the base.
Are you sure that's bored?
It is, man. I'm 100% here. I'll show you how I know it's bored.
Does it have a hole in the center?
I'll show you. I know it from the pocket.
Is that a sticker or a hole in the center?
That's a sticker.
Okay.
Yeah. I don't know. Oh, come on, no focus right here.
Something to play with.
I remember there was a time in my life when I identified as an old pool table, and memories are flooding
this motherfucker showed me his picture one day, and I was like, what the fuck is the pool table doing leaning up against the fucking wall?
Right, man. And he fucking ripped me for it, so I was like,
that's all I could see. He's like, man, I'm trying to show you this. I said, yeah, all I see is this wasted pool table. But I love the game.
And
I love it.
You got a door over there, too. Are you finished building your house, bud?
Right.
Oh, dude, that's stuff in the basement. You know, that's
I'm just kidding.
3 doors stacked on top of each other.
Yep.
You have children, right?
Nope.
No kids? Okay.
Nope. Baby
that's
goats
right.
or
You
children.
puff like a dragon. There's no way.
Yeah, like a fucking about to go rolling right now. Man.
That's a pocket?
Yeah. Yep.
If you have to, you can repair that with wood filler.
But no, I'm showing you. That's how I knew it was.
Right.
It was particle board because I looked down there and it was like, oh, okay. No, man, like the pockets are in bad shape. Like, here, I'll show you. Like they all need everything. Like here, man.
All right, I see what you're saying. What you're saying about.
I need a cushion or to wrap this one. Yeah, I'll just buy one. I'll buy a new bumper for this one here. Only one. That's the only bad thing that I actually have to replace in order for this to be like playable.
A bumper. A new rail.
One. Yeah, new rail. Yep.
Yeah, I seen it.
You see it? Yep.
Yeah, that's the only one that's bad, huh?
That's the only one that's bad. Yeah.
What I'm wondering is,
I'm just gonna buy all of them, but they feel good. They feel good. They don't feel dead at all.
If that rail feels good, it's just not coated with the fucking felt. You can go buy felt and rewrap it.
You're right. Might do that too.
Yeah, felt. You can get cheap felt from a fabric store. It doesn't have to be the most expensive shit.
But why is it like grainy like that, man? Is it supposed to be like that, or is that like from the glue?
The felt. It's cheap felt. This is like
on the rubber, like the rubber.
Oh man, take that shit right off and just get you big squares of rubber and cut a new pocket with a razor knife. You know.
That's what I was thinking, man. We'll just make a new. Just buy that K66, whatever rubber on Amazon or whatnot. Yeah, it's a cool project, you know. So, listen, Cuddles, I am willing to buy one. However, like, you know, it's just this is a rental where I live, so you know I'm not gonna be here forever. You know.
Looking at the picture, I see why he said restore it because it was right. Because I didn't know what the bottom looked like.
Yeah, it's not in that bad a shape. To be honest, I played on worse.
I told you, right?
I played on worse just to be able to play. The only thing that matters, can you practice a straight shot and a bank shot? You're good.
Exactly.
That's it. Everything else you can fine tune to the table you're on once you get there. You hit the ball too hard. It runs too far. We'll hit it softer.
I'll show you guys this side. This side is way cleaner than here. See? Like
I don't.
My goal is if I could get this half playable, I can practice like a lot of shots. A lot. A lot. I can masse the shit out of this table because I don't care about it, right?
Yeah.
So
How big is it?
watch this masse, right?
I masse on my table. I'm not worried about putting dents in my
No.
slate. I don't hit it that hard. You don't have to.
Right.
What
finesse,
most
I
people
know.
don't know, a lot of your massive English comes from the style of tip you use. If you're using a real
It's
flat
super soft.
tip, you need to
I
get a
have super
rougher.
soft.
You need to get a rougher and round
Yep.
out your tip. You get more
Dime, yeah.
spin on the ball if the tip is round like the ball. It's called an English or a French tip. You get a rougher, you rough the edges down, it'll come up to a point, and then you scuff up the tip. You
I
want
kind of wonder.
Really pointed, yeah, like a tight
rounder,
radius.
yeah. The tighter, the very point of the cue.
What do you play with on a regular? Do you play like with a dime radius on a regular basis?
Mine is a 0.3 French cue. I pay a guy $20 to put tips on my sticks. If I chip my stick, I put it up and break out another one, and I'll just send it to my boy, and he puts them on. But it's one of the
what kind of tip you use? Hard or? Because I constantly have to like reshape tip because I use super soft. Now I do.
Yeah,
I use trash shit. But super soft is fucking badass.
The rounder it is, you want it hard too. So I use a medium, and I have it rounded out.
Man, super soft is like, I don't know. It's like you got chewing gum at the end of the your cue. It's kind of interesting. You know.
Wait. Cyrus, what kind of stick you got?
Right.
What's your main
fancy.
squeeze?
No, listen, bro. If I got the money for it, which I do not want to fork out that money, I would get me a decent Lucasi, or a Predator.
One stick right now. And
okay, what I want. Listen,
you probably have more than I do. I just figured you had
I only have one.
Bunch. Oh,
a favorite, the like from the past, a Predator with a Z2 shaft. I like Z2 shafts for sure. A 314 shaft, okay. So that's what I'm really after, a low deflection shaft. I could care less about the butt. I could give a fuck. A sneaky peek, whatever, you know what I mean? Don't matter. But as long as the shaft is low deflection and I have a good expensive tip on there, okay, whatever. Cool. You know, so I have a basic, what is it? I'm not sure, man. HTX.
I have a slightly later.
It's like a $200 player. Which it has an advanced low deflection ferrule on it, and I have a Kamui extra soft tip on it. I think a 19.5 ouncer. If I'm not mistaken.
I use a 21.
Man, so I've always liked the heavier ones. However, the really good players say, yeah, you should get used to a lighter stick. It allows more control. I was like, okay. You know, so it kind of took their advice and kind of dialed back from the 21 ouncer. That's my fave. It just hits shit like straight.
Is Suve in the voice chat? I don't see him. He's asking for an unmute, but I don't see his ass. So what damn live stream is he in?
Suve.
Yeah, because it shows I could unmute him, but I'm not seeing him in our live chat.
What you got, Cuddles? McDermott? McDermott's are awesome. 100%.
No, I have a slightly beaten up, I want to say maybe 90s or early 2000s Lucasi.
Ooh.
But it's been...
Still Lucasi. We got a new guy, Suve. What's up, Suve?
How you guys?
What up? Oh, pretty good.
Hell yeah.
What kind of Suve? Is that steak?
Is what steak?
Suve?
It's pronounced Suvi, but appreciate it. Suve.
Yep.
Is that a steak? A Suve steak?
Well, it's Suvi. Suvi steak?
I don't know. Let's find out.
All right.
Yeah, so I use Predators. My tips are made by Predator.
Predator tips. Okay.
Yep, Predator.
Have you ever tried
They
the
come
Z2
flat.
shaft? Oh, yeah, you have to shape them. Yep.
Yeah. Z2 shaft for what cube?
From Predator. Predator makes them Z2 shafts. Just go on their website, look at the tech. Man, I'm sure you'd like them. You should buy one. Just buy one right now.
Great. Now we got to do a flat Earth pool tournament.
I'm down. Mike, you're gonna donate a table to me, bro, so I can practice and whoop your ass. Fuck it. We'll all go to the farm, man. We'll play over there.
No, I don't.
Mike's
I got extra shafts for all mine, but I buy them for the exact model they are.
What kind of shafts are you guys talking about?
Pool cube. A Q shaft. That's a deflection. It's a deflection shaft. That's probably
it's ultra. It's a very low deflection.
What do you deflect?
It's made out of it's like 12 pieces of pie, like wedge shaped wood, right? And like lengthwise, the cross section, each one is like a wedge triangle, and they glue them together to form just a cylindrical rod, and they machine that down. So they actually feel way different when you hit the ball. Like the sound like they make. It's like, what the fuck is this? Like, what the hell is this? Like, you feel it down your arm. It's like, this is interesting.
You can feel it like just vibrating through your body.
Yes, you can. 100%.
That sounds nice.
You've never played pool?
I mean, I played, but not really like a lot.
I like 9-ball.
What other games you like to play?
Trick shots.
Trick shots.
I like Massane trick shots where it's like simple stuff.
You ever played gum shots?
Funny guy. Is that it? Is that the best you got?
So you want to play Masters? You want to play 8 or 9 foot?
Well, I love them.
This is an 8-foot table.
He's talking jumps. He's talking Masters. I'll be your Huckleberry. I'm way out of way out of shape, but
I
think I still got a few good games in me.
Oh yeah, I became a father like a week ago.
Cool.
Yep. Kind of bummed though. Came out retarded.
Hey, did you just say that you became your father a week ago?
No, I became a father. I had a son. But I was kind of wondering, because I asked my wife, like, if she ever got one of them DNA tests or whatever, because our son got Down syndrome. So I don't know who the retard is between us.
Okay.
Yeah.
Sounds like we're talking to him.
Dang old by God, you have a good old day, but you don't have it here. Yeah, I mean.
I think I can solve that dilemma for you.
Oh,
right,
dang
let's check and see if you are.
No. It's triggering my Tourette syndrome. I'm ban the ball sack.
Has anyone in your family ever been born with 6 fingers and 6 toes?
It's fuck that.
No, but what about 7?
Why'd I get muted? I'm just being like.
Dang old by God, because you're just being asinine, son. That's why.
It's a serious question.
It's not serious. I will tell you what. It's not serious. It's asinine.
I love my wife, and we have a very good relationship. We've been together for over 20 years now.
Well, if you thinking there was a man in the woodshed, and by God, you should get one of them there divorces.
Well, it don't make no sense, because I got my high school diploma now, and I ain't no retard. So
do you got ground?
Actually, that means
do you live under power lines? Do you live under power lines?
I live under a roof that I pay for, buddy.
No, like, do you live next to high tension power lines? If you live next to high tension
it don't take
power
a
lines,
smart man.
then,
Smart men don't come into a
that has
public
been
and
known.
talk about their children like that. I'll tell you what.
Well, I'm just asking because I'm wondering if you fellers.
I got a big old fat bitch for a wife. Her name's Norma Jean. I'll send her down there with a truckload of ass whooping. Boy, how big a boy are you, and how can I get where you're at?
You ain't gonna whip no ass over here now, feller.
Now I'll tell you, I'm fixing to. I'm
you got
fixing
any
to
biscuits
now.
and mustard?
How big a boy are you, and how can I get to where you're at?
I'm 235, 6 foot.
Well, that's fine. Norma Jean, she's a big woman.
Well,
If
that
she
big
can't
woman
take
ain't
you out,
surviving no fucking buckshot. I tell you that.
if she can't take you, I reckon I'll have to get out the truck and fuck you
I'll
up.
shoot that big old fat bitch back to Popeyes. I tell you what.
I'll tell you what, I can't afford the divorce. You be doing me a fucking favor, but I'm gonna make sure she getting out the truck to whoop your ass.
I know your hillbilly no tooth having ass ain't gonna do nothing to me.
Oh no, that's why I'm sending the fat chick. Come on.
And the fat chick gonna run
You know
out
what
of
I
bed
mean?
walking up to my fucking door.
She will snap your little skinny neck like a chicken wing, son. You be a snack.
I don't know how fucking skinny
Motherfucker,
235 is, but I
you
can
a
tell you
light
right
snack
now.
and she's a hungry crew.
No. I
What shape's the Earth? What shape's the fucking Earth? What
How
shape
you
is it?
get that greasy look? Comb your hair with a pork chop?
Why the fuck
How
are
do
you
you
in
know
the
it's
server if
flat?
you don't think it's
Hey.
flat?
Yeah, I'm talking. How do you know it's flat?
Because my good God told me it is.
Because his
Nope, how do you
retarded
know it's
ass
flat?
fell flat on the ground?
Listen, your child
In
has
the
no chance
Bible,
if you can't
now
tell us.
listen, in the Bible, it talks about the firmament above the earth and how it
It
surrounds
also talks
it.
about swine.
I reckon it does.
So I'm a God-fearing man, and I do love God.
Oh,
that word
what
firmament,
shape is
it's
the Earth?
actually called the rakia. So
Boy,
do you know
I'll
what
tell you,
rakia
Norma
means?
I
Jean.
don't care if it's called the goddamn Kuna Matata,
It,
all right?
it means the
That was
expanse.
funny.
Boy, I'll tell you,
So-
Norma Jean can send you early to see your
I'm gonna
maker.
grab you and
No,
Norma
in
Jean,
Job,
and I'm gonna
it
bend Norma
says
Jean over. I'm gonna fuck her. Right
in
in front
Job
of
it
Are
you.
you
says
22,
that the
23
earth
years old there?
it takes a
Please
shape
quit
like a seal
trolling the
under a
new guy?
clay,
Please quit
under
trolling the new
potter's
guy.
clay or
I'll tell
wax
you
like a
what, how
sigil.
big a boy are you?
What
Jesus
is this,
Christ.
boy? You think it's funny? Huh?
Law ain't got shit to do with this, I'm telling you what.
I ain't one for them stupid
I whooped the
jokes.
whole fucking lobby. This here retard done tripped and fell in the wrong fucking place.
Them jokes ain't getting to nobody.
Joke, you're a dum-dum. Ain't nobody joking.
I think you tripped and fell by the fucking wood pile, bud.
I think
That's
your wife
right.
tripped and
And
fell
you
onto
tripped,
my dick.
you tripped over that retarded motherfucker been fucking your wife while you're working for that roof over your head, son.
Yeah, you gotta watch out too where your kids are walking.
Got no roof over your head, fucker.
He was hiding in a goddamn woodshed, I'll tell you what. He's probably fucking her right now.
Shut
You're
up,
too
you
dumb to
fucking
see it.
Boomhauer sounding bitch.
By God, I dang I'll tell you what. At least I ain't got no fucker hiding in my woodpile, bitch. Giving me them retard babies and shit. Fuck, I wouldn't know what to do. You sure
You
you
should
don't
probably
want
go figure
Norma
out why
Jean
your
to come
kid's
down
retarded.
there? She can whoop the retard you got in the motherfucking woodpile, too.
Come near me, I'll slap the retard out of you. You feel me?
Guys, this is being live streamed, man. Come on.
Dang old boy, God, how big a boy are you? I'll tell you what.
Fellas, I need you to quiet down now and stop with all the jokes.
Look at here.
I don't.
Okay.
So
I ain't
why-
finding it to be too
Why is
funny
the
now.
Earth? Why do you think that the Earth is flat?
I have already told you, and I don't know if you got shit in your fucking ears, but I'm only.
So this is the last time you're
What
gonna.
is firmament?
What
What does the firmament have to do with the shape?
One
though?
second.
Because it is
So,
a fucking
one-
plane, you fucking inbred motherfucker. It's a plane with the firmament in.
Okay.
Hey,
so,
this here's the father of a retard talking that dumb shit.
wait. Right. This went downhill very fast, right? Let's all just chill down.
I reckon it was never uphill, Roger. It was never
Stop the
uphill.
profanities, the cursing, whatever, right? Let's all chill down.
Damned if and I will.
I just wanted to let him know
Them
that
words he was fitting these fighting words, I'm tell you what.
It was vitriol. It was pure venom.
It says that the earth takes a shape like the seal under a potter's clay, where the extensions of it stand out like garments. So like
now
the
you
mountains
know
and the
that
valleys.
guy doesn't know what potter's clay is or a seal. He's popping out retard babies. He sure ain't got no brains.
Or even like the same kind of a seal that's placed in wax that used to be sent to send mail back in the day before you licked some piece of toad meat.
All right, now I don't get why I'm getting insulted over here. I'm just telling you that in the Bible it says the firmament is in between the heavens, right? So we are beneath the heavens and there's water above that firmament. Now we are covered. The outer space and all them astronauts ain't nothing. Those don't exist now. We all know that, right?
Well, the name's it's in the name, astronaut.
We got ourselves a fucking community. I like
Suvi,
that.
how do you know that they don't quote unquote exist? How do you know?
Well, for example, have you ever seen space or fucking picture of the Earth now? Where
So
the fuck
what?
are the stars? Where are the stars in every single picture? You don't find yourself no video now. You find yourself a video, and
So
there ain't no stars.
how about Earth itself?
It's a
How about
decent
Earth
accent.
itself?
I give
What
him
do
an
you mean,
87%.
Earth? Okay, for you know how like when you go to the ocean, right? You see
Yes.
people are like, "Oh, where'd that boat go? It gone now. They done took it." No, you take your pair of goggles, you look over, and you're gonna see that boat still. The Earth ain't curved. If the Earth was curved, that thing gonna be, on over the horizon. But you done take your binoculars, you're gonna still see it. Your eyes just can't see it because it's too far. Hello?
Have you looked into the topic before? Is this your first time here?
Well, I did bit research, but I ain't got too much time because I got work and I got this retarded baby I got to take care of.
Yeah. So when did you come to the realization that the Earth is not a ball? How did that happen?
I mean, I feel like it's pretty common sense because
That's not what I asked.
well, I'm just telling you, this is how I got to thinking. So I was like, why is everybody telling me that it's a ball? And it don't make sense how if it's a ball, how the fuck are we like spinning through space, twisting and turning, all while like, okay, I don't know the exact measurements, but let's say the Earth itself is spinning at like 50 miles an hour. I know it's way faster than that, so they say. And then at the same time, we're traveling through space at like 100 miles an hour. How the fuck does that make sense? The Earth is just fucking normal. Like that would make us we can't feel it at all, you know what I'm saying? We would be able to feel something or know something, but it don't make no sense. So I got to wondering. And I love God. Jesus praise him. So I looked in the Bible and whatnot. Talks about the firmament. And I was like, I fucking knew it. Shit don't make no sense. They lying to me. They think I'm retarded. I ain't no goddamn retard.
Let me give you the definition of the root word etymology of the English word firmament, right? It's rakia from the Hebrew.
I've been to IKEA.
And it means, rakia, and it means, right, expanse, flat as base, support. Extended surface, solid expanse, firmament, or a vault of heaven supporting the waters above, considered by Hebrews as solid and supporting waters above. Strong's definition, rakia, from H7554, properly in expanse, i.e. the firmament, or apparent as the visible arch of the sky, the firmament, right? So once again, that doesn't say that the ground is flat. Right. So if you look into like the book of Job, there's a passage in the book of Job that says, the earth takes its shape like a seal, and the seal is flat, and seals are always flat. I don't know if you've ever seen one, but I can probably bring one up. In fact, there's one of those bottles of whiskey that has a seal on it, and you can see how it looks like it's completely just an imprint of something else. You know what I mean? So you can't just say, the firmament, and like the firmament is just the sky, like the star and the moon and all the luminaries are in the firmament, right? And above the firmament is the throne. So, I understand where you're coming from, but the thing is there is a stigma that makes everybody think that, oh, well, they're all just religious zealots and retards. We can go in there and troll them. So we try to get down to the nitty gritty of it and look at the science instead of just blind belief. See, I think it's one of those things of belief versus knowing. Right?
Yeah,
Belief is something that you believe in, like you believe in God. Like there's a seal right there. There's a seal right there.
Let me expand on that, Sylvie. So, most Globers think we're all religious zealots, right? We have the Bible in our hand and then go out and preach flat Earth, right? But that's not it, right? Flat Earth is the Earth is measurably flat. It has nothing to do with religion at this point, because Earth is not a ball. If it was a ball with the ridge of 3959, then every distance to the horizon cannot be further than 1.225 miles at 1 foot observer height. Okay, and when we go out and measure the surface of Earth, it does not curve away at any point.
Yep, that makes sense.
That the Bible doesn't say that the Earth is a globe, right? Is icing on the cake. We do not use the Bible here to prove that the Earth is flat, right? We got tons of trolls coming in here and think that we are all religious fanatics. That's not true.
Wait, you ain't religious? Right? You don't believe in the Bible?
I don't. I think there's a creator, but I don't necessarily think that I don't necessarily adhere to a Bible or whatever, right? That's the whole point here, right? A book can tell you that the Earth is not a ball, but it's about objective reality, about actually measuring, right? Not what some book says.
Well, it ain't just about the book and the paper in the book, because I don't know about you.
But you do understand what I'm saying here, right?
Yeah,
so
you done got the measurements in all the numbers.
If your intention was to troll and come in and think that we're all religious zealots, right, then you're wrong. Nobody here uses the Bible to prove that the Earth is flat.
All right, I get that. But why is me bringing in the Bible trolling? You think my God's
because
a joke?
This is what we always get, right? You're not.
It ain't no trolling, man. I'm a religious, God-fearing man, and I love Jesus.
That's
Christ.
Okay, but you then cursed, right, in God's name. Goddamn,
because,
right?
Can I explain something to you? Can I just please, real quick? So, if
a
anyone
real,
here,
a real God-fearing man doesn't do that.
Okay, let me ask you something. So, if anyone here, even if you ain't no religious person, you know that the story, I'll just say that, the story of Jesus Christ was he came down, or God came down in the form of Jesus.
Nope.
I'm going to stop you right there.
What did I do? I'm literally explaining my point.
No, you're explaining the doctrine, and we really don't. We're not a doctrinal server.
We have a Bible a religious study down.
We don't want to hear your doctrine.
If you want to participate,
you guys are talking about.
We're kind of done with this.
So I just can't speak my piece.
We have I think there's a room here for that kind of stuff, man.
Yeah, there is.
We got just below this server.
Just below this one, man. I think it's Bible something.
Bible study.
I don't see it.
Yeah, it's down there a little bit.
Biblical. Sorry, biblical.
Voice chat though, like you ain't got no VC.
Yeah, there's a voice chat as well.
There's a VC in there.
If you scroll down, you'll see #biblical and then #debate and then debate, biblical, Quran, philosophy, religion, spirituality, politics, and then you have Bible study prayers, which is #Bible study rules, Bible or scheduled studies, and then #Bible study, and then the VC Bible study. So there is religious rooms. You just have to like go down there and announce if you want to speak about something, and we can have a rap. Now,
my
the main
friend.
Well, that's not
the main
what
question
Candace
is
Candace
are
didn't
you
tell me that.
well, I don't know who Candace is, but are you
Can this dick
Trinitarian
fit
or
in your mouth, you dumb
non-Trinitarian?
nigger?
Are you Trinitarian? Yeah, you sound like you're
That was
Trinitarian to me.
awesome.
That was great.
He got it though. He did. He got
got
to the
it.
point where he wanted to go
Give
with
me a
that.
home where the buffalo roam and the deer and the antelope play. Hey, hey, hey.
Oh my god.
Yeah, that was pretty obvious.
Just in time, man. That was great. Thank you.
That was great.
I feel better.
Right? What a relief. It's from the world.
Dun, dun, dun. Another one bites the dust.
As soon as he mentioned the baby.
And another one. And another one. Wait, sorry. What were you saying, hon?
As soon as he mentioned the baby, knew it was over.
Yeah. Right. It's like, what? I don't think so.
Yeah, I was just going to troll him for a minute and ban him, but then others wanted to act like maybe they could do something with this obvious troll.
Well, they made the point.
So I let him.
That was good, though, at the end,
Hey,
making the point.
Hey, Roger, that S-ban, that's worthless. I just hard banned him.
Here you go.
I don't even use the bot.
We don't have time for a meeting of the trolls.
I'll tell you what, he didn't want to see Norma Jean anyway. Boy, that's a big woman. She'll whoop a whole lot of ass, I'll tell you what.
We don't have time for magical spinning ball people.
Magical spinning ball people. Yes, that's what they are.
I'll starve her big ass for 2 days before I send her there. He'll be a light snack. You know what I mean? Light snack.
Oh, boy.
I love coming in these hours. Somebody's calling somebody. Who's calling somebody?
She might eat his damn dog, too. She's hungry enough.
Not me. That must be me. Shit.
Oh, yeah, when he started talking about, such and such babies, it reminded me of an old friend of mine, scout girlfriend, that used to say, I sure hope I don't have one of them retarded babies. He was funny as all get out.
Yeah, that guy was funny. Like I said, I gave his accent a B+, 87%.
Yeah, he did
fell
pretty
apart
good.
there at the end, but for 2 or 3 minutes, he had me going. I was laughing. I was snickering a little bit. Hey,
I was laughing the whole time. It was way too funny.
Yeah.
The problem is there ain't no gasoline in that tank there.
Yeah, the engine's running.
How big a girl are you, and how can I get where you're at?
That was awesome.
Hey, you ever heard Roy D. Mercer?
That sounds familiar. Was he a comedian or something?
Yeah, the Roy D. radio
Roy Mercer
show.
was good.
He used to call people up on the phone and prank them, and he'd do that.
Yeah, I remember now. Yeah.
See, Norma Jean was Roy D's wife. See, I'll tell you what, she's a big bitch, and she'll load up a whole truckload of ass whooping, by God. Somebody's got to pay.
Hey, man, I got invited to, this thing called Earth Awakenings server.
He coined that statement, how big a boy are you, and how can I get where you're at?
Yeah, what about it?
I don't know anything about it. There's a couple people in there I knew. I don't know. Is it cool? Is it a good place?
Well, there was everybody from Ruhif to I don't know who else in there tonight, but it was pretty crazy to listen to them just spill their guts about how dumb they are about Coriolis. It was great.
What's the name of the server?
Earth Awakenings. I don't know, man. I went in there. There's a few people from here over there. I just thought maybe it seemed like a cool place to go. I don't know, man. But
yeah, it's pretty good.
Sounded like
been there a couple
that sounded. Sorry, go ahead, damsel.
I'm a little hesitant, man. What?
I'm just saying they were pretty good over there. I've been over there a couple times now, so it's fun. But yeah, there was some bigger names over there tonight. Like Ruhif was one of them. I can't remember who else we had over there. Yeah, there was a bunch of people though. But it was all about Coriolis for 2 hours or something. I don't know.
Cool, man. Spin it around, man. Spin it.
There's an argument between two Globers over whether two reference frames are one. It got really annoying because none of them would agree. It was just bizarre.
Beating that argument up back 3 years ago, man. What the fuck?
Well, apparently they've got it still on their keyboard, and they're also claiming the sextant obviously can only be used on a globe. There's no way. It's impossible to use it on a flat Earth. It's wonderful.
Yeah, that's good. Gotta love a smack that's flat.
And they live streaming that too over there, man. That's they live stream that to YouTube as well.
Yeah, they are live streaming. That's from what I understand, anyway.
Seems like
But yeah, it was all
it seems
Glober
like they
night.
just
So.
started live streaming like 6 days ago. I went on there, looked at it. It's a brand new account, so I don't know.
Yeah, they don't have everything moderated real well yet. It's kind of a mess, but it's okay. It'll get better, I'm sure. But yeah, it was strange tonight because the Globers really had the floor. Nobody was really in there to go after them, and I didn't have time. I could just hear it what was going on. So
Popped in there right before I came over here. Witsit was in there giving it to him. So.
Oh, good. Wits finally stopped by. That's good.
Yeah, so we're there in Flat Earth's in good hands. We're good. I don't need to go and help about it. But yeah. Anyway, I'm here to just, take a piss on the globe. And you guys are here to do that too. So, hey, we got that going for us.
Roger that. Except for the trolls. But it was funny.
That was pretty funny, man. I got a laugh out of it. It was.
Yeah, we need we need some levity every now and again.
Yeah, I went to dinner with my wife and her boss and coworker. I think they've been working their asses off, and I just tried to make them laugh all night long. And
I'm sure it worked.
they really thanked me at the end of the night, man. They were like,
"Good."
Great. I was like, cool, man. I'm glad you guys had a good time. You gotta laugh about this shit. 'Cause if you guys don't laugh it out once in a while, man, you guys are gonna just fucking melt into some fucking zombie burnout.
Yeah, it hurts
it
after a
happens.
while.
Even Flat Earth, man. I mean, you can zombie burnout. I've seen a lot of people burn out on this shit because it's not necessarily.
I'm right there, brother. You gotta help me out.
I see. I've had days, man. I'm just like, I can't fucking do it today. I gotta fucking globetard out for a day.
Right.
I gotta just fucking go watch some fucking mainstream bullshit and kind of check out,
Absolutely right.
I watch it with a very critical eye, and awareness. Yeah, I could see all their little tricks.
Dude, I'm going to a movie in public for the first time in almost 2 years.
Whoa. Cool.
Yep.
What are you going to see, man? What are you going to see?
Venom 2, Let There Be Carnage. You better bet that ass, bro. Oh my God. And she's like, I was afraid she was not going to like comic book movies. And she's like, oh, I'd see that. And I'm like, oh my God. Yes. So there's that.
Should be very well done. Good graphics.
Yeah, man.
Lot of edits. A lot of.
Yeah, this one won't be as good as the last one. Hopefully they do a third, and it's good too.
Yeah. Well, cool, man. That'll be fun.
Comic books, dude. I'm a nerd. What of it?
What's your problem? What's your problem, man?
The problem is if she doesn't have one collectible from any of the series, from any of the characters ever. It's fake. Run.
Yeah. You better have at least a fucking doll or a
You
card.
better have the PJs, a doll, and like a key dongle, or I'm out.
Something.
It's fake.
Yeah, if she really likes me, she's gonna let me buy her Venom and Wolverine shit for Christmas and birthdays.
Let you? What the?
Yes.
God bless mercy, dude. Somebody needs to get him. Somebody needs to get him 10 shots of Tom Likas like stat.
Oh, what?
Jesus mercy.
Help us.
Listen, I quit drinking, partner.
Bro, Tom Likas, just Go look it up. You'll thank me later.
I don't know, man. I feel like it's an insult, and I'm setting myself up for failure.
I'm picking up
No,
Sean quitting and drinking.
It's
I'm
gonna
picking
help
it up.
you.
Yeah,
It's
that's
gonna
good.
help you. Just
I
YouTube.
got your back,
Have
man.
fun.
The beer companies ain't gonna go broke because you quit. I'll pick it
All
up.
right, cool. Oh, thank you.
I just, a couple beers a night, kind of laugh, and it's kind of fun.
I know some dudes who keep bars open, though, for real. I do. Shitty bar, it doesn't take much to keep the doors open and lights on anyway. There's like 2 or 3 guys that are in there every night. High rollers, money-wise, but total
Right.
pieces of shit drinking for 6-8 hours a day at the bar.
And they show up at like 4:57, and they're like, "Hey, I'm here, man," and they stayed all
Yeah.
time, like
That's
fuck,
right.
man. Yeah, I knew those guys. I go, I don't want to ever be one of those guys, man. Fuck.
It's easy to do, too, man. You just make a lot of money, work your ass off, and then chill, and you're like, what do I do? Oh, I'm going to drink. Like, okay.
Become selfish. You don't have a wife. She left.
Yeah, she died a while ago.
And then, she's dead or something.
Right.
Just ended up at the fucking bar every night because, hey, what up? What up?
Telling stories to kids.
Some on Discord now. They didn't have Discord back, man, when those guys, they would have been all over this shit. No. I don't
You
know.
had to look a fella in the eye. Get to know him.
Anyway, it's great technology. We get to hang out together like this, share pictures and music and shit. It's pretty fucking awesome.
Yeah, when I was 13, I had my first personal computer and was able to connect to the internet. And I was dreaming of doing this, what we're doing right now, sharing pictures, live pictures and video, and talking live.
And
That's all I wanted to do at 13, and we couldn't do it then.
No. Dial up fucking shit internet.
Yep.
Takes half an hour to load one picture or some fucking shit. It was like, whoa, off.
Yeah, it was basically like you knew that you could get naughty pictures, but it would take you a week to download enough. Right. The naughty nudies.
Was it a Macintosh or was it a fucking...
Yeah, it's a Performa 6200.
Oh, boy.
Had like 250 gig hard drive. Dude, I was balling. I was balling. Don't get it twisted.
If you'd have taken the money you spent on the computer and invested in Apple stock, I don't want to.
No, I know. I didn't buy the computer. I was 13. My parents did. And it wasn't 250 gigs. It was 250 megs. Sorry, 250 megabyte hard drive.
My friend busted my balls one day. I bought a brand new Mac in like 1999, like $2,000. He goes, if you'd have spent $2,000 on stock, it'd be worth like $500,000 today.
That's true.
I was like, fuck. And that's when, Apple stock was like $800 or whatever it was. It was fucking way up there. I'd have been like, fuck.
Yeah, and there's probably a lot of dudes that like Closet did that, and they have money out of nowhere, and nobody really asks any questions.
Mm-hmm.
They're just like, yeah, we can go out to dinner tonight. Yeah, I'll buy it. Sure.
Yeah, I got you. Cool, man.
Oh, you want to take your wife? That's cool. You got kids?
Let's go. This weekend, you want to come by?
That's right. I'll go to one of my 6 houses. Where'd you get all this money? I wouldn't worry about it. Look, that jet ski goes 80 miles an hour on the water. Doesn't matter where I get my money, right? Right. Fuck yeah.
Give me beer. Hold my beer, man.
Yeah, exactly.
Oh
boy. I should go to bed.
You're like 20 minutes early, but yeah.
You mean it's 1:24 here, and I'm tired from, excuse me, from kissing.
It's about your time. Yeah. Put some chapstick on. Brush your teeth. Have a good night.
Thanks, brother. Good to talk to you guys.
All right. I'll talk to you
later.
Cheers.
Haters.
Shout out to Victor in the chat. John's out there. Lunar's out there. All right. Trillin. Oy's out there. What's up, Oy? Long time, man. Shit. Damn. All right. Just a couple shout outs to the chat. All right. I'm somebody lost $7 billion today. It just vanished out of thin air. It's just gone. It's so sad. It's so sad. It must have gotten sucked out into outer space. $7 billion. Oops. It was
entropy.
I had a bad day. I lost $7 billion. Wow, it's just, it's just an unrealistic thing to even think $7 billion. I mean, fuck me, man. I mean,
Carl Sagan was a complete total retard.
I mean, dude, my life is so good. I barely, compared to most people, I don't make a lot of money, man. I just got lucky, set myself up decent. Kind of, can work for myself fucking 30 years. That helps. And I worked hard, man. I played hard too, man, a little bit. Not too hard. But I'm good, man. I can't imagine having a different life, man. Billions of dollars, that would change me. Fuck yeah, it would. Fuck off. I mean, I'm sure I would be an asshole. Because you don't get. It's a funny thing, man. I mean, I don't think there's any way to be completely 100% successful if you're not in the club, man. I just don't. I had some great ideas, some great things going, and I just got fucking railroaded because I wasn't in the club, man.
Yeah, but what good is it for a man to inherit the world but lose his everlasting soul?
Exactly. I'm not joining your club. I ain't joining your fucking weirdo fucking weirdo clubs. Just weirdos, man. Do weird shit, man. I ain't into weird shit. I like cool stuff, man. Play music.
Especially that committee of 300.
Yeah, or the 13.
Goldbergs.
13 families.
Mm-hmm.
Something like that. That's what I heard. I wouldn't want to hang out with those cook cocks. Fuck that, man.
And every single president, including Biden and including Trump, are all related, except for one. It was like Quincy Adams or some shit like that.
That's one thing I'll bring up at a fucking party sometimes, talking to somebody around the keg. No, I'll bring that up, man. I'm like, every single president, they're all related. And they're like, what? Gets them to spin their head around a little bit for a second. That's a good one. I like to, if I'm at a party outside and the moon's out, I'll be like, dude, how far do you think that light is there in the sky? What do you got? Just open up a conversation, man. I come in kind of the side door shit. Not back door, front door, nothing like that. Wits it, man. He goes kicking in the front door. That's how he rolls. He don't fuck around. Hey, man. More power to you. There was a few other people that just flat earth, they just kicked the fucking door down, man. When they're walking in, like the earth is flat. Don't make it weird. Here, you want a brochure?
Time's good to do that.
Like, that's not my style, man. I'm more. What do you got to prove your globe, man? What do you got? You got anything? Share it with me, man. Turn me into a glober. I dare you. Come on. Well, you just don't understand math. Well, you just don't understand physics. You're not are you a physicist? Are you an astrophysicist? Yeah. No? What do you know about the globe? I don't know. It's round. You're like, I fucking will crush you. I fucking know more about the globe than you'll ever fucking know. I swear to God, you're fucking toast. I know more about your fucking spinning ball than you do. Fuck off. Yeah. Anyway, it's funny. It's hilarious, man. What's up, boy? Long time, man. Shit, where you been? Yeah, it's just it's beyond a phenomenon to see how little people know about what they think they live on. The brainwashing and the deep misunderstanding and the distractions and television and radio and movies and music, and it's just like all these things are getting put in their heads, but they're not willing to fucking sit down and say, hey man, I'm standing on this dirt. What the hell is it? They'd rather know, hey, the fucking Patriots won this weekend. Hey, how about that? Fuck all. Yeah. They don't give a fuck. They're fucking done. They don't even give a shit about any fucking thing they're living on. It's weird, man. It's brainwashing 101 fucking ace in the hole. It worked perfectly. And how dare you question what you live on? How dare you? Don't you do that now. Don't you do that. But, they call us people that sit around and talk about what we live on stupid idiots. Like, fucking stupid flat earthers, yeah. Like, dude, would you rather us have a sit around, hey, man, the fucking Patriots, yeah, they won. Hey, yeah, fuck, and they look good. They're looking good this year, yeah. That's more intelligent, right? You're good with that? Why don't you go over there and bust those guys' balls for being fucking stupid instead of busting our balls for sitting around trying to figure out what the fuck we live on? Fuck. What's wrong with that? The stupidity. Yeah. Yeah, why don't you go into the fucking NFL Discord and just tell them, hey, you a bunch of fucking idiots. Because that's all you do is talk about fucking football. But we're over here actually having intelligent conversations and going through math and doing equations and figuring out angles and fucking circumferences and radiuses and distances and curvature rates and all kinds of really cool shit, man. And we're fucking stupid. Yeah, fuck off.
It's like the Truman Show says, that they accept their reality with which they're presented.
Yeah, but they come in here and give us shit for sitting around talking about really cool shit, very scientific shit, very deep, health. We do health. We talk about space and water and all kinds of cool stuff, man. Energy and music, and we're actually doing like real what deep, thoughtful people do, man.
Some people they don't know how to analyze the data or look at it, or some people will just be lost forever.
But I'm sure there's fucking 700 fucking live streams on NFL football, and that's all they talk about or fucking soccer or football, wherever you call it, where you're at. There's thousands of sites like that, man. There's only a few flat Earth channels that are fucking going 24/7. Or this might be the only one. Globebusters, maybe a couple others, but as far as a live stream, scientific discussions, this is it, man. This is one of the very, very few. I mean, they come in here and call us fucking stupid. I hate that, man. Flatters are lost. True, man. Flatters are lost, man. We're lost. You go over there, fucking NFL channel. Tell me those guys got it all together, okay? Yeah, you see, baseball's round, soccer's round, tennis ball's round. What's the fucking shape of that football? Is it round?
Or gridiron.
The American football's not round, man. So it's no blade spheroid, man. It's no blade. I'll be right back. Carry on. Anyway, it's a pleasure to hang out with a group of people that like to talk about physics, the physics of what we're living on.
Yeah. I say fuck them other guys that come in here and bitch about the fucking whack brains, man. Fuck them.
Fuck those guys.
These fucking guys, these fucking cannoli eating motherfucking
like
sons of bitches.
Fans. They're like Patriot fans. Fuck them.
You go home and they eat the cannoli, they watch the fucking TV. What the fuck do they know?
Fuck those guys. So yeah, I mean, we talk about physics and fucking survey. I mean, the list of topics that we talk about around here is endless, man. But we're dumb ones. Because because we measured the Earth and guess what? It's flat. We checked it out. You got anything else to back that up that it's not? Yeah, okay. Just magic and spinning ball magic, baby. Spinning ball magic. Magic potions and magic.
Abracadabra. Gravity will reach out and grab you.
Reach out and flat you, man. How about that? All right. We got some shit going off in the chat, man. They're busting it here. Yep. Pilots and sailors use a flat Earth map. Hey, guess what? All maps are flat. I checked it out. Prove me wrong.
Oh, you betcha. You betcha. Them sailors, they use them flat Earth instruments to navigate too.
All maps are flat. I checked it out.
Those guys, they use planar geometry to get around on this here Earth, eh?
That's like that's just ridiculous when you use that kind of geometry.
I'm trying to make this 90-degree angle from Polaris here, so I know which way is north, guy. Can you be a little quiet?
But I got to try to get my Euclidean geometry working on my ball map. It's gonna be fine.
Oh, that guy's gonna be fucking lost. Don't follow him. I'm telling you, I got the straight angle right here. Straight angle. It's a sphere of equal attitude.
You got to follow my ball map. It's the right one. I made it. I promise it's good. Get some new material. Get some new material. Fucking trollers, please.
I know. You guys are fucking lame with the same old fucking this and that.
I love these chatters, man.
Coming in here with this disproved gravity when gravity's never even been fucking proven. What's with these fucking guys and the fucking stupidity?
They think they must be Patriot fans.
It's not even a debate. They are Patriot fans. They're fucking losing. They should fucking know it. Give me that fucking... I'm gonna come to your house, I'm gonna take that fucking cannoli, and I'm not gonna eat that shit, I'm gonna throw it in the fucking garbage.
Then I'm gonna shove it up your ass. Cannoli. Ugh, I love a cannoli. Yeah, man. So yeah, we're the dumb ones sitting around. We know more about 99.99% of people that live on this said spinning ball. Or that they believe they do. I mean, you walk up to the average person at the store, you just say, hey, man, what's the radius of Earth? They'd be like, oh, fuck, I don't know. How far's the moon? I don't know.
It's fucking sphere, though. It's a fucking sphere, though.
It was spinning. Yeah, I saw it on TV in the news. Elon Musk was in space, or I think. Really? That's what you got? Yeah, man. But it's nice to run into somebody that really, buys into it, really has worked in the industry or something. Somebody who's like really smart, like, or whatever, with their globe and they work on satellites, whatever, man. And they want to defend it. But yet, you ask them, even those guys don't know a lot of the shit that we know about the circumference and distances and the closest star and the speed of light and the closest star and how many trillions of miles. They don't know.
They can tell you how to cook a fucking cannoli, though.
Yeah. And those guys are coming in here. I've talked to those guys on the street, man. They're just a bunch of fucking paid to do their job. Whatever it is, CAD or fucking turning screws. I don't know. They don't know fuck all where the shit's going.
I like the guys that say, "What do you want from me? I'm an elementary teacher." Well, gee.
Well, I mean, you can take any subject. You can learn anything you want about it, especially today. I mean, I guess it might have been better. Google's kind of fucked up now, man. It's hard to get some really good results and stuff. But if you want to learn how to rebuild a 1947 fucking Rolls Royce engine, man, you can fucking do it, man. Just with the YouTube alone, man, you can fucking rebuild. And you don't even have to know fuck all about anything, man. There's so many videos out there. Change your brakes and, change the toilet, whatever you need to do, man. You can find a fucking video on it. I'm pretty sure. So, I chose to be in the music business, fixing musical instruments, man. It just kind of seemed like a cool thing to do, man. And I'm still doing it. So I didn't have the internet, man. I had to do it the old-fashioned way. I had to do apprenticeship and the whole bit, man. 4 years. So, yeah. You learn from people doing stuff. And they would say, the Globers have done all the work. You don't have to do anything. Just go watch your Patriots football game. Move along. Somebody's talking. Trying to talk? Watch page or something open. I don't know. So yeah, you can go out and learn a lot of things with computer, but nothing like doing it though. Once you rebuild a motor, the next one's a lot easier. Trust me. Battle model verify that. That first one's so hard, man. It's kind of a lot of question marks. It takes a lot longer. But the second one, man, oh yeah, it goes fast. The flat Earth movement is flat and motionless. Damn, that should be a meme. You should make it into a meme. Why not? Tominoid, brother, what's down under? No. Upside down, mate. He's upside down. 3.4 degree tilt. Really? That's the seasons? Oh my God. But that's not all. So we get summertime. We're according to the globe model. The globe, according to the.
So what was it?
According to NASA. We're 3 million miles. What's that?
What made you get into flat Earth? What's the first?
Oh, dude, man, it's a good story. I ain't that great, but I did some kind of sound recording, live. I did live, not sound recording, sound mixing live. I did recording too, but that was a different time. Yeah, this guy hired me and do it, mix the board for a gig, and we did sound check and got done, got everything set up. We had like 15-20 minutes to kill, and he whips out his fucking iPhone and starts going, "Hey man, check it out. Satellites are fake. They're all fucking CGI pictures. There's no pictures of satellites in space, man. Check it out." And he starts whipping through all these pictures, and of course, they look all CGI and shit. And I was like, "Well, that's cool, man." He's like, "Yeah, man, I think we live under a dome, and the Earth's flat." And I just kind of stuck in my head. I went home. I was like, "Well, shit, let me just search up satellites and space pictures." And I spent like fucking weeks, man, trying to find one. I thought I'd just go whoop his ass. I'll call him up tomorrow. I'm going to go, "Fuck, dude, got your fucking picture right here, bitch. Right here. I got it." And I had to admit to myself, no, those are all fucking CGI. Every single one of them is a fucking CGI picture. And I'm like, damn, ain't that a bitch? And I just, once you start searching back in 2015 like that, man, all kinds of shit was coming up on my suggestion box. And I think I ended up, I don't know if Jeranism. I was watching some of his stuff. But I really ran into Robert Bassano, man. And that was 2016. That was a little bit later. It was really getting deep into like the numbers and the science and space and speeds and distances and all this really cool physics of things. And just, after seeing all those videos of fucking NASA just faking this, they're floating in the fucking ISS or whatever, man. I'm just like, holy shit, we really got fooled, man. So, but yeah.
Did you see a sound recording buddy again?
Oh yeah, hell yeah. I call him up every once in a while. I'm like, "Hey man, it's your favorite flat earther." I go, "Dude, you changed my life, man. Thank you."
Did you tell him that you went and researched satellites?
Oh, dude, I go, "Dude, you turned me into." I was so pissed off that NASA lied about all this and everybody lied about it. I was like, I had this old YouTube channel. I just changed the name. I just fucking said, fuck it, I'm going to change it to Flat Earth Dude. Because I'm so pissed. And I'm going to start making videos or doing something, man. But yeah, there was Crow 777 I was listening to for a while. He was doing a lot of cool, like, observation and shit back then. Chemtrails. Yeah, he was doing some really good video work, man. No doubt. So, here we are, man. Went out, bought a P900. I can see way too far, man. Way too far. According to said globe model size. Said globe size.
We can see for miles and miles and miles.
So,
more than you should really be able to if it's a globe.
I do remember William, same guy, told me about satellites. He goes, "Yeah, dude, I went out to like the beach and I got my telescope out and he, he was talking like I could see this far, that far, whatever, man." And at the time, man, I do recall thinking in my head, I'm like, "What the fuck does that have to do with the fucking Earth?" I was like, hey, I remember myself telling myself this, okay, yeah, you can see too far. What's the problem? And I didn't realize the amount of curvature that we should see until I watched Brian Mullen really explain it. He was really good. Brian Mullen was excellent, man. He only did 14, 15 videos, something, but they were amazing. He really got you to go deep. And once you go deep, man, yeah, you either swim or you drown. One or the other, man.
Yeah, mine was seeing too far and the globe maps, and for about 3 months every night looking at long distance and laser tests and infrared, and because I really wanted to make sure that that this is happening. And by the end of the 3 months I was just like, oh shit.
Yeah, it was like 3 months. I was like, same way, man. I'm like, oh shit, here we go.
And then, I remember going outside and looking up at the stars, and I was like, so they're not planets? Like, what the hell? Yeah, it was kind of cool. Like, your whole world, you see the whole world in a whole new way. And I don't know, it's just so liberating.
Sorry, I had a phone call.
Yeah.
What did I miss?
Just saying, like, I went outside and I looked up at the stars, and I was just like, like, they're not planets. Like, what the hell?
Yeah.
Just show, because I know I don't get very attached to beliefs or anything. If something challenges my belief, then so be it, and I'll learn to change. So it was kind of easy, but I can see it how some people, they just won't let go.
Yeah, I have to be honest with myself. Go, okay. Damn, I can't prove that we live on a spinning ball, man. I can't do it. I tried everything I could think of if I can prove it. Spent 6 hours with a physicist from Caltech. Caltech. He answered nothing. He gave me just, imagine a movie like this or like the movie Gravity. I was like, what? You're referring to a movie? I go, dude, how the fuck do I know that we're living on a spinning ball, man? I can't see the thing with my own eyes. I'm not going to space. You're not going to space. How do we verify this? Through math. I'm like, fucking math? No. You can get away with that shit, man. Anyway, it was just like a kind of a joke. Show me your math. Yeah, your math. And math ain't doing fuck all, man. Sorry.
Because after the curvature measurements, I went to NASA and space stuff, and then that's when I found out the bubbles in space and the wires and green screens and
yeah, green screens, rockets that just go up and over.
Yeah.
And
That's a big one. Like, a multi-billion-dollar corporation with heaps of people where, it's just like.
Yeah, man, it's a big pill, man. I say big pill to swallow, man. My newest big pill, man. I just tell people there's no such thing as this boogeyman floating around in the air and landing on your desk, and there's no boogeyman. There's no boogeyman. It's all a hoax, man. Sorry. That's that modern one they got us going through right now. Yeah. Here's cooties, man. There's no such thing as cooties.
The Holocaust.
Cooties have never been isolated. You guys know that? Never.
I like the analogy, like, or how can so many people keep a secret? Because it's like they compare it to Santa Claus. How,
right?
That's it's all fake. But, it's all fake, but everyone goes along with it.
I don't know. The chat's blowing up out there, man. A couple people going at it. That's good. All right. You guys got it all figured out? Sweet, man. Let me know.
What chat?
The live stream chat. YouTube. On YouTube. Yeah. Oh, there's Ben. Hey, Ben. What's up, Ben? Ben likes his I think Ben likes his balls. I think yeah. Anyway, we're not traveling 12 million miles a day, shooting through space. And that's just one vector. Forget the other ones, man. Yeah, come on. You're not moving. You're not spinning. You're not shooting through fucking space at some ridiculous fucking number. That was that Eric DeBay one, man, where he's showing the spinning. Here's the sun shooting through. We're going 500,000 miles an hour. We're chasing the sun. Everything's perfect every night. Resets every year. What? If we were spinning those kind of speeds and shooting through fuck all, we would see some parallax, man. Parallax, baby. Ain't got it. Didn't happen. Yeah.
But there's always they always have a counter argument where it's just like, oh, everything's just so big that you can't see it, or
because it's so far away.
Together, or it's just always
it's so far away, man. That's why it doesn't change. It's because it's so far away. Yeah. Okay. The inverse square law of light. That's a bitch. Yeah. Every time that the star gets farther away, it has to get exponentially bigger, man. Exponentially, man. I mean, it's so big. It's so big that it's like those stars, some of those stars are as big as our entire universe. That's how fucking big. What? Shut the fuck off. Shut the fuck off. Anyway, just makes me laugh at this point.
Yeah, and the whole measuring.
Dude, John, in the chat, I live on the flat earth model. I don't have to fucking show you your fucking flat earth model. You fucking get that through your head. We live on it, bro. Check it out. Go outside. What were you saying?
Just how they measure supposedly how they measure the distance to the planets or whatever. Just, they take a measurement on every 6 months or something, and one side of the sun, and they take another measurement 6 months later when they're on the other side of the sun.
Yeah.
Allegedly, yeah. And then, but like that, is it trigonometry or geometry? I don't know, just pretty much, the base of their triangle, it's way too small to get an accurate read. It's like two surveyors standing like 10 inches apart trying to measure something 20 miles away. Like, it's just too hard.
Yeah, man. I got some trig. I got some geometry. And some physics, man. Yeah. It's all here in the bag. And proves my ball. I promise you. What?
They're always so vague.
I don't feel like I'm spinning and moving. Oh, it's too big. Well, how big is it? Well, it's 24,901 miles in circumference. Oh, okay, cool, man. Yeah, that's pretty big.
But I always feel like they're vague in it.
Compared to the universe, how big is the Earth? Oh, we're just a teeny little thing, huh? Oh, now we're just a teeny little thing. The Earth is too big to see curvature, man. And then the next thing they'll say is, boats go over the curvature. All right. Pick one, man. Which one is it? Is it too big to see the curve? Or do the boats go over the curve? Come on. Give me one. Just give me one of them, man. All right. I'm going to go to bed in 2 minutes. So you guys have fun with it. Do it the fun way, man. If you're not out here having fun, man, you're doing it wrong. Issa Mikulski quote. Issa Mikulski.
All right, it's good chatting with you, man.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, it was good. We gotta
Good night. Good night.
You gotta laugh at this stuff, and take it serious. There's times and late night like this. This is why I like to come in. It's more fun. It's not as serious. I mean, it's cool, man. Any Glober can come in here, man. We'll get serious right away, man. Anytime. Anybody out there want to jump on? We got anybody check in? Anybody? No, nothing. Okay.
Bro, I'm so pissed right now. I'm sitting here playing a game. I'm fucking dominating their asses. And next thing I know, fucking just quits to the dashboard. Pisses me off, man. I swear to God.
Does it help to get pissed? Is that helping?
Yeah, because after you get pissed, you have no other chance but then to get over it, If you don't never get pissed about it, you can't ever get over it.
I'm more like, it's not worth it to get pissed because it's not going to help. So I'll.
Yeah, but the thing is you feel
I can
better
shake
afterwards.
my head. I can shake my head and go, "Fuck, that sucks." All right, moving on. Yeah, it sucks. Life sucks, and then it's good, and then it sucks, and it's
all
good.
about closure. It's all about closure.
And it is.
Yeah, sometimes the computer needs to be destroyed.
Sometimes. Take that thing out to the woodshed, man. You're a proper fucking whooping. Yeah, the Globe's been taken to the woodshed a couple times recently. It's funny to see him like scramble a little bit. It's great. He'd be scrambling. Anyway, keep scrambling, Glovers, Baltards, whatever you want to call yourselves. I'm not sure. We're flurfers. If, you want a flurfer? Yeah, check it out, man. You're not spinning. So yeah, all right. Cut me off. Cut him off. It's midnight, man. Cut him off. All right, you guys carry on.
I'm back to playing this stupid ass game.
Yeah, I'm
it's
just
Clan War season, man.
Just doing admin stuff.
Have you ever had a girl that's growing on you like a bad habit?
Girl growing on you? You're thinking about a girl?
Huh?
Yeah. Girl? Are you thinking about a girl?
She's growing on me like a bad habit. Man.
Yeah, I guess we've all had that.
My neighbor. Huh?
Oh, neighbor. Shades up.
Yeah.
Well, you both single?
Huh?
Well, you're both single?
Oh, yeah.
Oh, just offer to make a dinner one time or lunch.
Oh, it's way beyond that. It's
What, like you've already gotten with her?
no, I haven't gotten on it. Never got it up on it. No. Never really wanted to. But you know how bad habits get.
Yeah, it's a tough one. It's like, either you like just explain how you feel, or you feel like that's going to ruin the friendship. Or
oh no, I've told her straight up, you're growing on me like a bad habit, girl.
All right.
Oh yeah, it's like straight, all honest, all the way. No secrets. Just say it like it is.
Yeah.
We're both older. We're both older. You know, don't need to play no games. Just kind of weird. Never had anything affect me like this. You know what I mean?
Yeah.
And I never really thought I would have a thing for her, but it's weird because it's like a bad habit. It's hard to explain.
And what, like, she feels the same
She's
way?
such a little sweetheart. I mean, I don't know. I mean, she'd do anything for me. I mean, anything. Come over and clean my house. I mean, you name it. Offers all this stuff all the time. Want me to help you? I'll do this. I'll do that. No, I got it. I don't need that.
I can do it myself.
Yeah, I do it myself. It's just weird. It's just a weird deal.
Yeah, I know. Well, just, I guess keep being friendly and just, I know, or probably
Oh
naturally
yeah, it's
evolve into something.
way friendly. It's way friendly. Oh yeah.
And what does she know about flat Earth, or don't know?
Oh, I've told her. Yeah. She's sort of she's a little ditzy, and she like, oh, that's cool. Oh, really? Oh, that sounds so interesting. I mean, she's real kind of ditzy, bubbly over that kind of stuff. Like, just oh, you know. I mean, she's just this little, it's just little sweetheart, little. You know what I mean? It's so weird. I've never had a girl like that around me. So weird.
Yeah. Yeah. True. I've been around girls like that. You kind of, I don't know. That's the way they are.
Yep. Oh, I had a very interesting night. My son's girlfriend's sister car caught on fire on the freeway. I almost couldn't get out of the car.
Shit.
Had to go pick them up. Car burned up bad, and they almost, they almost got hurt. And they show up to get them, all right, and have all this stuff. And I have a camera. And I'm like, there's me and my son and them two. And they want me to take like a truckload of stuff with us. I'm like, my car can't carry all this stuff. I mean, I'll take what we can, but sorry about your luck. It was weird. I stood there for about an hour talking to three highway patrols about the whole thing. It was weird. They called and she's like, we almost burned up. We couldn't get out. The car, the car died and the electrical went down and doors wouldn't unlock and the flames were coming under right into the car, under the where your feet are, where the heater's at and that. Real flames coming into the car.
Shit, sounds
scary.
Like,
yeah, it was. And we got there and they were like, just like bawling and like, just calm down. You're okay. You're alive now. I mean, it was so weird. I had to drive 10 miles down the freeway to pick them up, bring them home. It's like, I just couldn't tell them no. But man, it was traumatic for them. I mean, they were like just drama, major drama. That was so weird. I mean, the car.
Lucky they're all good.
Yeah, yeah, damn lucky. So I had a very interesting night. Just now pulling in the driveway, and it's been about 3.5, 4 hours. I've been taking care of this situation for him, picking him up, taking him home, taking what stuff that they had that we could take with us in the house, and it was weird. And then every time she goes to explain what happened, it's like, my sister almost burned up. She couldn't get out of the seat belt, and the windows wouldn't roll down, and doors wouldn't unlock, and because the electric went down. And I'm like, calm down, you're alive. And it's like she's oh, it was weird. Anyway, I'm glad they're good.
Yeah,
I had to go
definitely.
I just had
freaky
to go
when doors won't open, windows won't go down.
And it was
pretty far. Fucking get something and smash the windows.
So I'm glad to be home. Going in. Oh, gonna make something to eat and go to bed. Hi, Berta. There she is. We'll see you guys.
See ya.
That's a fucking horrible story, man.
It's pretty gnarly.
Shit, I know there's two things that wouldn't be happening in a car that I'd be in from then on. One is nobody's smoking in the motherfucker, and for two, we ain't parking next to no fire. Yeah.
Yeah, true. I'd definitely like keep a hammer in the car or something to smash the window.
Yeah, I got a hammer in the car, but it's attached to a gun.
What the fuck? What is it, like zip tied to the gun or something?
No, just shoot the fucking gun.
But wait, why is the hammer attached to the gun?
Because that's what fires it. You ever heard of pull the hammer back and let one rip? Pull the hammer back and pop a cap.
No, but I was watching in America they have the shooting range on the side of the hill, and there's probably like 30 to 50 people just all shooting into the side of the hill, and they got barrels out there, and the barrels explode, and it'd be so cool.
Oh yeah, that's Tucson, Arizona, the shootout. They even got like exploding targets strapped to like planes and drones, and they have them flying out during the melee. And people have like tracer rounds, and these things have like glow sticks on them and stuff, and they're like maneuvering, and everybody's trying to shoot them, and you know when you hit them because they explode like a plane.
That's so cool. and then people bring out like, I don't know, like mini guns and like just crazy.
You want to know the beautiful thing about Arizona?
What's that?
You could come here and you could go to a Cabela's and get a black powder revolver, like Cowboy Days revolver, and a holster and put it on your hip and walk out the door that day.
What?
Yeah, because one, those old cap and ball guns are not firearms, and two, it's open carry.
Yeah, that's cool. Yeah, I hate when they just, I don't know, do all this, the powers that be kind of put down all the gun stuff and say it's like real bad and everything.
Yeah, and now you know why they said no guns, but the joke's on them because I was watching New York's like, you know what, we need to take a look at what, our brothers over there in Australia are going through.
Yeah, that's us.
Because they're going through similar things, man.
Yeah, pretty much. It's definitely weird over here. So, yeah. But pretty much, yeah, I'll like lost my job because, I won't get tested kind of thing.
Yeah. I'm going to get back to playing this game.
Yeah, bro.
Wake up, wake up. It's time for some fun. What was that? Who was that?
So
All right then.
I just scream when I wake up.
I'm just kidding anyway. I've had a long night. Freeway rescue. People's car burnt down. I know.
Yeah,
go get
you
them.
were saying that. You're
Yeah,
good now?
well.
Had a cup of tea, relaxed a bit?
I just had to make a cup of coffee so I could make it to bed.
Oh, bro, hero of the day.
Huh?
You're the hero of the day.
No, I don't know about all that. All I did was go get him a ride home.
I'd say that'd still be stuck on the side of the road if it wasn't for you.
No, I'm sure someone would have came eventually. I was just the first one that got asked, I think. So I said, okay.
Ah, there you go. It's your good deed for the day or night. Hopefully on the ride home you schooled them about flat earth.
So does everybody just go in here at this time of night and just kind of mute their mic and go to sleep? Wait for someone to say something and then ignore them?
Pretty much.
I know, I've been here late nights many times.
I know. I'm in Australia, so it's 7
You're in Australia?
PM.
What time of day is it there?
7 p.m.
Oh, so it's prime time for you.
Yeah, I'm slowly setting.
How's things going in Australia for you? Are they locking everybody down still and in real heads?
Yeah, it's all fucked. They're just pretty much locking down the whole country. Can't go into different states. Can't go to work unless you're wearing mask or heaps of shit.
Fuck, that's too bad, man. That sucks. Sorry.
Yeah, pretty much. I know I'm out in the bush, so it doesn't really affect me. I can just still go do whatever I want. But yeah, if you're in the city, then you're pretty fucked.
Right. It's bizarre to me to think that a country like Australia would be like that, because it started out to be such rebels, in the beginning, kind of like rejects or whatever. At least that's what we were told, like kind of a penal colony.
Started as a prison colony.
Wasn't it like that or not?
I think that's what they tell us, that that they came over here with prisoners or whatever, and the prisoners made a colony.
I mean, that's just what I heard. I mean, that was obviously a long time ago, but
yeah. So yeah, we started as a prison place, and now we're ending as a prison place.
Fuck! What a fucked up deal. That's too bad, bro.
Yeah, it's I don't know, for me, it doesn't affect me too much. Just if you're in the city, you're fucked. That's why I chose to go out in the bush, because I knew shit was going to hit the fan.
You got it. Do you work? Are you working?
I was. They want me to go get all tests and stuff, and I was like, fuck that. So I just left. But yeah, apart from that, I mainly just do online stuff now. I think it's the way to go.
Well, yeah, as long as you're making ends meet, that's good.
Yeah, no, I'm all good. I never sort myself out. Yeah, a lot of other people can be lost.
I got a friend that's in New Zealand. He's on this server. His name's Day. Maybe you had met him or talked to him. Really, really nice guy.
Yeah.
Got a family and kids. And lives out of town. And he's off-grid, solar powers. Gets all of his water from rain. Got 3 huge cisterns, I think they're called. Water tanks. Yeah. Got several acres. Got a pond. Got geese, chickens, and animals and stuff. And he's quite wealthy. Somehow he made a bunch of money, but yeah. It's bad there too, I guess. But he's doing okay because he's like about 45 minutes out of any town, away from everybody.
Oh, yeah.
Yeah. Got a nice, he's got a beautiful land property. He showed me pictures of it all. All nice and green.
Yeah. But even from a young age, I knew I wanted to be, self-sufficient and, have my own energy and own water and all that.
Yeah, the same thing then.
Just like wow, I got to pay for electricity. It's like, fuck that.
So you got solar or what?
Yeah, just a little mini solar thing, some wind turbines.
Wind turbine or water?
Wind, and just saw hooks up to some batteries with charge controllers and stuff.
Right. Yeah, I know how it all works. Got friends that do it here too.
Yeah. What was that?
It's nice to have that way for sure.
Yeah, should be. There shouldn't be some major corporation selling it to everyone. I just watched this documentary where everyone with solar panels, they get this box, and then if you're not using your power, your neighbor can use it, and then it's like it shares the power all around.
I guess the little communities if they work together like that, that's good. I guess, sure.
Yeah. So that everyone buys and sells power off each other. There's no major corporation.
Well, that's good. Don't you? Everybody always has enough then. Enough power.
Yeah, because the idea is not everyone's using the power at the same time, so they can.
Right.
And I've seen
I'd sure like to have something like that here, but I live in a town. It's not a big town, but it's like, I don't know, maybe 30,000 people or so.
Oh yeah.
It's like 30 miles from Salt Lake City.
Do they sell salt at Salt Lake City?
They sell what?
Do they sell salt?
Salt?
Do they make salt at Salt Lake?
Oh yeah. There's a huge plant out on the lake. It's let me think. What's the name of it? I don't know. They got huge big. What do they call them? Where they push the water and salt into these big like areas, pools, and then they let the water evaporate off. They scoop it up with loaders, load it on big semis. It's a huge operation. Yeah, they sell a lot of salt. Salt Lake, the Great Salt Lake has. I mean, it's like super salty. I mean, really salty. No fish of any. The only thing that lives in the lake is like these little things called brine shrimp. Yeah, they sell them for like fertilizer and fish food and I don't know, different things, but little tiny things. So they got that, and then the salt. And they sell the salt like mineral salt, like so you can like use it to salt your food and stuff. It has all the other like minerals with it and stuff. It's really good for you. Like Dead Sea salt or like the pink salt you get out of the ground, similar to that kind of stuff. And then you got this regular salt too. I mean, big piles, big piles. Biggest houses, hundreds of them. And
crazy.
Yeah, huge, big. You got these conveyor belts that the loaders like load the salt on, and these trucks pull up underneath the belt, and it fills the truck up. Next truck pulls in, it fills that one up. Next one pulls in. And they just run them in and out all day and all night. Run 24 hours a day out there.
Shit. It's a lot of salt.
Huge. Huge. A lot of salt. Yeah, the Great Salt Lake is super salty. I mean, it's like you can just go out in it to swim. You don't float. Just you don't have to try. Sitting in a chair, your body's out of the water, like your chest, middle of your chest. You're up out of the water. You just sit there like a chair, and you're buoyant. So much, so dense. The water is. You just sit in it and float.
Can you swim under the water?
Well, yeah, you probably could, but you don't want to get it in your eyes and stuff. I've swam in it a few times when I was a kid. My parents took us out there and had these on this little Antelope Island. You drive out to the island, and they had showers that you could spray yourself off when you get out. And picnic tables and pavilions.
So what, can you take the water home and boil it and get salt?
You could if you wanted to, I guess. Yeah, you could take whatever you wanted if you wanted to. Sure. I don't know anybody that really does that, but there's just big companies that process it, buy it.
Yeah.
And it's super cheap. They're so massively produced. It's just, super, super cheap. Semi-loads of it. Hundreds of them a day. I don't really know what they do with it all, but they probably make it for like soft water softeners and who knows. Anything and everything they use salt for, probably sell it for everything they can, The lake's drying up too, though. It's like way low. It's like, where the water used to be, it's now like, probably half a mile out. It's dried up that much from where it used to be when I was a kid. So the lake's just slowly getting drier, evaporating more and more every year.
Yeah.
I don't really go out there anymore. It's been a long time since I've been out there. It's only like a 20-minute drive to get to it from where I live, but I don't really go out there for much of anything anymore. What a day. What a day I had, man. I tell you. Started off, shampooed my carpets, and then this thing with the car burning up on the freeway happened, so I had to go do that. So I've been running since like noon today, running hard. Just barely got home about 45 minutes ago. I don't have many days like this, thank goodness. 2 a.m. here in the morning. Now I have to be up at 5:30 a.m. Like an hour, then I can get to go back to bed. I got like 3 hours of sleep I can get. Then I can come back home and sleep as long as I want. I don't work. I'm retired. What's that island off to the other side of Australia? That little island. What's it called?
Tasmania.
Yeah, that's it. I guess not too many people really live there, though, right?
I'm not too sure on the population. So yeah, it's very small and little.
Yeah.
Never been there.
Oh. I've looked it up on Google Earth and checked it out, and there's none like small farm homes and farmhouses all over the place, and not really very. The cities are really small. I think it'd be just kind of, I don't know. Living on a small island like that, surrounded by water, the temperature is kind of the same. I guess they do. I don't know. But it's really a pretty place, Tasmania, from what I can tell. Looking at it on Google Earth and that. It's real green.
Yeah, it's pretty. I heard the beer is really good there or any beer that comes from Tasmania is good because the water is really pure.
Oh yeah.
Yeah.
I didn't know that. So do you live on the north or south or east or west part of it?
Australia.
Yeah.
On the east side. It's everyone lives like on the east side. Most people along the beach. Most people live along the beach line.
Right. I guess the west side is a lot of desert and stuff out there, right?
Not too sure. I haven't been over the west side. It's It's definitely desert in the middle.
Oh.
And then I think it goes like beach, and then it goes a little bit, a bit more drier. It just keeps getting drier and drier as you go inland.
Oh, I see. The fire still burning down there, or is that stopped?
Nah, that's all stopped. That was like 6 months ago. It stopped.
Oh.
But I don't know, it happens every now and then. It's just the way. That's just the way Australia is. It's been happening for hundreds of years, thousands of years, or whatever. And,
right.
They just all freak out. And just because we have like a lot of nature that depends on the fire. There's a lot of plants and seeds that can't germinate unless fire comes through or something. I don't know. It's all weird.
Huh. Are the kangaroos a problem?
Boring.
Shut up. Don't like it, go to bed.
I've always been told only ignorant minds get bored.
What's that?
I've always been told only ignorant minds get bored.
Yeah, it's probably true.
Nah, there's some people like certain topics and stuff. Like, I get bored of. Someone starts talking about cricket or something.
I'm just trying to learn a little something about Australia, for hell's sakes. Boring to you? And be quiet so I can learn something, for fuck's sakes.
Yeah, I know. It's just different animals and everything. A little bit, it's pretty much, it's still got towns and cities and McDonald's. So.
Yeah. Isn't that funny how McDonald's are fucking just worldwide? Crazy shit. I can't stand McDonald's. I won't eat it. I have not eaten McDonald's food in probably, I'd say in the last 5 years, I've probably had maybe 1 or 2 filet fish sandwiches and maybe a couple of things of French fries, and that's it in like 5 years. And that's because like someone like I was with like went there, here, let me buy you some fries, and he was like, no, okay, whatever. I don't like McDonald's food at all. I think it's disgusting. I think all fast food, like Wendy's and McDonald's and I don't know, all those fucking Taco Bells and whatever. That shit's fucking disgusting food, man. It's not even real food, I don't think, anymore.
All corporations are just leeches that suck the wealth out of communities and the health.
Yeah, and the health, yep. It really is disgusting food. I mean, I don't see how people like it so much. Some people just love that fucking Big Macs or whatever they eat. I don't know, I guess everybody has their little favorite thing they have at McDonald's, but to me it's like just fuck, it's disgusting, man. It's not even real food, you know what I mean? It's processed all to hell. You can't just go buy a hamburger with a real piece of meat in it. And it might have some beef in it, but it's got a bunch of other weird shit in it. Who knows what it is? I guess you can look into it, and I have a little bit. There's not much beef in it. Like disgusting shit. Some people just love it. Boy, they just fucking see some guy that weighs 400 pounds driving down the road and he's stuffing Big Macs in his mouth one every minute.
Oh, leave them alone. They believe in magic.
I'm sure they do.
My children don't even know what McDonald's is.
Well, good job. That is a very good thing.
Yeah, I won't even set foot in it. I know I guess, learning about all this stuff too. Now, like I'm vegetarian because, I don't want to hurt the animals or anything and live more in harmony with nature.
Yeah. I'm still a believer in eating at least some meats, like a good, nice steak or whatever. don't really prefer. I don't like hamburger much. It's got too much fat in it, but I do like a steak every now and then.
But that's it. You can get all your proteins and everything you can get from steak. You can get from veggies and plant-based diet.
Yeah, I'm sure you can.
Vitamin B3 you can get from veggies.
Vitamin what?
B3.
Oh, I don't know.
No, you can't. That's why vegans and vegetarians have to supplement.
Oh.
I think there's some other thing like an algae or something. Or there's a few things coming out now.
I don't know any vegans or vegetarians that are healthy that don't supplement.
I don't.
I mean,
pretty sweet. I haven't dropped dead yet.
Oh, they're not dead. They're not as healthy as they think they are. My wife was a vegan for a while, and she was sick all the time, and her brain kept telling her to eat eggs. And she finally started eating eggs, and her rashes and everything went away.
Oh, that's good.
She wasn't my wife at the time, but yeah, we were just friends.
Yeah, I think it's just certain foods you have to be aware about. To do all. I don't know. Yeah, there's a lot of ins and outs on it, but I don't know. That's just what I've come to learn.
Well, I'm sure if you were well studied in the vegan, with life, I think you could probably get what you need from it, as long as it's available and you know what you need to eat to get, all your proteins and your vitamins and all, everything to live. I'm sure it can be done. I'm not a real fan of the taste of that kind of stuff. I'm not much of a greens guy. I mean, I'll eat some green beans and I'll have a salad and whatever. But the whole vegan thing, it doesn't suit my palate. I don't enjoy it. It don't taste good to me.
I used to ride the Greyhound up to North Carolina pretty often.
Yeah.
And one time, Smoky Mountains, we picked up this guy. He looked a little different, so I was like, I'm gonna sit by him. I bet he'll, be different minded than all the normies that ride Greyhound. And start talking to him, and he had this book, and he said that from the book that he could live up there for 6 to 8 months, depending on when winter decided to blow in. And he said that he could just walk along and forage, no problem up there. That it was one of the only places in the United States where you could do that.
Where's that at?
He was somewhere in I think it was the Smoky Mountains, but I'm not sure.
Oh.
One of the mountains up there in North or South Carolina. But he showed me the book. I took a picture of the book.
Yeah, like I said, I'm sure it's possible, as long as you're, well studied and figure out what, what's in all of it and what you need to have, and and make sure you eat those foods. I mean, those greens or whatever you want to call them, veggie, vegan stuff, whatever. I'm sure you can get pretty much what you need. But like I said, it just doesn't suit my palate. I don't like the taste of that stuff. I don't like spinach. I don't like, I just don't like many vegetables.
But they're bringing out stuff now that, I still eat schnitzel, that's vegan based, plant based. Still eat burgers that are plant based. Still eat bolognese, which is plant based. So there's new products coming out that it's meat but plant based and still tastes good.
It looks and tastes like meat. Yeah, I'm aware of that.
So yeah. So it's like it's because I've grown up eating burgers too and chicken schnitzel, and so I still like the taste, and so now that I've transitioned over onto plant based ones, like I know it's sweet.
I'm a firm believer in whatever works for you. Do you? You know what I mean? That's what you want to do. That's what do it. You get no shit from me about it. You know what I mean? I'm not going to criticize anybody for what they want to eat.
I'm just expressing, what I've learned. And,
Right. I understand. I'm just saying that, I understand, how, people can be that way and do that. And it's all good. You know what I mean? If that's what you want to do, then for hell's sakes, do it. It makes you happy. It makes you feel good. Do you, for hell's sakes. Don't anybody tell you not to. I just do me the way I do me, and you do you how you do you, and we're getting along just fine. You know what I mean?
But I guess it comes back to, what are you supporting? Because it's like millions of animals getting slaughtered, like massive agriculture, like heaps of land getting used for these animals, massive amounts of water being used for the animals. Like there's that thing you don't see. All you do is go to the supermarket and pick something off the shelf, like where, it's that story behind it you don't see.
Yeah, if that kind of stuff has an effect on your psyche, and you feel bad about doing those sorts of things, then you've got to that's how you want to feel and do. Then, like I said, do you? That's good. I don't let those kind of things bother me. I don't sit and think about it. Whether I should or shouldn't, I don't know.
But for me, that's like, a globe earther saying, I'm not going to think about the flat earth, because the globe earth suits me. And it's like, I know for me, it's like you got to open your mind and really look at the truth and what's going on. But anyway, I want to talk about something else.
Oh man, I got a neck ache, man. That last little trip I went on, rescuing those people in that freaking car burned up, man. It gave me a neck ache.
So how long have you been looking into the flat earth stuff?
Oh, me? Oh, shit. Oh, probably
what
4 years,
got you
maybe?
onto it?
4 years, probably. I've been a flat earther for 4 years, let's put it that way.
And did someone...
What's that?
Did someone show you, or were you just looking at YouTube stuff? Or, what was the first
I really
thing
can't even
you
remember, to be honest with you. All I know is I was watching a lot of stuff, obviously on YouTube, and I watched Nathan Oakley for almost a year, every issue, him, QE, Nathan, and just listened to their, to understand the arguments, and obviously Eric DeBay, and all and just the basic stuff that everybody listens to or watches, and then it's obviously I was a flat earther while doing that. It was only a matter of a couple of days for me. I looked at some things and it was just so obvious to me. It was just like, it wasn't hard for me to see it initially. I didn't have a problem with crashing, throwing the globe right straight in the garbage. It was so obvious to me. It was like within 2 days I was done. It was over. I was flat all the way. It just made too much sense. It does if you look at the right stuff, if you can understand it, you know what I mean? So for me, it was just a quick, fast, and easy transition, and never look back. And just tried to find the most interesting stuff that I could, and be honest with you, for the last almost year, I haven't looked into hardly any flat Earth stuff at all. It's all been alternative history. I've been looking at all about how our history's been. We've been lied to about our history and the cities and the buildings that were on these continents, and who built them, and the technology that they were using, and all that kind of stuff. The star forts and the worldwide civilization that there was on the Earth, a few hundred years ago. These big, massive, amazing buildings that functioned with frequencies. They had these pipe organs in them, and they had these domes over the top, and they were emitting frequency waves that were healthy for the plants, healthy for the people. The water that they were using, they were creating what they called living water. They were treating it with frequency waves and good vibes, or whatever they called it, the living water. I think it was really high technology that we don't use today, and I don't know why. I think it was I think they were quite a bit more healthy and had free energy, I do believe. A lot of stuff that I learned that I think was, it's been hidden from us. I found that really, really interesting, because the flat Earth was a done deal for me at that point, I wanted to find some other truths, some other stuff that we've been lied to about, and believe me, there's plenty of it out there.
Hey, Rockin', where's Jason been?
Well, he's been at home. He had kind of a run-in with a few guys. I don't really want to talk about it much, but he got banned for a day or two, and he just said he's just not interested in coming back. Not.
Oh, okay. Thank you for the information.
Yeah. But he's still around. I mean, you can still talk to him if you know where. He's still on other Discord channels. He's still actively talking to people and doing research. Just not doing it here. A really bad experience with probably a dozen people or more, and he probably brought it on himself, you know what I mean? He was a little too drunk, maybe, and kind of went off on people, and they pretty much trashed him back, and he just said, "Oh, that's good, I'm done. I'll see you guys later. See you on the flip side of things." He's doing his thing somewhere else now. He's still around. Talk to him. He got like 2 or 3 DMs today from him, but he's busy doing something with his house. He's having problems with his house right now. The plumbing's backing up. Having to replace it under his house plumbing right now. So he's been really busy with that. Actually having to work on it all day long, day after day, to try and get the problem solved. Because the sewage was backing up and piling up in his backyard and causing major problems, and so he's been involved in that for the last, I would say, week, trying to get that whole situation solved and get his house back in order. And it's been a real nasty problem that he's been dealing with. Sewage is never fun to deal with. And when your house is not expelling it and something's broken underground, then so he's had to try to get that situation fixed. I think he's about got it wrapped up at this point, but he's been working on it hard for about a week now, so I don't really know exactly what happened, but somehow it failed. plumbing under his home. Started backing up and expelling out into his backyard and different things, and so he had to shut it all down and clean it all up and get underground and somehow replace, fix, or get it all working again, so that doesn't happen. So I know it hasn't been fun at all. He's told me that, yeah, it's been a real eye opener for him. A lot of hard labor and a lot of real just disgusting.
I know what all that involves.
Yeah, there you go.
Done it many times.
Yep.
Or go to people's find friends that are dirt poor, and you're like, they got like little pumps hooked up back by a hole they dug to their septic tank, and it's like, what's the deal, man? They told me it's gonna cost thousands of dollars to fix. So I'm like, well, let's dig it up and figure it out.
Yep. Yeah, I ran crews for guys who did underground water main, sewer main, storm drain systems, all that kind of stuff. So yeah, I'm well versed in all that too.
I'm more like the shade tree mechanic plumber. It's like, look, if you're just gonna put the pump there, and let's dig up the lateral line coming out of the tank, 90 it up, so we can start killing the roots, man. I mean, if it's just gonna sit there, at least let's put something down the pipe that's gonna kill the problem.
Well, you just pull the pipe out and put a new one in, get rid of the root, get rid of it all, and do it right. You know what I mean? Seal it up.
You can't do that when they're dirt poor and you ain't much better off, you know.
No, that's probably true, but they're
when
it's
they're
not that expensive.
but
Those materials are cheap.
When they're dirt poor, yeah, but when they're dirt poor, you're talking about a lot of digging by hand, dude.
Well, maybe
you're gonna replace the lateral lines. No, it's easier just to dig at the end of the last tank, put a 90 on it, about 4 foot up, so it's got a little bit of pressure on it, and then put the root killer in there and tell them to come check it every couple of weeks and fill it back up with water if it's still standing.
Yeah.
So it'll flush it down.
Yeah, that's never really a good fix, though.
It's not, but it works.
Yeah, it does for a time, for a short time, for maybe a year or two. Then you got to go back at it again.
Not if they know, hey, you got to spend this much money, or you put this in every 3 months. And now you have, once it's cleared, leave a clean out there, which I don't know why they don't do it in the first place. Leave a clean out there so that you can pour. Yeah, see.
Places. Yeah.
So you can put chemicals in it or run a rotor-rooter down it.
Yep.
I think they don't have cleanouts for the lateral lines because usually they use that super thin, cheap PVC with the holes in it. And if someone was to put one of the rotor-rooters with the bigger tip on it, it would catch those holes and it'd break it up, and someone would do that instead of putting the proper, jet thing down there.
Right. Yeah, you can blast them out with high pressure and chemicals. Yeah, you can do that too. Cutting them up is a little dangerous. You're right. You put that spinning blade in there and spin it on that cable on that snake. Yeah, you can break shit up for sure. And then you got to dig it up, fix it anyway. Then you're real fucked. But yeah. If you do that shit right, though, you don't ever have to fuck with it ever again. If you get a big enough septic tank, it's got the right where it dumps into one area and then it spills over into the next, over the top. Everything settles in the bottom, and where you can just access the top and pump it out. If the solids build up too much, you can just pump them out, get rid of them. As long as the drain field works properly. But like you said, the roots. But if you take and put that drain pipe with the holes in it through the system where it exits the septic tank, like you said, with the hole in the pipes. You put enough gravel around it, and then you wrap the gravel with the fabric, so dirt and nothing can get in there, and the roots can't grow. You know, there's ways around all that these days. They've got the material and the know-how. You just got to put lots of gravel around it, like not just a foot or two, like 4 or 5 feet around it. So it's got lots of area, lots of air. The gravel created lots of drainage. The drain field can, 100 feet long or 60 feet long, whatever. And you never have a problem. Ever. Ever, ever. The systems they used to build back in the day, yeah, they were too small, and drain fields were, always clogged up. They didn't wrap them with fabric, so dirt and, the fine pieces of silt didn't get in and seal up the gravel. You got to keep that gravel clean. You got to keep the dirt out of it. You got to wrap up the fabric.
All right, enough shit talking.
Huh? Yeah, that is shit talking. I used to do it for a living, so do huge subdivisions. I guess I better lay down, man. I'm never going to be able to get up in 3 hours if I don't. So, you guys have a good evening. Nice chatting with you, man. You guys have
Got to work now or something? Why you got to get up in 3 hours?
I just got to do a 1 hour charity.
Oh, gotcha.
Yeah, I gotta go help some people out in the morning, so I do it every morning.
All right, man. Have a good one.
Yeah, you too.
Some people call it charity. Some people call it, court-appointed community service.
I just do it because
I'm joking, man. I'm joking.
I just do it because I can, and they need help.
How goes it?
So, pretty good. How goes it with you?
All is well.
Up to?
Just relaxing in the shade in paradise.
Hey, huh? Where you at? I'm prepping some metal for painting, grinding and stuff.
I see.
A mess. Where you at where you have shade? What country?
Under the wings of the Almighty.
So you're speaking figuratively.
Or literally.
I meant. Okay, I'll rephrase my statement. You were speaking spiritually.
Or physically.
That's why I asked what country you're in. Quit being complicated, man.
Currently I reside in the Garden of Eden, aka the United States.
That is not the Garden of Eden, but okay. Garden of Eden got angels guarding it, so you can't get in there.
I don't know. I'm here and I don't see any angels or anything.
Right there, then.
Well, I mean, if you're in paradise, you have access to the tree of life, right?
They need to make a wire brush that goes on an angle grinder. That's like cylinder, sort of like a battery terminal cleaner for the female side of the terminal.
Yeah, what's that good for?
It'd be good to get in hard spots, like where you can't fit the circle brush in.
Yeah, so you're just trying to get into the crevices, huh?
Well, I mean, it's like an inch, but yeah, where the tail lights go.
I see.
Modify a wire brush to get in there or something.
Yeah, I think it's all one big lie, man.
Did they lie? Why would they lie? Yeah, including calling where you're at paradise.
Yeah, I mean, it's nice in the shade, man.
I think I want to move somewhere up north.
Whereabouts?
I don't know, man. Somewhere where it's cold. Tired of Texas heat.
Yeah, just live in Antarctica.
Live somewhere where I can survive, though.
Oh,
I can
you
survive
will
there.
survive.
I don't know enough about that place, you know? I don't even know what to prepare for.
Yeah, the aliens will keep you warm.
The extraterrestrials.
Yeah, the sentient beings, right? I'm sure he will provide.
What do you think the social media went down for today? I remember way back in the day, the first time it happened. After that, there was so many. That's when censorship started. Not saying that correlates at all because I don't know. I just heard somebody say that it went down. I don't even know how big of an outage it was or anything.
Yeah, I've never seen social media either, so I'm not really bothered by it.
You're on social media right now.
Yeah, that's what you think.
You don't have a whole lot of friends, do you?
Only one. For now. But soon, 44,000.
44,000, huh? You mean 144,000?
I mean, only time will tell.
Those are Chase virgins, man. Are you saying you're virgin?
It just smells like Teen Spirit, dude.
You're definitely not a virgin.
What do you think about the Egyptians, man? Were they onto something?
Can you be a little bit more precise with your question as to what
Like
onto something you mean?
Okay, so strategic placement of the pyramids for some reason.
How do we know that the Egyptians are the ones that built the pyramids?
I don't think anyone knows for sure.
I don't know. I've heard a lot of different beliefs, ideas on that. I've only ever watched one documentary. It made any sense about how humans with, limited. I think they were smarter than us. Don't get me wrong. So when I say limited technology, I just mean with what you can find around you to make tools and stuff with. Just basic, physics, not like magical levitation devices or anything. But they showed how like they could have rerouted the Nile over there, like or part of the Nile, not necessarily like rerouted the whole river, but made like a delta type moat type thing to be able to float the rocks to bring ships to bring the stones in, and then like a way to sink the ships to get the stones off and have the stones like floating, have animal skins and stuff wrapped around them to float them, so that one individual in chest high water could move stone himself around to this chute thing. And I know this isn't necessarily what you're talking about because you're not talking about how to build them. You were talking about their placement. But I'm just telling you about the documentary. And like how you could have like these water. They showed how to and they showed a little miniature little water chute that they made themselves just to show that the idea was plausible, that you could, make it on a bigger scale. In that same documentary, they showed how you could use water to make the stones perfectly level and smooth. By floating them just the right height on the water, you could use the water as a level to know, like where you need grind/sand some more. But I've never been able to find the documentary again, man.
Yeah, I don't think I've seen it on the net.
I watched it on YouTube, but this was no telling how many years ago. But you were talking more about like the placement and stuff, right?
I mean, I guess you could say that.
Like, are you under the idea that they line up, like the ones in Giza, line up with Orion's belt?
No, I was just interested if anybody thought they had like any like strategic placement arrangement or something.
I don't know. I've watched a bunch of stuff on it, but most people think that they're lined up with Orion's belt. But I watched these one guys that like were archaeologists, and they lined it up with the bird constellation, and that's how they found that well that's there lined up with the bird. And then they found like 4 of their tombs, so-called caves, by lining it up with the bird rather than Orion. Maybe it's multifaceted, but they said that the third big pyramid doesn't line up with Orion's belt. People just try to act like it does, that it's not a perfect match. But I don't know if that's true or not. I've never like pulled up the picture and like tried to sit there and match it up myself, so I don't know.
Can you go inside the pyramids, or is that not a thing?
I don't know. I hardly ever get more than 300 miles from where I was born, so don't give me a line.
I mean, because I'd like to go in there and check them out and see, like, poke around. Maybe there's like hidden treasure in there.
Maybe. I don't know how old you are. Probably not old enough for this, but you ever watched Quantum Leap?
Now, what is that?
Where this guy like invents some type of time machine, but then he gets stuck in this loop, and he like takes over people's consciousness, like them for a bit, for like a couple days or something. It's usually like to stop a murder or something like. Anyway, one of the leaps he makes, he's in this one archaeologist's body. He can you hear that compressor? Is that loud? Can you even hear it?
Yeah, I don't think so.
It's really loud here.
No, but you need containment for gas pressure, right?
Yeah, it's definitely got some tanks on it. Got a couple containers on it. The hose too. The hose contains it. But the hose is considered part of the container as long as the valve's on, right? How you doing today, Rudder?
Doing good. Can't talk much, but doing good, man. Thanks.
I don't know how long you've been lurking, but it's pretty dead in here.
I'm sure it'll slowly come back alive.
I don't know, man. Last few months, it's like the server's dying. Every time I say that, somebody says, the server's not dying. Like, it sure seems that way.
If it was dead, there'd not be one here.
No, I said dying. Dying.
Well, I think most people these days are dying.
Turn off your television. If you're talking about physically, anyway.
Yeah, you need to. That's sound advice.
I don't know if Rob Skiva's going to make it or not. Even if he does, unless it's a miracle, he won't be the same for quite a while. If he ever is the same.
All will be revealed.
What's your screen name, man? It don't matter if you talk or not. I can't see my phone. I live out in the middle of nowhere. I gotta set it up.
Oh, you
on
want to know
something.
my name? Like my Discord name?
Correct.
Oh, Chalice.
Oh, you the one that's been doing a lot of typing in the biblical area?
I mean, I might have been around, dude. I mean, who really knows, right?
I don't know. Is your icon like got like the right eye like something over it or something?
No.
Okay, different person. How long you been on the server?
Oh, probably like 2 years, off and on.
I don't recognize your voice, so I don't know if I've ever been on when you were on or not. Maybe. You believe you live on a ball, Chalice?
Do you?
No, I do not.
Okay.
On answer. How did you come across? What's that?
He who sent me.
Who sent you?
The living God.
Does it have a name?
I don't think so.
Just a title?
I mean, who's to say?
I don't know. That word in English doesn't really have a direct definition, so that's why I'm asking.
I mean, it probably just lines up, right?
How did you learn about this deity?
It taught me.
Just verbally? How did it teach you?
Spiritually.
Your premonitions or a book or
I don't know. I just I connect directly into this thing, and it teaches me what it wants to, and then I can disconnect anytime. That's how I would describe it.
you have any way to test the knowledge it teaches
Yeah, of
you?
course.
How's that?
I just follow the commandments.
Where do you get the commandments from? You're
The
like
book
the
of
hardest person to talk to I've ever talked to, man.
Wonderful. Good news. The book of life, to answer your question.
So he does have so this deity does have a book.
Indeed.
I've heard of the book of life before. Talks about it in Revelations.
Ooh. Interesting.
Is it the same book you're talking about, or?
I mean, this is how I see it, right? You look inside this thing, and it comes alive when you read it. So put two and two together, and you might be onto something. Hello. Yo.
Conan, something wrong with your mic. Conan?
Oh, sorry.
How's it going? At least there was some noise.
Yeah, it's going pretty good. Thanks for asking.
Does anybody know what acetone does to oil?
Teach us.
I don't know. I'm asking. Just know you're supposed to clean stuff with it before you paint. It's supposed to do something to the oil. I'm gonna guess it's something chemical.
Yeah, so if I'm not mistaken, acetone dissolves greases, right? So you make it grease free so the paint can catch.
So it just breaks up the compound. Unlike soap, because soap would just make the grease attached to it, right? Break it up. I was in an enclosed area one time using it, not wearing a respirator. And I didn't realize I was high on it until I tried to read something. Like the rest of my vision was fine, but when I looked at writing, it looked like it was vibrating. Took me a minute to realize I was just high off the acetone. Roger, are you able to talk yet? Are you still busy?
Almost there. Yeah, what's up?
What did you do before you got on Discord? I'm gonna assume you were very active in something since you're always active in here.
Mostly Telegram in quote unquote conspiracy rooms.
I don't know what Telegram is.
Telegram is a chat app. Same as WhatsApp, but then something different.
I talked yesterday or today. I think it was yesterday to the first person I ever met, like in quote real life, that looked into the same kind of stuff I did.
Okay.
And I told her that she would like Discord, but she's old, man. She don't like technology. I think she'd really like it though. She wouldn't like this particular server. She's the type of person you bring up this topic and see the demons come out. But there's other servers out there. Yep, she blamed me one time for, quote, making her husband a flat earther. Like, I never even said nothing to him about it. He asked me.
And technically, she should be thanking you because once you discover this truth, she's probably going to get a better human being to live with than what she had previously.
How you doing?
Yeah, I'm on top of the world.
Well, that don't mean much once you're in this, right?
Yeah, I'm actually traveling at the moment down the beautiful coastline of South Africa in what they call the forests, the Knysna forests. And it's this little slice of paradise in South Africa that's still relatively untouched and really, really incredible. So it's just amazing when you have the eyes to see. Even my flight down yesterday was, the majestic flat earth that stares back at you while you stare out the window. It's
It'll make you stare out the window like a little child again.
Man, it's like I fly a lot, but the last time I flew, I jumped out of an airplane. I did skydiving, and then this was the first time, say, in the last 2 months that I've flown since the skydive. And even when you skydive and you jump out and you see how stationary that ground is, there's no movement left or right. There's no spin. There's no. Thank goodness you come down where you took off from, because otherwise, if there was any movement below you, it would be actually incredibly difficult to land back where you took off from. But just flying now, as you go up and you watch that horizon push out further and further away from you, and locally you think, I can only see so far because what I can't see must be behind something. And as you rise up, you just watch that horizon push back further and further and further. And then we were flying at about just below 40,000, it was like 39,000 feet. And it is just flat in every direction. It's just mind-blowing that we didn't see this stuff before someone mentioned the word flat earth. I was dying to go talk to the pilot. With all these COVID protocols and all this nonsense, you're not allowed to.
Yeah, we're almost not even allowed to talk to each other about those protocols.
Yeah, I posted a picture of the coastline of George as you're coming into land, and it's when you're at sea level, you'll look up and down that coastline and presume the part you can't see is behind something. But just from as we were coming into land, you can see that coastline is completely flat. It's amazing.
You fly for business or pleasure?
Bit of both. Mostly pleasure with one instance of work.
Do you do something with solar panels, or is that
Yeah.
something?
Yeah.
Yeah. Like David does, something different.
I'm not sure. What does David do? Who's Dave?
David Weiss. David
Oh,
Weiss.
yeah. It's basically a very similar thing. Yeah. From sort of small households up to large businesses, installing the right technology that does the right need for that premises.
Right.
And
switch gear and stuff.
Yeah, complete automatic changeovers. So everything must be automated. You've got a PLC controller which controls your generator integration. So
I'm an electrician. Gotcha.
if the grid drops,
I know what a PLC is.
Yeah. So it's here in South Africa. We've got a lot of industry still. There's a lot of factories, but we've also got an inconsistent grid supply or utility provider. So if you've got all this heavy machinery running and then suddenly the power fails, it can sometimes take several hours to restart up a factory. So you put in these safeguards just to ensure that you've got continuation, potentially of certain lines of the business or other sections of the business. But here in South Africa, I think we get over 300 days of sunlight a year. Only about 60 plus days that are really not power producing days. So we've got the perfect climate. We've got some of the best irradiance or energy per square meter that we receive from the sun. So it's literally booming here in this country. And when you actually run the numbers, like if you've ever heard those things about how many hours you spend in your car during your life, or how many hours you're going to sleep in your life, when they total everything, they put it together and they say, for 2 years of your life you spend sleeping, or for 3 years, or whatever. When you start to consider power that way and water that way, you'll see that your government have been screwing you on utilities since the beginning of time. That the average household in America would probably spend maybe $500,000 to $1 million on power over the next 40 years. Just in small bills every month, and you just have to pay it to keep the water and lights on, and you just keep going, you just keep paying. And if you were to address something, even if you spent $10,000 or $20,000 and became 90% independent, you would save yourself several hundreds of thousands of dollars over the course of that asset or over the lifespan of that asset. But people only think solar is like still a toy. They think that it's, you put a couple of panels just to tell your mate you did. But you can actually run completely independent, not needing your country. So if you produce your own power and you collect your own water, either through boreholes, rainwater collection, or rainwater harvesting, at that point, you could say to your government, well, you don't need anything further from them, maybe just storage removal, that fundamental need. But other than that, can't turn you off. They can't prevent water to you. And that level of independence is alluring, especially when you consider how much control and overreach they're trying to take at the moment.
Yeah, every time my wife shows me a property, I'm like, does it have water on it? I know you can do your own rain catchment, but much easier when you can just pump it somewhere to somewhere else. It's already there.
And flowing water is energy. That's hydroelectric right there.
I was making a hydroelectric system one time. I never got to complete it before I moved, though. I dammed up the spring And then the creek that the spring ran into, I had like a good 30 feet of head.
Okay, so not too bad. Short distance. Here we pump sometimes like 300 feet. There's macadamia farms where they produce the macadamia nuts. And then there's a pond at the bottom of the hill, and all the macadamias are planted up the hill. And you pump from the dam, top of the hill, and then you just let the water run down. They call it gravity feed, bugs me. But effectively just letting the water run down back to the pond and repeat. And then when you use the sun to achieve that, it's ideal.
Do many, what are they called, siphon pumps? You know what a siphon pump is?
Yeah. With these, it's mostly like a borehole pump, or then like a pressure pump at various stages, or you pump up to reservoirs sort of halfway on your head height, fill that reservoir, and then run a smaller pump up to the final stretch. Like I say, 300 feet or 100 meters is often on the small end. Sometimes we have to pump water up several hundred meters. And then
I
we do it in
understand what you're saying.
stages.
No, I understand what you're saying, because I was experimenting just using cheap bilge pumps from the pond, and I got way more head than those pumps could ever produce. So I was going up and then into another container and then up into another container. So it's way smaller scale than what you're talking about, but I totally understand what you're saying. Then you're saving electricity that way too, because you don't have to have the huge amount of horsepower to do it all in one go. You'd at least save some on startup current anyway. And y'all's switch gears, is it electromagnetic or is it spring operated? And it just releases a latch, or how does y'all switch? Like if the grid power goes down and they want to go to their backup, the mechanism that's switching it.
The big difference is we always used to use AC pumps, alternating current pumps. Now there's a big shift towards the DC pump. And a DC pump running at 12 volts means that with just 300 watts of energy, I can pump this water the same distance as a 3 kilowatt pump used to. So it's just a slight variation. Then once it's a DC pump, then solar power is produced in DC, which means I don't even need an inverter anymore. I just need a charge controller and a panel, because I'm generating it in DC, sending it to the pump in DC, and the pump uses it in DC. So for relatively low cost operations, you can pump like you cannot believe. And then what you need, you just look at your total reservoir. Maybe it's 100,000 liters or 200,000 liters. You need to fill that every day over, say, 4 hours, which means you need a 50,000 liter per hour flow. And then you go and size all your shit to make sure that you've got that in at least 4 hours of the day when there was decent sunlight. And you never have to think about the power aspect to pumping water ever again. And when you've got water flowing, you could still generate power from the water flow. So there's so much you can do once you start to just not have to rely on someone else, and you start to make these decisions yourself. You being an electrician, you'd know, you've probably got a whole test bench somewhere where you're running little tests. And
have you ever heard of the YouTube channel called Engineer 775?
No, I haven't.
I like his channel. I mean, you doing it for a living, then what he's talking about is nothing you wouldn't already know, but He shows his installs and stuff, and talks about the different applications you got.
Engineer?
Engineer 775.
775. Okay, cool.
Yeah, he shows his different installs. People were like, whether they're using wood, solar, steam. He tells you about like new stuff, new affordable stuff on the market. I have a problem like speaking, like coming up with all the right verbiage, but I can't think of it. Your most versatile for your money type systems.
Yeah, we use this metric called cost per watt. So, what's the lowest cost per watt? The watt energy, watt hour of energy that you're producing. But it can be very misleading at the same time because people start to cut corners, and you get what you pay for. So, when you actually run the numbers, you want something that produces the most kilowatt hours and not produces watts at the lowest cost. Because the lowest cost version will never produce the most number of kilowatt hours. And if you can produce, like you run these little metrics that if your solar plant system is only going to produce like about a 70% utilization, your payback is many years longer. Whereas if you're getting like an 85 to 90% utilization of your asset, your payback is like year 3, year 4. So if you can ensure that the asset works more efficiently and produces the kilowatt hours needed, it actually, so thereby it makes more sense to go for a slightly more expensive, more reliable generation system. But what a lot of people do is they want to do it at lowest cost. They go and get inferior little components which have limitations to which they're not aware of, like ampage limitations or something. And then they expect it to perform like a Rolls Royce. And then it simply can't because of the technology that they've chosen to start with. And then they go through this endless process of troubleshooting. Why can't this thing produce the way in my head it should, without understanding the limitations that they've inherently applied upon themselves by choosing inferior but low-cost tech because they want to tell their friends that they did it for only this much. But then it's like redundant, you know? And some of these commercial plants where you don't even put a battery with the solar, where it's just a grid tie, those can pay back in like 18 months to 2 years, and you're talking about several $1 million. And that's going to pay back in 2 years. And then every 2 years after that, it's adding several $1 million to your bottom line. It's almost like a no-brainer.
Yeah, I try to tell my main client, like, he's got a barn on his property that's like 2,000 feet away from the pole. And I'm like, man, you really ought to just put a solar panel system out there, the battery bank. Because it's going to cost you about the same to run what you want to run. And you'll always have power. But he looks at the original cost, and he's like, that cost too much damn money, blah, blah, blah. I'm like, okay, whatever, dude. Gotta spend money, make money.
Well, look, that Agenda 201 or Event 201, where they discussed a novel virus and how they would handle that in 2019.
Yeah,
they're in event 202 at the moment, which is the total blackout of the internet. And they're also discussing 204, which is a worldwide shutdown of the power grid. So, obviously, just for precautionary reasons, there would never be anything nefarious to this. But they are planning what would the population do without internet and without power. And that, to me, to the people who decide or are brave enough to buy solar, they have sidestepped that eventuality. Because if you can produce your own power, no one can tell you that you don't get power anymore. So there's a peace of mind that comes the moment you turn that system on, the moment you commission it. There's a peace of mind that money can't buy. There's like this intangible quality to it.
What do y'all do to protect the panels? Like from
protected
hail?
From what? Hail.
Like hail.
Well, they do a lot of testing in the factory. So you've got now double glazed glass, and you've got larger frames to handle impacts or movement. But the panel's normally mounted at an angle, so when the hail hits, it's quite a glancing blow. We get massive hailstones here. Certainly in Johannesburg, we get like baseball-sized hail sometimes in certain parts. And generally speaking, I would say 1% of panels or even less ever have an issue with it. More likely, it causes little micro fractures in the glass, which can reduce production long term. But it's not like one hailstorm, panels are destroyed, spend all your money again. They're not that brittle. The first models that came out that were like a 60 cell, but they were 2.5 meters by 2.5 meters, really retarded looking. They were too big for their proportions, and there were damage to the sort of panels from 2000 to 2010. But everything manufactured from 2010 onwards they put them in these really extreme test laboratories where they subject them to 60-degree temperatures, and they shoot thousands of little objects. Another thing is like the sandstorms and the weight of snow sitting on top of panels. So they subject these things to all kinds of tests now in the lab setting, and they give you a 30-year production output guarantee. So at year 30, you're still producing 88% of what that panel was producing in year 1. So you've only lost about 10% in the first 30 years of using a solar panel. Those are the tier 1 panels.
That's leaps and bounds from the original ones.
Correct. So there's now a focus on it. All your big petrol companies are turning into energy companies and starting to do solar and renewables. But we as human beings don't make good decisions based on logical facts. This is the most peculiar thing. Like your client you're talking about, he needs the power. There's a way to solve it. If he does it now, it's solved indefinitely. But that's the logical argument, and everyone should say yes. Let's proceed.
Hey man, I'm about to make a little I don't know what you call them, but like I said, I got a problem with words, but like a little electric generator type thing. What kind of batteries should I buy? That's going to be the best bang for my buck. I don't mean specifics like amperage and whatnot. Just like what battery should I look up that would be the best money? Like size wise, they can be like as big as a normal liquid acid deep cycle size. like a 76.
Yeah, so like lead acid, those deep cycle batteries are useless. Don't even waste your time there.
Right, I'm just trying to
You'd
give
want to
you a
look.
size.
Yeah, you'd want to look at like a lithium ion battery. They're really cheap these days. You can buy a kilowatt, 2 kilowatt, 2.4, 3.5, 5. You can buy whatever kilowatt hour size battery. It depends on how much you actually need to run that electric generator. Obviously in terms of the sizing of it, but lithium ion, at least you're going to get a 10-year warranty on it.
So I just make my own, and then order, and then buy the electronics for it.
You could do, depending on
I
your
could
skill level. Yeah,
I could buy the little spot welder thing
you
that
buy
you
the
need
cells.
and whatnot.
Well, if you're going to go that route, like if you're really going to build something, then I would say then look for supercapacitors or ultra capacitors. There's supercapacitors from Maxwell. They're in the States. And then you can buy the 2-volt cells of capacitor cells, and they give you like the whole overlay of how you're going to cycle the power through these cells. But each one of those cells comes with a 40-year guarantee. So if you're going to build a battery cell that you want to never replace, there is a technology called capacitors, supercapacitors. It might be integrated with lithium. All right, listen, I've got a duck. Speak to you later, bro. Cheers.
How's it going? How's it going?
Hello.
Hello. How's it going today?
Yeah, it's going good. How about you?
It's going all right. Just painting, trying to get some stuff done. What are you up to? What's on your mind today?
Nothing much.
Where are you from? What's that accent I hear?
Oh, you'll have to guess.
I have no idea, man. I'm just a redneck from Texas, and I hardly ever get more than 300 miles from where I was born. Usually, you know.
I'll leave it to the imagination then.
It definitely doesn't sound like English is your native language, but I could be wrong.
Yeah. Well, how much do you know about England? From the TV, I guess. Stereotypical accent.
Yeah, I don't know what. How long have you been on the server?
Well, I joined like 3 years ago or something, but it sort of was just sat at the bottom of my server list. I think I've only ever been in VC maybe like 6 separate times. I come in now and then to ask questions mostly.
What's your question today?
I was just coming in to see if there was any conversation mostly, just to listen. I didn't really want to input anything.
Pretty dead right now. Yeah, I got a folder for servers I never use. I used to just not add them when people gave me invites, but then I just started adding whatever somebody invited me to and throwing it in that folder.
But the shit's trying to guess my accent. He thinks I'm from Wales.
You don't have that the draw. Got like a draw, don't they?
Yeah, they make the words longer.
Yeah. One server I was on, I was able to guess like within 30 miles of where the guy was from, but it's only because this one YouTube channel I'm subscribed to, like they sounded exactly alike. So I knew they had to be close. So I went and
was
looked up.
he like
I
American?
went and, no. So I went and looked up what town they were from. I don't remember now. But I was like, "Are you from here?" And he's like, "Dude, it's only 30 miles away. How'd you guess that?" But I told him.
Yeah, if you're good with accents in the UK, you can usually guess where somebody's from within like, depending where they are in the country, within like 10 miles. It's insane.
It used to be, well, not 10 miles, but it used to be like that here in the States. But I think because everybody watches the news and all the same movies and stuff now, that the accents they're not as prominent as they were even when I was younger. I mean, you could tell, someone wasn't from your area.
Yeah, your accent can change depending on what you're exposed to a lot. That's obviously how accents form. Like if you're learning English and you watch American TV to learn the English, you'll usually have an American accent, whereas if you watch British TV, you'll have a British accent.
Met a guy, like I don't believe in like illegal aliens, but that's what they call undocumented people here.
Yeah.
And met a guy on a job site, and he said he'd only been, because I usually always ask the Hispanics on the job that I could tell, like weren't from the States, like how long they'd been in the States. And this one guy, I didn't believe him. He said he'd only been here 3 days. I was like, no way, dude. He did not grow up in Mexico. But he said that his mom made him and his siblings watch everything like in like all American stuff. I don't like the word American, but all of the English TV shows and made him read English newspapers. He didn't have a lick of the accent that most of the Hispanic people do. So I understand what you're saying. That's what I'm trying to say.
Yeah, I think like a lot of people try and like use Duolingo and stuff like that. Like the apps to learn languages. But usually the best way is to watch like cartoons and stuff, because it's if the cartoon's got dialogue in it, usually it's really simple dialogue, simple conversational dialogue, like kids' cartoons and stuff. Because obviously kids watch it, so there's no like complex sentences.
I don't let my goats watch TV.
Let you what, goats?
Well, that's what a kid is, a baby goat.
Ah, gotcha. Yeah. Yeah, I mean, I don't think much of the new generation that's coming up right now watches a lot of TV anyway. I think it's more internet based.
We don't let our children watch TV at all. I download stuff and then put it on an SD card and put it on an old phone and turn airplane mode on. Let them watch that. That way I can control what they watch.
Yeah, I think a lot of kids growing up today don't have the same social abilities as sort of we did when we were growing up. Because I remember when I was growing up, obviously if I wanted to play out with my friend or whatever, I'd have to go outside and go find them. But there's no real need for that in the modern day.
We had pagers. You have to go find a payphone. Page them if they had a pager.
Oh yeah, we had house phones actually. Forgot about that. You'd call the house
Not
phone.
yet. Drive around everywhere and try to find. Hey, you seen so and so? But yeah, my children, I know they're not gonna have much social like experiences, like with people.
Yeah.
And so from the time they're babies, when we're at the store, I always say hi, say hi, to try to get them like over any fear they might have of talking to people. And when we go to the big city, and got these little cute children saying hi, and people won't even say hi back. They'll get pretty loud too, because I told them just get louder. And if they're like saying it real loud and the person's still just ignoring them, I just tell them, children, we're in the concrete jungle, and there's just a bunch of assholes that live here.
Huh. Yeah.
They get a little older, I'm going to teach them to say, don't be rude. They're old enough now, but I want them to be able to understand what the word really means before I teach them to say it to somebody.
I think one of the most underrated things to teach your kids is how to swim.
Yeah, I don't have any kids,
It's
but
not obvious, but I
teach
think
my
it's really
children that, yeah.
Yeah.
I'm just not going to call my children baby goats, man. Wonder why they act all crazy and like animals. But I'm a weirdo. You really like to swim, I guess?
Yeah, I used to swim competitively actually, but that was when I was younger. I stopped when I was 17, maybe. Wasn't good enough to continue, but I was good enough that I was in competition.
What part of the UK are you in?
So I'm in England, right? The northern part of it though, so that's why. I've got like I have the local accent, but it's not what you'd usually see on TV. It's more like what you'd see on Game of Thrones.
How far are you from London?
170 mile, I want to say off the top of my head. I'm closer to Edinburgh and Glasgow than I am London.
Did you make yourself familiar with miles?
I know both miles and kilometers. Oh, I'm not 170. I lie. I'm 270. I just say I know miles, and then I get it incorrect. I missed 100 miles off.
Yeah, when you said miles, I was like, you don't travel and stuff. Why are you talking miles? Do you have a lot of friends and a lot of people you talk to in the States or something?
I have some family over there. And then most of the people I interact with on like online and stuff. Just because the state has a bigger population, you usually end up interacting more with Americans. I'm pretty good with
American.
I probably know more about America than some Americans, I bet.
Probably. Most Americans don't know that there's 36 countries in America.
36?
Yeah.
What is that, the native reservations and stuff?
No, you're having the same problem. You're having the same problem they do.
36 countries. I'm trying to figure out what that was.
In America. In America.
Oh, what the Americas?
Yeah.
Like the continental America, right? Yeah.
Yeah.
Oh, well, so like South and North America, 36 countries, right? I get you. Yeah, I was just thinking because at default when I hear America, it's just to the big one, the most important
Yeah,
one.
I'm just not cocky enough to think that it's the most important one.
Yeah, it's the number one, right? Everything. It's the hegemon of the world, as people say.
It's the number one tyrant in the world, that's for sure. Next to
Whatever it
small
takes to be
hats.
hegemon, I guess. Soon to be overtaken by China, though, I presume, or I speculate.
Something seems like it's about to happen. I know prices keep going up. I'm gonna have to change our diet for sure.
Yeah, I mean, in the transfer of hegemon throughout history, 80% of the time it's been violent. So we'll see if this one's violent. I do think America is fascinating in culture.
My state just allowed suppressors.
Oh, well,
like
for rifles, like firearms.
pistols, yeah, or rifles.
Yeah, that's
And that's a bit strange because I don't think any of the other states allow suppressors. And
yeah, that's
in the
that's
bill
also
to
one
get
thing.
to get around the federal rules, it has to be made here in Texas.
That's one thing that really does make me about the states as well. The firearm laws. I know there's a lot of like tabooness that goes when talking about them because I think it's quite a divisive, I guess, topic.
Yeah, almost all people that don't like firearms is because they're just ignorant of them. Most all people that don't like them have no experience with them whatsoever and can't use simple logic to realize that that's what makes you equal. You got super, let's just say like a midget sized woman that might weigh, 65, 85 pounds, against a 6'5", 240-pound dude, like if she's armed,
The
like
odds
who
are
cares
even,
how
right?
big, who cares how big he is, Then it comes to the skill.
Yeah, I mean, I come from like a country that's got like really strict firearm laws, right? So we don't really hear much about firearms or any, well, to the scale that America does, crime related to them. But I understand that America can't. It's not as simple as if they wanted to, they couldn't get rid of the firearms. It's not as simple as that. I understand that. Like that is not a possibility realistically.
Yeah, I'm sure though that people would cuck here. I mean, they're big talk, but I mean, look what they did in Australia, I'm sure all those people over there talked a big game about it too before the government said something, but if it ever happens, I guess we'll get to see who's going to stand up for principle. How old are you, like 28, 33?
23.
How old?
23.
23.
Yeah.
When you mentioned landlines, I figured you were a little older than that.
No, it's just I didn't have internet till I was so I didn't have internet till I was 13, which was maybe 2011 or something. Because I lived in like a little bit of a rural part, so technology sort of took a little bit to get to us.
Y'all didn't have DSL?
The
Even if it was really slow?
The first internet I got was I think it was, it's a DSL cable of 300 kilobyte. I think that was the first one we got. We didn't have dial-up or anything. Well, I think some people did, but we just never got it until, we never got internet till I was about 13.
Internet wasn't even necessarily a thing when I was 13.
I get
was
just booming when I was 13 because it was 2011, and a lot of my friends were already like playing like Modern Warfare 2 and stuff. Well, not a lot of my friends, but some of them were, as they slowly got internet.
So what do you think we live on?
Oh well. Yeah, I do think we live on an oblate spheroid, as Neil deGrasse Tyson calls it.
What kind of questions do you normally bring with you to this server?
It's usually I pluck them when I see some discussion in the lobby or live stream or whatever. I'll usually just ask.
I don't ever go to lobby. That place is ridiculous.
Yeah, it's pretty funny. Like a Royal Rumble.
But no, don't go there. The first time you came to the server, how did you find out about it?
I can't remember exactly because it was when I was it was during when I was at university. I can't remember. I think I was at university and there was like a YouTube video or something. And it was I think it was the live stream actually for some reason. It was on like a recommended. It was back when obviously YouTube didn't censor the shit out of everything. And I clicked on it. I thought it was intriguing because I didn't know that this sort of community existed. I wasn't aware of its existence, so it drew me in on curiosity because I was like, "Is it real?" And I think it was in the infancy of the server, but I think it was a bit different back then.
Yeah, I didn't know about Discord or what it was until Globebusters put a link out, and I joined, and it wasn't very active, and I was like, "Well, this ain't that cool." Just like a chat thing, and I didn't know there was like a whole bunch of different servers or anything like that. And then someone else that I watch started a Discord, and it was way later.
Yeah,
So,
I remember when I first joined, this like voice chat. It was basically just a free for all. Like you didn't have to get VC verified or anything. Anyone could just hop in and talk, and it would get chaotic at times.
welcome to the conversation. How's it? Goodbye. Hello. I don't know why, man, but I hate painting.
Painting?
Yeah. That's what I'm doing right now. Painting a trailer. Like a utility trailer. I think I hate it because I'm not that good at it, and I'm got a little bit of OCD. I just keep telling myself, it's just to protect the metal. Stop worrying about what it looks like. Yeah, I'm usually just here to listen to. Don't talk a whole lot in live stream. Why would they lie? Why would they lie?
Why would they lie? Why would they lie? Why would they lie? Why would they lie? Why would they lie? Why would they lie? Why would they lie? Why would they lie? Why would they lie? Why would they lie? Why would they lie? Why would they lie?
I know you've been hating this, but how about that radius, huh? What is he saying though? Broken geometry. Okay. I just pointed out, now you're at hominy. Went to your mommy be trucking and driving, Globers be wildin'. They win out of style. 8 inches per mile squared, never been measured out in the wild. Why would they lie? That's what they cry when it just can't be denied. Defending the government, slave till you die. You ain't got no reply.
That stuff is flat.
Who told you that? Like I can't trust my eyes? There ain't no curvature, and the swan is black. But nice try.
Why would they lie? 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 Why would they lie?
Once you go flat, matter of fact, you never go back, you never go back.
Why would they lie? Why would they lie? Why would you ask such a question? Coming here crying to ask why they're lying? Dude, may I make a suggestion? It seems to me in your mind that you could use some introspection. Instead of advancing your thinking, you're headed straight to a sad state of regression. People keep thinking it's our job to find them the model that they've been requesting. Meanwhile, they're walking around every day in the world never ever suspecting. that the very own senses a human possesses have never attested. Something that's absolutely and completely reversed to the world manifested. How can you think that a person like me could take someone like you even serious? Why would they lie? Why would they lie? Bro, are you fucking delirious? How can we even engage in a true conversation if we can't surpass this? I'm gonna need you and your little fundy friends to pull their heads out their asses. Why would they lie? Are you fucking high? You really gotta be kidding me. The world that you've known, all on its own, has been nice and flat since the beginning, see? No 8-inch per mile square, that's why y'all scared to have this become mainstream. So as a result, we transform into nightmares, waking folks from the daydream. So proceed to ask why they are lying without verifying your story. And at the end of the day, maybe all I can say is that y'all fucking bore me. Why would they lie? Can't even deny. You're sounding just like a baby. Maybe a hero is all that you need. Maybe else somebody save me.
Global abortion, all applauded. Cheers, big heads, small, enormous. From cradle to grave shall be like tortoise. NASA tower lies every day is exhausting. Nothing more boring than the stream they recorded. Yeah, that looks real, is that a joker talking? Composite my nuts is not a bore you foreskin. Ignoring, distorting the facts with a stories. Entering your mind irrespective of warrant. To say levels curve we expect from a zealot. Spherical excess, now we don't want it. Delusional puppet digesting the stomach. Without any warning, hick on the shoremen. Are you a moron is not that important? Similar to Karen, always reporting. Endorsing the fraud and effects without cause. Manifest force from a pseudo source. Reversing the curse of what you've been taught. They've been rehearsing the dirt, but they still fall short. Imaginary planetary like coincide with space warp. Anti-astronauts monetary paid for. Submerging the water while they claim that they orb. It's a circus show, clown circle in the globe. Why would they lie? Obvious the creator. If the glove don't fit and the earth don't turn, that's a whole lot of that they have to learn with the horizon. Swan, we eliminate the curve. All our eyes are on, only what we can observe. Global lies are wrong, what they're hiding flatter. Keep my spies like on hide for the research. You rely upon priest and power like a bird. With your lying glove, preach religion like a church. How should they die? How should they die? Why would they lie? Why would they lie?
Why would they lie? Why would they try? I got the math and science on my side. I'm running circles, it's easy as pie. Your reification is all falsified. The education is all just a lie. No need to replace it. All I need is you to face it. All I got is time and you just waste it. This is a gift staring you in the faces. Where you gonna get the truth from if not from us? Then who you dum-dum? Made the bed of your demise and chose to sleep to count the sheep since 9 to 1-1. Never been a fight, a fact, a life, a choice of wrong and right that I would never run from. State the truth, defend the youth and stop the coup. It's just a job that got to get done. Why would they lie? Why would they lie? Why would they lie? Santa was real, the fairy was real. Why mama lie? My brother died, healthcare was bad. Why mama cried? The system is broke, your son is woke. I'm setting this shit on fire. Why would they lie? 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 Why would they lie?
Why would they not? The plot and derive by watching the sky and they know it's a clock. They picking both sides and listed with lies. The people pretend that they pick who they got. The people divide and then they disguise and now they devising a plot. You ask why they lying from behind closed eyelids. You disguising an iris that's lifeless. You're denialist, but this lie is why you're a nihilist. Guess you're lying for the pride then. They enticing the brightest to get deprived in contrived confinement. Lie about what the meaning of life is. Get a degree in a 9 to 5 shift. Only way that you'll survive this. What's that mean? They have to bribe them. Yeah, it's tragic. Their only tactic when the model under attack is asking where a map is. If they lied about the earth, what you even asking? Weaving past them, leaving blasting. Everything you believe is backwards.
What just happened? The pot is broken. Okay. Just stop playing. Or am I disconnected?
Connected.
That one was specially for Kessler. Why would they lie? Why would they lie? Why would they lie? You heard the Samson rap? You heard that one?
Have not.
Let me look. Where is it? Hopefully it plays it because. There it goes.
I love high gas prices. I love paying more for groceries, and I really love seeing taxes rise. It's so good knowing that I'm giving more but receiving less. It makes me feel humble, but I'm gonna stop with the sarcasm right there, cause I swear we're living in a real jungle. It's what? Pretty simple to me though. It's way past being left or right. Just use your head and common sense and think about how you've been affected in daily life. Is it easier or is it harder? That's the most important question you should think of first. Cause life is a bitch already as it is, and you don't need someone that's gonna make it worse. Ask me? I think we're fucked. Don't give me that look, everything sucks. Have you gone outside? Have you been to the store? Have you compared the prices to a year before? Do you drive a car? Have you pumped gas? Don't lie to me now, it sucks ass. You could brush it off like it's a fucking joke, but the media lies, numbers don't. Well, you can't blame Biden, it isn't him. Well, who the fuck is it then? What jacked up the prices? I wanna know why I spend so much up at Conoco. I don't know. I think it's insane that the leader of the country gets no blame, cause the whole entire time, the last 4 years, it was cheap as fuck. I'm just saying, now watch. Down in the comment section, someone's gonna give us an economy lesson. I can't wait to hear your expert analysis on fluctuation and how expenses balance. Hey, it's all a part of the process. What the hell you bitching for? It's fine. Oh yeah, I forgot about the 16 cents that I saved on hot dogs for 4th of July. What a fucking steal. Too bad I spent more on gas just to get to Target. So by the time I got done buying all this shit and filling up my car, I had way less than when I started. Now, I don't really call that saving. No, I call that losing money. It doesn't take a genius to do simple math, but apparently you can't, so who's the dummy? Probably still me. I'm just pissed off. This inflation's fucked up, but I gotta sit here and act like I love this administration with a thumbs up? Stupid. Everything is hell, but you act like I'm supposed to be in heaven. You know our country ain't doing too good when the Waffle Houses start to close at 11. Dude, he can barely talk, and don't act like I'm being overzealous. Every time the man speaks, I have no fucking clue what he's trying to tell us. Every speech is like a gag reel. Every time I see the shit, I'm like, is that real? Well, considering the fact that the only other option was Trump, I don't think it's such a bad deal. Fuck that, I want a strong leader. The strength of a man should be constantly tested, especially when you're in the most powerful position in the world. That should be not even a question. There's really not enough words that can describe the craziness we're facing, dude. But the crazier part is there's still people you need to sit down and really explain this to. Come on, man. Just watch a press conference. You'll see that Joe is all gone. He literally says out loud that he has a list of people he's supposed to call on. And even then he fucks that up. The whole thing is hella awkward. COVID-19 ain't his biggest enemy. It's the goddamn teleprompter. It feels like we don't even have a leader. It's like we're all just following blindly. Each of my grandparents could run circles around him in a debate, and they're almost 90. Look at him. Don't take it from me. Go listen to him. It's not a rumor.
You gotta, I mean,
Today, Junior! Jesus Christ, go on YouTube and click any video of Joe Biden and check out the like and the dislike ratios. That should prove to you that no one likes him. I don't agree with anything he's done. His decisions affect me in many ways. If it was up to me, I'd rather have mean tweets and cheap gas any day. I don't like Biden. What good's he done for us? I think Afghanistan pretty much sums it up. What a dumb adult. My stomach does somersaults when I think about those 13 soldiers that were killed to fucking gall. Then he goes to the service and keeps checking his watch like he has somewhere better to be. I swear the disrespect doesn't stop. Pick your fucking head up. Look at the women and men you killed. I don't understand how anyone could even defend you still. And if they do, they either don't know what they're talking about or they're lying to themselves, cause they know damn well you're a problem now. Pulling out was a good choice. Not the way you did it though. Kamala's probably sitting there like, oh my god, we did it, Joe. Speaking of her, where's she been through all these deadly days? As soon as shit erupts and hits the fan, Kamala's MIA. Not like she does anything anyway, so fucking useless. Law and order, crisis at the border, she don't fucking do shit. Just a talking head, paired up with the Walking Dead, breaking absolutely every word that was promised minister said. Every time I see their faces on TV, it's such a bummer. I feel like I'm watching the third installment of Dumb and Dumber. And on top of all that, they put another ban on ammo, trying to disarm Americans, but equip the Taliban like Rambo. You give them hundreds of thousands of military guns, but Americans just trying to protect their families are the scary ones. You put more trust in a terrorist organization than you do in your own people. You don't care about this nation. Fuck you, that's from me. Fuck you, that's from them. Fuck you from everyone that's still stuck in Afghanistan. Fuck you from the men and women who died for this country. And fuck you for every time you lie to cover up something. You blame this on Trump. How the fuck is this even his fault? You're in charge now, not him. That's just your default. Whenever something goes wrong, you flip and say he did it. But whenever something goes right, you're quick to take the credit. You undid almost all of Trump's agreements by your second day. So why is this one of the only fucking things you left in place? No crosses to bear, no responsibilities, just chocolate chip to ease your mental instability. I would say the blood's on your hands, but that's a lie, cause you don't even know where the fuck you are half the time.
En ik heb nog even bij de receptie heb ik mijn tag ingeleverd. Oh, apologies.
No need for him, man. No need for him. Yeah, I got these stickers that I put on the gas pump, and I'm not in like Republican, Democrat type mindset, you know. But I just think it's funny. But I got these stickers, and when I get gas, I put it on the gas pump, and it's got Joe Biden with a mask on, pointing, and it says, "I did that." If anybody wants any, penny a piece, plus shipping. Right, penny a piece, right? 100 of them. No, 10 cents a piece. 10 cents a piece. Goodbye. Hello.
The sharing of biased and false news has become all too common on social media. More alarming, some media outlets publish these same fake stories without checking facts first.
The sharing of biased and false news has become all too common on social media.
This is Don't Believe the News, right? Flat Earth Guru.
Because of you, we're in this mess. Forever you will acquiesce. How you love to be deceived. Whatever they tell you, you believe. Dead of sight, dead of mind. News believer, you are blind. Critical thinker, you are not. Never independent thought. Bust into your paradigm. Hypnotized with pantomime. Regurgitating all you hear. Spread your terror, spread your fear. Never your mind to be free. Never your eyes will ever see. Lick the food of tyranny, begging for your slavery. They who have remote control, the keys know your very soul. Tune into the great deceiver. Television watching news believer. Inject your poison where your mask. All they have to do is ask. Never questioning authority. Blindly following like sheep. Yes sir, no sir, free backs full. You television watching fool. Never your mind to be free. Never your eyes will ever see. Lick the food of tyranny, begging for your slavery. They who have remote control, the keys know your very soul. Tune into the great deceiver. Television watching news believer. This is extremely dangerous to our democracy. Extremely dangerous to our democracy. This is 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 extremely dangerous to our democracy. Their world forever locked into their world forever boxed. Reality you leave behind. A prisoner of your own mind. Forever you will be deceived, never ever to be free. Yeah. Never your mind to be free. Never your eyes will ever see. Lick the food of tyranny, begging for your slavery. They who have remote control, the keys know your very soul. Tune into the great deceiver. Television watching news believer. Never your mind to be free. Never your eyes will ever see. Lick the food of tyranny, begging for your slavery. They who have remote control, the keys know your very soul. Tune into the great deceiver. Television watching news believer.
Wrong with that bot? Man.
This is extremely dangerous to our democracy. This is extremely dangerous to our democracy.
This is extremely dangerous to our democracy.
This is extremely dangerous to our democracy. This is extremely dangerous to our democracy.
Man, I think we should definitely vote for some better screenwriters. Hello. Oh, you were connected. Just nobody's talking. Hello. How's it going?
Pretty good. How are you?
I'm all right. What are you up to today, tonight, whatever it is for you?
Oh, we got a storm rolling in right now. It's looking like I gotta grab a tarp.
Did you cut out or you got
No.
a tarp?
No,
Last
yeah,
thing I
it's
heard.
looking like I gotta grab a tarp and tarp it over some of my mom's shit.
Oh, is it about to rain?
Yeah. I've been looking at the Doppler right now, and for the most part, it's passed. But there's still possibility of stuff coming.
What we were doing, Kelly was cleaning something out and had like put it outside. And I had woke up, nobody was home, pouring down rain. I didn't even know she was doing this, you know. I go outside like to go look, like to see if people are outside or what. Like where is everybody? And it was raining, dude, and everything.
Did you get yelled at for not putting a tarp over it?
Oh, I grabbed everything that was electrical and whatnot and just started chunking it in the storage building. That was the nearest place, easiest to put stuff in.
Yeah.
Then it stayed there for a couple weeks. Dude, this is the least amount of rain we've gotten here in a while, man. Like it's been raining all around us, but the place where we actually stay, we ain't got crap for rain in the last like month and a half, 2 months, even 3. We left our tent for Sukkot because I want to see what it's like in a storm, but ain't no storm came yet. This is another week with no rain. I might go pack it up, re-put it up when the storm's supposed to come. I don't like being in a new tent in the storm and not knowing how it's gonna do.
Yeah.
Does your mom hate you yet, or you just been meant to us?
Oh, she's always hated me. Just
you have a sister, right?
I got 2 sisters, and they hate me as well.
Do they get along with your mom?
Barely. They're kind of rebels.
Did you say kind of rebels?
Yeah.
I couldn't understand. Okay, cool.
Rebels.
Cause.
Well, plus there's like this storm coming, so I'm probably breaking up a little bit.
Still working on the stupid trailer, man. I'd never dreamed it takes so long, man.
Yeah.
Don't think the metal will break anymore on my rack though. But I almost wish I wouldn't have extended it.
Well, you know what the acronym for boat, don't you? Break out another
No.
1,000.
That's what I've spent on this, probably. I'm gonna need to spend another time on it to make it proper. That proper.
Yep.
Because then I don't know what I'm gonna do with my fingers.
Damn.
What's that saying about watching paint dry?
Takes forever or something. I'm not sure.
Oh, there's some saying about it. I can't think of it at the moment though.
Something like there ain't nothing to do in a small town but watch paint dry. Pastime of a small town or something.
Oil paint's pretty weird, man. It'll as it's drying, it'll look like it like has drips, but then they sort of like disappear. Oh well. Just walk away. Paint's only there to protect it.
I'm pretty sure the paint will do its job on its own. I need the float potion for that. Dang.
All right, man. You have a good night. I'm gonna go to bed.
Monkey, welcome back to our server, buddy. It sounds like you're quite interested in the flat Earth subject. So, have you got any conversations or questions you want to have, my friend?
Nothing that I can think of right now.
Oh, fuck. Okay.
If I think of something, I'll let you know.
No problem.
That was your.
What did you learn about last time? What'd you learn about last time you were here?
Last time I was here, everyone was just talking about like what's it called? Masonry and stuff like that. And so I kind of got uncomfortable.
Okay, so you didn't actually get to hear about...
I didn't get to hear about Flat Earth. Anything about that.
Black Swan. Okay, buddy. So it sounds like you're really new to the flat Earth. How long have you been looking into it, or did you just fall into our Discord server by happenstance?
I just fell in, and I was just trying to figure out, like, cause like I was telling you yesterday, like the school system taught me that like the Earth is round, and I just was looking in to see like the other side, the other viewpoint.
Okay, buddy.
Perfect.
What I'll do is I'll start you off, then I'll open it up to the rest of the room. But when we're talking about the Earth being flat, we're describing the surface that we walk on, no, the Earth. So the Earth, to you, me, and everybody else, always looks flat. However, we've also come to measure the Earth over vast distances of water and found no curvature. And we also use the Earth practically as a flat stationary plane. But ultimately, the first place that you should really look would be into long-distance observations, because the claim is that we see too far. We see further than the prediction of a curved Earth, for example.
Okay.
Does anybody else want to take this away? I'm making coffee at the moment because I've got to stay up.
We can't see over the curve of the Earth, but we do. Next.
Yeah, because like, say you're standing on top of like the Burj Khalifa in Dubai, how wouldn't you be able to see both ends of the flat Earth?
Because you've only increased your field of view by so much. Right, if you're standing on the floor, you can only see so far. You go climb a tree, you can see further. Get to the top of the Burj Khalifa and you can see miles. It's like getting into an aeroplane. You can see a lot. The only reason for this is because you've increased your angle of view above the surface you are looking across.
No, I don't think that's what he's going for here. You can see the stars, right? And you've been told that the stars are trillions and trillions of light years away, right?
Correct.
Okay, so that would entail and let you kind of come to the conclusion that you can see for trillions of miles, right?
Yeah.
Okay, so that's probably your first problem of why you might think that you could see all the way across. You can't, because those lights up there, they're not trillions and trillions of miles and light years away. They're just right there. And you have a limit to your vision. Why do you think you need a camera?
That's true, yeah.
All right, so seeing across it all the way, even if you were on the Burj Khalifa, seeing the whole thing is not going to happen.
All right.
Anybody else?
You covered it, but
Yeah. The term line of sight. You know, have you ever heard of that? Line of sight.
Briefly, yes.
Yeah. Just like a straight line, you know. So put it on a ball, right? Put a ruler on a ball. You know what I mean? And we're seeing things we shouldn't see because there's a size to it. You know what I mean?
Mm-hmm.
So once you understand that, like, you can't. There's no other arguments that can really be brought forward until this curve or lack of curve has been dealt with. So it's flat until someone proves it's not. You know what I mean?
Mm-hmm.
So that those are the facts. You see it to be flat. You experience it to be flat. When you become a radio man, you know, telecommunications, they're going to teach you to assume that it is flat. If you become a pilot, they're going to tell you to assume that it is flat. A surveyor to assume that it is flat. I mean, it's pretty much flat. You know what I mean? So the ball is what we don't have evidence of, except for what we see on TV.
Correct.
Okay.
Do you by chance know at all how fast Earth in the model that you were taught is spinning?
Not off the top of my head, I don't.
Okay, well it's 1,041 miles an hour. So do you feel like right now that all of us in this room are spinning at 1,000 miles an hour, roughly?
It doesn't feel like it. No.
Does the Earth act like it is moving?
Well, if the Earth wasn't spinning, then we wouldn't have the day-night cycle, right?
No, because that can be just a light overhead moving. Because that's what we see, isn't it? We see the sun come from the east, goes over your head, and goes to the west.
Yeah,
so that's the sun moving.
Yeah.
Okay.
Just like the curve, right? You'll see the sun moving. You don't feel like the Earth is moving, right? Because it just isn't. What you see is the sun is moving, the moon is moving, and the stars are moving. You don't have any evidence of you spinning and causing what you see in the sky. It's the same thing. You know what I mean?
It's more of the paradigm of looking at it like, for a long time things kind of have been complicated, but that's kind of the goal that we want to go for some reason makes us feel smart. But if you really look at it, the simpler answers tend to make more sense. I mean, do you see the sun in the morning in the east and literally see it go across the sky to the west?
Yeah.
Why can't you just say that the sun's moving then? Because that's literally what's happening in front of you.
Okay, that does make sense.
Right? Sometimes the simpler answer, I mean, it's scary, but I mean, sometimes the simpler answer just makes more sense.
But now that you've come that far, right? Like, really, when you really think about it, you can't just stay with curvature, because without curvature, there is no spinning ball. So you don't even have to worry about spin. But, now that you have the explanation, that makes sense. Okay, let's go. But that was kind of the, first is it a ball? And then you ask the question about it spinning. You know what I mean? But as long as it's not a ball, as you can't find evidence for a ball, like all of this spinning, looking up, seeing the stars, all those other excuses or explanations don't matter or irrelevant. So all you need is curvature, and then you can move on to spin or gravity or all these other theories that rely on the Earth to be a globe, a sphere. Not even evolution exists. I mean, evolution is not a thing anymore as long as you don't have curvature.
Evolution, what's that?
Yeah,
right.
What's that?
I mean, you have it's a new world pretty much to discover.
Monkey, do you know the natural physics of water? What happens to water when it's contained?
I do not know.
Well, if you've got, say, a cup of coffee, for example, on the top of that liquid, it's level across the surface, isn't it? If you've got a bath or a swimming pool, it is level from end to end. Because when you contain water, when it's resting, apart from the ripples and the waves, it is level from end to end. Now, there has to be curvature over water. 71% of the Earth's surface is water, and gravity, whichever type of gravity you use, is pulling everything to the centre of it. And the most sphericity, spherical nature, curvature, should be found over water. But you know as well as anybody else does that when you contain water and it's resting, then it is level upon the surface. Now, this is observed when you're looking at a large body of water, for example, like a large lake or the seas and oceans of the world. They are lying level. Obviously, they've got ripples and tides and waves and so on, but the natural dynamics of water is to remain level upon the surface when contained. So what we should be able to find if we're looking for a ball is curvature over water. And we should be able to find this at a rate. That rate or calculation is 8 inches per mile squared. So we should easily be able to observe curvature and be able to measure curvature over vast distances of water. But we never see it, and we most definitely never measure it. So water is probably one of the things that will lead you in the direction of understanding the flat Earth, because we're not even making a claim to the shape of the Earth. We're just describing the surface that we're on, the ground level, right? And the Earth is observed and measured to be level over vast distances of water. The water isn't curving, my friend.
All right. I have one more question.
Go for it, mate. Go.
So, say you're in Australia, right?
Yep.
And say it's June.
Mm-hmm.
It's winter, correct?
Yeah. So you're going to be talking about seasons.
Yeah. Like in how different northern hemisphere. Say like you're in the globe Earth.
Yeah.
The northern hemisphere in June would be summer, but the southern hemisphere would be like winter. How does that?
Okay, so we've just understood that the day and night cycle can be caused by the sun as it goes over and ahead. Now that's our predominant source of heat and light. Now, do you know what the tropics are? The Tropic of Capricorn and the Tropic of Cancer.
I do not.
Right. So Tropic of Cancer would be the sun's northernmost path, and the Tropic of Capricorn would be the southernmost path. They're the two things either side of the equator. Right? Even within the heliocentric model, these are what those things are. What we have is we have a circling sun overhead around a central north point, it seems. You know, north where our compasses point. So it's a bit like circumnavigation, going east to west and around a circle. But what the sun does, or what the sun appears to do, is when it's summer in the north, say in the northern hemisphere, to use your words, but in the north, the sun is circling the innermost circle. That would be the Tropic of Cancer. It then crosses over the equator and then over to the Tropic of Capricorn. And then it circles around the Tropic of Capricorn, giving summer to the south, or the outer, and winter to the north, or the inner layer. So it's dependent on the circle of the sun. Go on, bud.
Can you tell them about the small and local sun?
Well, yeah, because if the Earth, as we have described it to you, is level upon the surface, then the lights in the sky revolve around and above us. This is observed when we're talking about the day and night cycle and the sun coming from the east and going to the west. So the sun is, although I don't know the size and I don't know the distance to the sun, I would assert that the sun is much closer than it is 93 million miles away, because that would put it in space, and we can talk about space in a minute. But ultimately, the light above our head is much smaller and much closer than what we've been told. So this is how we have a small... Go on, bud.
What if the Earth is way bigger than the sun? You ever thought about that?
That's to you, monkey.
What if the Earth is way bigger than the sun?
Yeah. The sun is just this light, that's lighting the surface of the Earth, which means the Earth is much, much bigger than the sun.
Are you in Livestream 1 voice text, buddy? Can you see some of the images that are going by?
Yes, I am in that.
Okay, so what we've got is an image by Fox Agent at 51 minutes past the hour, which is kind of what we are trying to describe. You see the central point, that's north, mate. That's where your compasses point to. And you will walk around in a circle east to west, and that's how you circumnavigate. This is pretty much the same as what the sun does, and all the lights in the sky that come from the east and go to the west. Around Polaris, right, that star in the sky that never moves. And the sun will go inwards towards the centre and then outwards away to the circumference edge. And this is how we get our seasonal cycles, because it's dependent on the locality of the sun. When the sun is circling outwards, it's summer in the south and winter in the north. And then the sun goes back into the north, circles around the Tropic of Cancer, and it's summer in the north and then winter in the south.
And
okay.
And did you know Polaris doesn't move? Did you know there's a star at the north that doesn't move? That everything rotates around. All the stars move around, and the sun. It's called the North Star. Yeah, which means what's an expanding universe? You know, how can it be an expanding universe? But that's where the compass points, right?
I mean, if I was to describe the flat Earth to you very simply, it would be easier to describe as the Earth. The ground that we walk upon is the floor of the universe, and the lights in the sky revolve around and above us. I don't want you to think that we think the Earth is a disk flying in space, because that most definitely is not what we understand. But it's easier to describe that the Earth is the floor, and when you look up, the stars and lights are in the sky. And up is the same direction to everybody, not outwards from a radial point, as in when I point up and somebody in Australia points up, we're pointing in different directions. Now we're all on the floor and we all point up and we all see the same things in the sky, and they are above all of us.
All right. I'm looking at the picture from posted by Fox Agent, and say you're in Canada, right?
Yeah.
And well, how come you would have to like fly like east and west to go to different areas and not just north and south? Because you can just fly straight up to Russia, say, and just go straight north.
There is an exclusion zone, a no-fly zone around the central North Point, around the North Pole. You're not allowed to cross over it. They'll give you ecological reasons and blah, blah, blah. But this isn't allowed to happen. So most navigation will work around that central North Point, and we will go east to west.
All right.
And also,
they can't fly south. They can't circumnavigate south. Like they can't go down to the South Pole and come around the other side. That's never been done. And yeah.
Okay.
It's a lot of
Alrighty.
information, man.
Yeah, that's all the questions I have for today. Thank you for answering them.
It's no problem, Monkey. If you've got any more questions, no problem. You've got any more questions, buddy, you're always welcome to come back. You probably will have loads more, mate. No problem.
Yeah, we're glad you stopped by.
Thank you.
Welcome to just hang out and listen if you want.
Alrighty.
You have been listening to excerpts from the 24/7 Flat Earth Discord Live YouTube channel. If you would like to join the discussion, simply type in your address bar discord.gg/flatearth. Thanks so much for listening.
Neo, you seen I tagged you in
What's up?
the.
Yeah, I saw that. I went through the permissions.
No, that's not for here, but the why would they lie, right?
Oh, I haven't. Yeah, I saw the post. I haven't got to it yet to listen to it. Why? What'd they say?
No, what happened yesterday, right?
Oh, with the dude, the liar, the little kid, the dude with his fake name.
Yeah.
I know all the flat Earth arguments, but I'm new.
Right.
I knew. Listen, when he brought up the yo-yo depressor, man, I knew. Nobody knows about that. Like, the only people that know about that are total rocket nerds that are into that, super into that.
Yeah, I tagged you with the timestamp if you want to use it.
Yeah. I'm gonna add that to the podcast. It's pretty awesome. There was a total douche on last night. He ended up getting banned like really quick, but my God, man, some of these Globers. He was one of those dudes. He said he got banned after he said, "I don't need evidence."
Don't need evidence.
No, I was like, dude, like, because he was like, the Egyptians said Dubin was the North Star and not this, and then he goes over like, it's because inertial reference frames and light and blah 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 blah. And I was like, well, first of all, he was talking over everybody. He wouldn't let us like even reply to him because he was just like verbal diarrhea. It just wouldn't stop. Eventually, Mike banned him, but Battlemont banned him. So but I'm like, dude, that's called stellar aberration, and that's not even what they say. They say the precession of the Earth, and like he wouldn't even. Dude, he was just a total dickweed. Try to filibuster, man, so we couldn't like point out like that he doesn't even know his own stupid model. Tried to pull, well, I took physics classes in my bachelor's that he didn't have yet. Like whoopee-doo, what does a physics class do? Exactly. How does you took a physics class prove the shape of the Earth?
But I would lie, right?
No idea. And the funny thing is that is literally his argument. Like when he was asked for what's your best proof for the globe, he said space travel. And he believes it because he has no idea why they would lie. And then he comes in here lying his ass off. At least he didn't lie about at least as far as we know, the subject matter. But he was saying that he didn't know anything about refraction, which I'm sure he knows all the silly arguments. At this point, refraction is almost like when they bring it up, it's like a child, that can't have a piece of candy, holding their breath and throwing themselves on the ground and thrashing around. Because there's literally like no support in any. Yes, there's some people that asserted it in some papers that, light is bending around the Earth. And the only reason they say this is to explain things, certain things which falsify the globe model. It's the equivalent of dark matter, right? Basically.
Yeah, they assume spherical gas and the radius.
I mean, even assuming that, would light actually even do that? You know what I mean? If you were standing in a gradient in a pressure gradient, right, and looking through a curved gas horizontally, like almost along it, would it curve like that? I don't know, because there's like I tell these guys, there's no model that actually predicts it. You can't use like ray optics to predict it because of. I mean, I have the published paper on that because the Snell's law becomes inapplicable mathematically. This isn't like even have to do with the physics. It has to do with the math. And no one's ever explained this, right? So if the light is bending around the curve, right, and just brushing up against the horizon and then popping back up. Why is it going up? Why is it going up through the lesser density medium? So if I'm on like the top of a mountain at 2,000 meters or whatever, why is the light coming back up? Right? Shouldn't it just keep bending down? Shouldn't it bend down toward the horizon and just stay at the ground? And bend right into the ground?
Yeah, it's just refractivity, man.
Yeah.
Refractivity.
Refractivity, dude. I actually love that word. Refractivity. It's like, it makes me think of the pigeon chess analogy. Just shit all over the board. So you're in the Netherlands. I have this OCD thing about breakfasts in foreign countries. Like, so what is the stereotypical breakfast in the Netherlands?
Breakfast?
Yeah, breakfast. What you eat in the morning.
Just a sandwich with cheese. That's pretty stereotype. Brown sandwich, cheese, maybe peanut butter. Also stereotype.
Yeah, so Canada would be like Canadian ham, pancakes, or flapjacks, or whatever they call them. In America, it would be like bacon, eggs, toast.
Usually, so if I'm not mistaken, the Americans they usually eat outside, right, on the go.
Yeah, I'm guilty of that.
Yeah, that's not something that's. So we just eat our breakfast in the morning and then take our sandwiches with us, and then in the evening cook our dinner. It's
Yeah, breakfast, like eating on the go. That's definitely an American thing. We're not like the French, where we're having like 12-course meals every time we eat. So I've been thinking, there's a lot of foreigners where I live, in Boston and Cambridge. Generally, there's like lots of foreigners, people from every country. I mean, you name the country, it would take me about 5 minutes to find someone from that country. I was thinking, man, I should open a place that has a breakfast from every country in the world, because everybody loves breakfast, right?
yeah, man.
Wonder what they eat in China.
Oh, good one.
What? Noodles?
Noodle? I don't know. Noodles?
Gotta be rice or something. Rice for breakfast?
Rice.
That's
Oh,
gross.
that's Japanese. That's Japanese.
What was that?
Tea.
Tea?
don't
Breakfast tea?
Good morning, guys.
What's up, man?
I came in on that audio, man. That was some excellent stuff. I like those clips.
Yeah, I've been trying to come in the morning. Usually it's a little dead. Light the fire. Light the fire, get people fired up. Another day of this.
It's hard to stay grounded, you know.
What do you mean, grounded?
Like
like the longer I've been of the understanding that heliocentrism and the globe is just complete bullshit, the more absurd people become to me when they ask these. Like, the questions never evolve. I evolve because I learn other things. I even, when you get bored, you look into more aspects of what you used to believe. And it's like, when someone comes in here and they're like, yeah, but how is it day and night? It's like, bruv, bruv, bruv. Everything begins with the assumption that you're on a sphere. My question was, how has it been verified to be one? They don't even know what to do with that question. And it's the most absurd. I don't know more things. I don't know anything else that's more absurd than that at this point in my life.
Well, that's why I asked him. I've been asking him probably for half a year now. One of the first questions I asked him is when they were in school, what evidence did they present to them that there is a ball? So that they, think back and go, hold on. They didn't actually show me anything. They pointed at a toy in the corner and said, you live on that. And that was their evidence. You live on a paper mache ball.
Yeah, that was it. And
that's yeah, that's
when
literally it.
When you pointed that out the other day, they were like, oh, okay. Like, why does there need to be more? What else is there to say after that?
Yeah, and if they think about, okay, so compare it to every other subject that they've been taught, they actually showed them evidence, right?
Yeah. It's crazy. I don't know. That's like the equivalent of, waking up early at 3 a.m. and like finding your parents putting the gifts under the tree. It's like, what the fuck is this about? What the fuck's going on, Mom?
It's just when you blackmail your own parents, you say, well, if you put extra gifts, then I'll pretend Santa's still real. Or you can go, well, those are the gifts from my parents. Where's the gifts from Santa? Then go on and buy more shit. Right, Santa on it.
We forgot to mail your letter, honey. So we decided to get it ourselves this year so that you wouldn't be upset.
Yeah.
The
mailman at the North Pole fell ill. The reindeer broke down.
Why would they lie? Your dad is cheating on your mom right now. What the fuck do you mean? Why would they lie? What are you talking about? Is that really your dad? Why would they lie? Come on, man.
Oh, maybe that's why the mailman fell ill. He was actually just busy with Mom.
Oh, man.
Making a special delivery. Yeah, I think the next I'll be doing a video. I don't know, should be coming out sometime this week. I've just happened by accident to come across like basically the equivalent question to like where is the edge for the ball, and I heard the guy that's like in charge of the James Webb Telescope just say some nutty babbling bullshit, dude. Right. So, like, that's the other thing, Clover. So they always start with, if the Earth is flat, then yada, yada, yada. And they never start with, if the Earth is a ball, yada, yada, yada. So I'm going to use some of the dumb questions, specifically, where's the edge, against them. Right? What's the globe answer for where's the edge? Like, what's space expanding into? So I found a book that's 1,001 science questions that you should know. And in it, the guy says, the question I hate the most is, what is space expanding into? And he goes on a long, it's a long thing about, well, you can't ask that question because math is the language, and the problem is language, and and this other physicist or scientist, whatever, that's in charge of the James Webb Telescope, it's supposed to be in space. Yeah, he says the same babbling bullshit. So, we're expected to have like definitive answers. They're like, where's the edge of the universe? Because we consider the Earth the universe. So like, why when we answer basically the same answer, why isn't it acceptable from us? Why is it only acceptable from them?
Right.
And
That
my video is
article that
basically
I
going to point
found.
this out, this hypocrisy.
No, that's good. I mean, because I'm bored, man. Like I want I want everyone that knows me to know that I know that the earth is flat. Now, because most of them are like, because we're held together by social media glue, I just want one big party in which everyone comes up to me and asks me questions. Because they can't run, they can't do anything but just sit there and take it. The many times that I can go, no, look, look at this. Look at what they say on so many websites, so many Google searches, so many PDFs, so many resources that'll make someone's head hurt. And the only reason they would have not seen them is because yet another resource. You just go to this video on YouTube where they say, yeah, all this stuff has to be this shit we can't show this. It's misinformation.
The party thing, that was the brilliance of Matt Powerland. Have you ever seen his stand-up comedy routine? He like went on an open mic night and did like a stand-up comedy routine about flat Earth, and like that was one of the very first videos I ever saw.
Oh nah, I gotta see that. I never
Oh
saw that.
yeah, it's Matt Powerland. I think his channel is called the NASA channel. But basically, basically his main argument is like, it wasn't until 1972 until they claimed that they got high enough to even verify all the shit they've been saying for 500 years. If they were wrong, would they tell you? Right? Right? They did all this stuff like, oh shit, we were wrong. They're gonna tell everybody? And that to me was so compelling of an argument, and it still is. Like they're gonna save their skin. They've been running the world for freaking 500 years, man. On this, and the heliocentric Earth's a ball they've been forcing it on every culture, right?
Right. Who's gonna be the ones to be like, yo, we were lying at least since your birth to you? Who's gonna
They don't
do
even
that?
have to be lying. They could just be wrong. They could just be wrong. And that authority, right? That listen to us, we figured out the Earth's a ball. We're smarter than everybody else. That authority just gets ripped out from under them. Because, Western civilization has basically said we're smarter than everybody else. We have the best culture. We have the best government. We have the best everything, right? We invented all the things that matter.
But you can't.
And now they're
You can't.
stuck. Now they're stuck. They can't come back from the lying. They lied so long they can't say, "Yep, it's sorry, we lied to you now."
I mean, yeah, exactly. I mean, think like the Earth is flat. I'm just saying, same became to the general knowledge, the general realization and acceptance that the Earth is flat. What are they going to think about all these scientists for the last 500 years that thought of a ball? They're not going to hold them in such esteem because none of them figured it out, even though it was right in front of their face. Right. They got lost in the mathematics.
What about this? What's wrong? I'm sorry. I don't understand what you mean by wrong. You have, you have. Who are these motherfuckers up there? What? Not. Hold up. I can see somebody glitching out just like that. Wrong. Wrong is not the right answer, my friend. I'm coming to your doorstep. Where's NASA at? Where's it? Oh, that's it. Hell no. Get the shotgun.
Well, I mean, yeah, after 72, but previous to 72 would just be wrong. After that, it would be lying.
Yeah.
Because, yeah, so that would be the verification. Well, I mean, they would have verified it probably in the 30s or 40s. They could figure it out by then.
Like, I've been to NASA a couple of times. That shit's empty, man. There ain't shit going on there.
NASA's like Nike, right? They just sell swag.
Yeah,
That's all they do, man. And like if you look at their budget, like their annual report, man, like a lot of the stuff they do is just to go to schools and news places, right? News organizations and give talks and speeches and basically sell the idea of NASA and influence the public so that when they come up for budget, what do they call it? Budget appropriations, they have public support because they just spent the whole year propagandizing the general public through the school system and other media forms, obviously.
Oh, no.
Most news reports don't
But see, look at
originate in
this.
the news, dude. They originate. This is, I don't know how much you guys know. This is well known in the media, is that most news reports do not originate because some reporter decided, I'm going to do a report on this. Some business, some person, they'll call the news station and say, hey, we have this pre-made, produced clip, or we did this thing. Can you do a story on it? The news isn't coming up with the idea themselves. These things are being pushed on them. And think, you got your work product already half done, right? They already did half your work to you. They edited all the video clips, and all you need to do is stick your own reporter in front of it and narrate. You saved yourself your money. You just fill time of dead air that you didn't have, and it's easy peasy. And everybody loves space, so that's an easy sell.
Like all the parents, could you imagine? Like, some major outlet is like, yeah, it's flat, bro. They've been lying. Like, while your kid is in space camp, you know what I mean? Like, because I see all of these ads popping up everywhere about space camp in New York, and it's so annoying. And then I go on Facebook, boom, there it is. They're just trying to reinforce it again. I don't know how much they can shovel shit on top of shit. I don't know how much longer they can do that.
I should make get a fresh browser, make a fake email account, and just how the algorithms do all the tracking and cookies and all that stuff, and just look at space stuff and nothing else, and see what the algorithm spits back at me. See what the search results are, what the YouTube algorithms are.
That's where the best stuff comes from. My little news thing.
Yeah, your news feed.
Yeah, that shit is full of stuff.
Yeah, anything you start typing in space stuff, man, you just get more space stuff. You're like, oh, he's nibbling on the line. Let's pull it. Get that hook. Hook his cheek. Then we'll pull him out of the water. Next thing you know, he'll have NASA shirts. He'll be going to Star Trek conventions dressed as Captain Kirk. And I shouldn't have brought up breakfast to Roger, man, because now I can't think about is fried eggs, fried in just straight lard and bacon fat.
Damn it, man. I'm in a diet.
Heart attack sandwich. That's what I'm looking for. I want to hear my veins closing as I eat it.
And I'm about to eat oatmeal.
Shit. Yeah. Well, there's no that's us. Like, there's no places like that anymore. I mean, at least not around here. I mean, probably down south. There's plenty of like diners and greasy spoons. You can get like crazy breakfast, bacon, sausage, eggs, home fries, all that. Like, there's no place anymore. Now you get falafel or some alfalfa sprout bullshit. Bunch of vegan homos around here. No offense to the homos, just the vegan ones. Not all homos are vegan. I shouldn't have said that. Is it bad to hold vegans in lower regard than homosexuals?
What's going on? Kind of vegetarian. What's going on?
Crazy cult like some of them.
It's like the main message is like do no harm, and that extends to animals.
Well, but not to plants. Plants scream, Did you know that?
Yeah, it was about
comparing plants to animals. That's non-logical.
Yeah, but plants scream when you hurt them.
Well, hold on. Let's do it from
listen. I'm dead serious. I'm not making this up. Plants scream when you hurt them.
They don't have a
that
heart
means they are
and
in pain, and whatever they feel pain as.
It's like so non-logical.
Yeah, well, not like what's wrong with the logic? It's just an observation of reality. There's no logic to it.
They just don't have a brain and heart and nervous system and lungs.
How do you know? Like the nervous system is the only way to experience pain. Our nervous system, the way our nervous system is made up. Maybe there's other ways to experience pain. Yeah, an analogous to pain. Well, hold on. I'll post an article. I'm telling you, plants scream when they're injured. So every time you take a bite of lettuce, man, they start screaming, man, and you just can't hear them because it's ultrasonic.
It's like, I know, like you're really like comparing carrots to pigs. Like it's just non-logical.
Okay, you're saying illogical and unlogical, bro. The base thing that the two items have in common was they were both living once. So it is logical to compare them because they were both once alive. You have to kill both of them in order to eat them. There's another one. Oh my, the logical conclusions are stacking up quite quickly.
I don't know, you're comparing carrots to pigs, like
No. I just compared two things that aren't similar by something that they share in common. Life, death, you eating them, having to kill them. Oh, there's three things. Those are logical assertions. Logical, because you can't get around it and go, well, plant wasn't living before, because it was growing. So how do you go, well, it's not alive? You're still killing something living. Just because it doesn't have a face and you can't watch it cry at you doesn't mean you're not killing.
The reason he's saying they're different is because the plants aren't capable of locomotion. They can't move from one place to another. So for some reason, they're different because they can't go from A to B.
Well, just because you can't hear it when it's in pain, you can't see it when it's sad or damaged. And it doesn't just walk around. It's not living? Or
I guess, like, what's worse? Like chopping up a carrot or killing a pig?
Worse in what way?
Well, like if you had to do it, what would you rather do? Chop a carrot up or chop a pig up?
Well, that's kind of subjective, right?
I think it's
Okay.
based on your feelings and just your intuition and stuff like that.
Intuition, feelings. That sounds like objective science. How do you feel about gravity? I feel that it hurt my feelings when I tripped and fell down the stairs. I don't like that gravity. It hurts me.
It hurts my friend all the time. She trips over and it's not even there.
Look, you're missing the point. The point is, you kill a pig. Vegans say it's bad because the pig is obviously in pain, doesn't want to die. Well, we don't even know if it knows what dying is, but it's in pain, right? So it wants to save its life. It wants to live. Plants are no different. Everything wants to live. Right? Maybe go grow a garden. And it is a fight, a struggle for that square footage between the weeds, the plants, vines, everything is trying to survive. And it will kill vines will kill other plants so it can survive, and the other plants will die. So a lot of things that we associate with, things that feel pain, plants do the same things. And maybe plants are just on a larger time scale, right? That we just don't comprehend what's going on with the plant. From the plant's perspective, think a tree is 1,000 years or 500 years old. On its time scale, it would perceive reality a lot. If it has a perception, it would perceive reality a lot different. And maybe because the time scale it's on, it doesn't need a complex brain because things are happening for that plant a lot slower. So it doesn't need fast firing neurons. It can use slow process chemical reactions to do the analogs of pain or the analogs of suffering, right? So that's pigs suffer. And we project our suffering onto the pig, like, oh, it feels like I feel when we're chopping its head off. Well, how do we know the plants don't also suffer in the same way? We don't. And I posted in the live stream that they stream when they're under stress. So we have some indications that, possibly could feel pain. It could be like every other, what we call animals. We've arbitrarily classified it differently under the idea that this has no locomotion, so it can't go from point A to point B on its own. So it's got to be something else. It doesn't experience like we experience.
Yeah, I've seen other things. Yeah, if you rip a leaf of a plant or something, it sends out a chemical reaction to other plants or something, and so there is that kind of, I don't know, something there about plants. But I guess where I'm coming from is just, it's just trying to cause.
It seems obvious at first glance, but at a deeper analysis, it's not so obvious.
But I guess for me, if it's a flat Earth and there's a creator, then he wants us to do no harm to, or
there's no evidence of that. I think he created Thunderdome, man.
Taking an
two men
animal.
enter, one man leaves, man. That's dude. Earth is this is a brawl. Like, I don't know where you got the idea that it's supposed to be peace and harmony.
Right, but I'm missing the whole harm thing. If I kill an animal to eat it and defeat my village, where's the harm?
I guess to the animal, because it's like
no. Like where is the harm? Not just like, oh, to the animal, I killed the animal. Yeah, I know I killed the animal. Now where is the harm? It's not alive anymore. That's it. It's not going to suffer. It's just going to be dead. It's going to be meal. So where's the harm? It's not living anymore. That's the harm. That's it.
I think in this day and age, when it comes to hunting, whatever, for your village or whatever, I think the mass movement is more about factory farming on a mass scale, with like billions and billions of animals. I think it's like two billion animals a week get slaughtered.
There we can agree, bro. However, it's not the same thing. The whole argument, the crux of your argument, is conflating two different things with a whole lot of feelings. I'm hungry, and if that deer comes across my path, I'm eating deer jerky.
Yeah, I think the other argument is like, we live in a, like, that's good back in the day, but we live in a world now where food is abundant and we don't need to kill animals to survive.
Right, but we're not surviving. We're thriving. There's a big difference.
Yeah, and yeah, that's the argument, that we can thrive off plants and stop, tormenting animals.
Right, but most professional vegans don't stay that way for that long, or they sneak meat in, or they sneak something in somewhere, and they don't tell anybody about it. Because if they don't have certain omega-3s, certain fatty acids, certain amino acids, their muscles and stuff are gonna start breaking down. Guess what?
Watch the Game Changers. That goes through all athletes and vegan athletes and stuff, and strong men.
Yeah, that's what I just said, though. They can tell you one thing in the public, and their private life they can be doing another. Because your muscles and your body and your blood and your organs still need proteins and other building blocks from the meat. I don't know anybody that's gone vegan that's straight vegan all the time that hasn't had to stop and eat meat every once in a while.
I haven't had it for a while, and I'm sweet. I think that's and I've grown up eating burgers and everything. Like it's a culture thing. It's like, brought into this world eating burgers and chicken schnitzels, and it's just more of a cultural thing to do it. And I get where you're coming from, or the omega-3s and the B12s and all that. But it does. You can get all that stuff from a plant-based diet.
Well, that's what I keep hearing. But then I keep hearing people having to go back to eating meat because something. But they don't ever explain.
Yeah, I hear that too. I've watched all the videos. But, there's a lot more intelligent people than me that can, explain where you can get certain stuff from plants, and like, you have to do, they say if you go to plant-based, you have to be onto it to know where to get those sources and omega-3s and all that. So there's a bit around it, but it's definitely a hot topic.
Well, no, it's real simple. No, between carnivores and herbivores, nobody has a leg up. You know why? Because everything you eat between both groups was once alive, feels pain, and grows. So the whole argument, if there ever was one, is moot from go, because they were both living. You still have to kill it. It's a personal feeling about the whole, I can't hear it scream, it doesn't have a face. That's personal feelings. Those are also subjective.
I know, it's very, I get where you're coming from, but it's two different things. Plants don't have brains or livers or lungs, or it's the same, but very different. I think, I don't know if you're trying to like make a justification, or
Well, see, the whole fruits and veggies thing is fun if you're trying to detox. If you're trying to do certain things, there's a lot of benefits. But I got a buddy that ate meat and cheese for 6 months. Nothing but meat and cheese for 6 months. He lost his beer belly. He got in shape. So, like, who's right? If both people can do the same thing, who's right? Both of them.
Yeah, it's a hard one, I guess. It's a and I've definitely been through all the arguments, just like the flat Earth. The atmosphere next to the vacuum, and the second law of thermodynamics, and all the arguments. And I guess you had to go through them all. And about plants and animals have the same feelings and all that stuff. So. But I guess just for me, like, I just, don't want to support factory farming and, the billions and billions of animals.
Right. Now, see that? I think all of us here agree on that because it's actually bad for us. The adrenaline and the hormones, the stress chemicals that are introduced into the meat during all of that. It's bad for you. It's bad for your mental health. That is a fact. However, old Blue, she didn't have no problem. She was pet her whole life. She was hand-fed carrots and apples, and she tasted delicious on the grill.
And I think that's good. Like, if it's had a good life and it comes to the end of its life, and then, but I guess, with the chicken things too, how they feed chickens and crazy, what is it? What do they feed chickens again to make them real big?
Which factory?
Is it hormones or something?
They do hormones. There's a list of stuff. It's the same things that they do to cows. Same stuff. So you're getting into concrete powders, fillers, stuff that isn't supposed to be eaten.
Yeah, the industry is pretty horrific with all the stuff I've seen, pretty much. But I don't know.
Gas pressure.
We got a Glober coming in a minute.
Oh yeah, I've got to show the article because the whole thing, plants have feelings in that, because a lot of the agriculture plants that get grown are for the animals. So it's like the argument is, if you think the plants have feelings and all that, then by eating animals, you're growing more plants to feed the animals with the plants. So
Plants might have feelings. I didn't say they do. They might. We just might not understand it yet. We don't know a lot of stuff. I mean, we think we do. And that's the common propaganda, is that we've got it all figured out. We don't know a lot. There's a lot more we don't know than we do know.
Yeah, true. But like the whole argument, if I can, plants have feelings too. That's why I can keep eating meat or something. But the argument against that is
I eat meat because it tastes good. That's why I eat meat. And it's packed with protein.
Yeah, I'm building muscle right now, so I'm eating a lot of protein.
I suggest you watch The Game Changers. It's the latest documentary about all this stuff, like very high quality professional production, and it goes through like everything. And yeah, it talks to like high level athletes and stuff.
Well, I've seen a lot of these things. I mean, dude, I'm one of the guys that's studied quite some bit into topics that not very many people have. Lost one of the big ones for me.
Well, it's like milk. I can show you a study saying milk's good for you, then I can show you a study saying milk's bad for you. And then, we can...
Dude, eggs have been good and bad for me 7 different times in my life, man. Same with salt. Salt's bad, salt's good. Salt's bad, salt's good. Salt's bad, salt's good.
Well, the funny thing is the amount of care that's going out for animals over people is intense. I remember something like that in a book that I read once upon a time.
I definitely do not endorse factory farming as it is now being done. That's disgusting. It's unnecessarily cruel. And it only exists to make people billionaires when they could do it other ways and just be happy to be millionaires.
See, like, even if they changed up how they did factory farming, if they just like, I even have ideas where you could change the game on how you farm animals. It would be expensive on a startup, but the end of the day, who's talking?
The major problem is how much food is wasted. We waste tons of food.
Hey guys, how's it going?
Factory farming probably isn't even necessary.
Oh,
but
Kevin?
But I don't know if you remember. I don't know if you remember back in the day that they were going to irradiate. When I say irradiate, they were going to irradiate meat to make it kill the germs. But people got all up in arms because they're so stupid that they think that they're subjecting it to radiation, like, like the radiation, like fucking nuclear radiation. But that's not what they were doing. They're basically using high frequency electromagnetic waves to kill germs. Which would make the meat last longer, which means you have to produce less meat, and but poor science education. I don't know why that got killed. I mean, it could have had bad side effects. Who knows? Because those, bacterium carcasses are still in the meat. I mean, I'm sure they're not good for you.
There's a reason why we want to cook the meat.
Well, yeah, of course we want to cook it, but I'm just saying is that, like, if they irradiated the meat like they wanted to do back in the 80s, you'd be able to eat raw meat and not get sick. And cooking wouldn't be necessary. Cooking helps you digest it, which is awesome. It makes your body, shouldn't say digest it. It makes it so your body doesn't have to use as much energy to break down the meat, the proteins in the meat. By cooking it, break some of the bonds.
The problem.
Anyway, go ahead.
The problem with irradiating the meat would be that you're pre-cooking it. It's like a person who wants to cook it a certain way would like. I remember my brother had meat and he put a bunch of spices in it, And
Yeah.
I grabbed meat and I threw it in the microwave, thinking like he didn't really name it, so I'm just gonna use the meat that he pre-seasoned, and it killed all the seasons he put on it, and it cooked the meat, but it wasn't what he wanted to do, and I didn't know that it was that he had meat there. It wasn't he didn't label it or anything, so I just I started eating the food. It was there, and he got really mad. But the point is that the function of the meat that you cook it with radiation, like a special cook is not going to have the meat's not going to be the same.
Oh yeah, of course. It's completely different. I mean, dude, I don't know why you microwave meat, man. That's gross. Dude, you completely cook a chicken by microwaving it, man. You're gonna have a piece of shoe leather.
Well, what are you saying? You're saying to radiate the meat.
No, they weren't. They were irradiating at a different frequency than microwave, so they weren't cooking it. They were using a frequency that only killed the germs. That it would still be raw. I don't remember exactly because I was a kid when they were first suggesting it.
I think that the idea of it would be a type of cooking to clear it out, which would ruin the point of the functionality of the meat would not be as good.
Well, I'm sure there'd be side effects, no doubt. I mean, like I said, but the reason people didn't want it was they thought it was like nuclear like it would be radioactive meat. See what I'm saying? It's a big difference. Like they're going to make the meat radioactive and people are going to eat it and then have radiation poisoning or something, which wasn't the case. Of course, there's going to be side effects because they didn't test it on people, right? Just like they don't test it on anybody else. I mean, it could cause cancer. Who knows?
Well, I mean, if you look at the way we handle milk, pasteurization is putting it to a certain heat level, like pre-cooking it, making it homogeneous, and then dividing it up, so it loses some of its what do you call it, vitamin consistency or whatever. It's different than raw milk. It's gone through a process, so.
Yeah, irradiated milk is nasty. I mean, like I said, I don't know, but the point was factory farming is, I think, generally bad. I think anybody that sees what they actually do wouldn't be happy with it.
Well,
and if there was an alternative, that people would take the alternative.
Well, I don't think that you have a problem with me microwaving meat, but I don't have a problem with that. I
just not the concept of it, just the quality of the edible product.
Well, it's obviously a less quality, but it's when I'm concerned about nutrition and just not feeling hungry, that's a way to do it. Now, if I'm saying that I don't think radiation on meat in general is a good idea because some people might not want that microwave taste. They might prefer it being grilled or another method of cooking it. So.
Yeah, the seasonings don't mix with it the same way if you microwave meat as opposed to baking it or cooking it other ways. The seasonings don't taste as good.
Oh yeah, you can if you just do this little experiment, right? Saute butter in a frying pan and then saute butter in a microwave, right? Or garlic butter. Put garlic and butter in a frying pan, and then do the same thing. Put it in a microwave. Tastes totally different.
My father used to, for cooking for us, my father would bake all of our hamburgers. So we get these small little hamburgers.
Little dimes.
I'm serious. And like I didn't realize that it was until my brother had a problem with me cooking in the microwave. I never realized that my dad was cooking those wrong.
Yeah.
He wasn't cooking them wrong. Cooking them right. That's how I cooked my steak in the oven. Tastes better that way.
Hamburger.
Either one. Ground beef or steak. You just got to do it right.
It's not right. You use a grill. A grill
I like
is the
fire.
right way.
higher
A grill is the right way to cook a hamburger. For a steak, you probably should be grilling a steak too.
Maybe,
So-
but if you don't have one handy.
Yeah, so we have N. Robert. I'm probably butchering his name. Welcome, N. Robert. How do I pronounce it?
You can pronounce it however you want.
N. Robert.
And Robert's fine.
N. Robert. Cool. Welcome, man. You wanted to earn your Globe Earth role, so can you tell us why do you think you're on a ball Earth? What makes it a ball Earth?
Well, to be honest, the reason that I had the on-the-fence role is because it's true I'm leaning more towards the globe side, but I don't necessarily have a way to prove it according to your standards. Like, so for me
No,
personally,
that's not really the point of the question. The point of the question is we want what you consider the 3 best pieces of evidence or proof that the Earth's a globe by your own standard. Like, so if you say my proof of the globe is, proof of rotation is, proof of gravity is rotation of the Earth, that would tell us you don't know the model at all. And we're not going to give you the globe Earth role because you're going to poorly represent the globe Earth role. You see what I'm saying? We do the same thing for all the shape roles. You got to know like your model to some sufficient degree before you get the role. It's not, we're not going to argue with you about what you believe. We're just going to, see if you actually know your model, because pretty much we all know the heliocentric model.
Okay, that's fair.
Right.
I guess I can.
So what? Yeah. Name a few.
So I can give you 2 ones. The first one I would say is celestial navigation. I find that a very compelling argument for the globe because people all the time bring up sextants and they say that the sextants can't work on a globe because the trigonometry needs like straight lines. And plus, the other part of it is when you level the sextant to the horizon, because the horizon is apparent, you can't get a fix onto it, and therefore your angle will be off, like the measured angle or something. But I did a lot of research into that, and I realized that the first part is that sorry. Okay, yeah. So the first part is that sextants use spherical trigonometry, so they're not based on straight lines and right triangles. They're based on the globe model itself. I find that compelling. And regarding the other part about not being able to get a fix on the apparent horizon, the issue with that is, so when you look into the horizon, you can see an apparent height at which the horizon is placed. So yes, refraction changes how far you can see into the distance, but the height of the horizon in your field of view, or the dip angle, doesn't shift by a whole lot, which makes the alignment fairly consistent, and that also makes the angle formed between the horizon and the celestial body consistent. So as long as you have the consistent angle and the time of the day, that's all you need to plug into the nautical almanac to find the distance to the ground point. Sorry about those terms, but I assume you already understand those arguments.
Okay. You're factually wrong, but I won't. I won't quibble with that. So, spherical trigonometry is straight lines. They don't assume to do the measurement from the surface of the Earth. They're assuming to do it from the center of the Earth. And the spherical trig is like a rotation. Okay, imagine you're in the center of the Earth and you rotate, right? Those are straight lines to a star from the center of the Earth to that star. And then you have some other star this ground point, right? And you're going to do spherical trig. So as if you're rotating to point at that new star, right? and then you're going to use whatever the radius is in the circumference to get the distance, right? So if the radius is x, then the circumference is y. So that angle, right, the angle between the stars, right, that's how far you travel. So you were almost right. You did better than most Globers.
Yeah, that's
But most
interesting. I
people
didn't
don't know
that.
this. Most people don't know this. I just happen to know a lot about it because I'm a freak.
That's cool. Like I
Yeah, so
honestly
they
don't
assume
study much about that part of
astronomical
math.
observations assume the Earth is a point in space, and that you're at the origin of the coordinate system. You're in the center of the grid, let's say, and you're just rotating points. And then, like I said, you apply the radius. You said, okay, this angle on that ball, right? Okay, so say 16, like in the globe model, 69 miles between degrees, roughly. It depends because it's not a perfect sphere, right? In the globe model, it's an oblate spheroid. But you can get a general calculation because the difference between the oblate spheroid and the freaking perfect sphere is very small. So anyway, that's good enough. How about your second one?
So the second one is just the observations. Like, so there are many videos on YouTube where you can watch a ship sailing off into the distance and eclipsing the horizon. And it
ships over the horizon.
Yeah, so you can literally see it like moving into the distance and sinking, quote unquote. I mean that's pretty evident to me that the curvature is blocking the ship.
So the horizon is a physical place.
Well, technically, the physical part of the curvature blocks the object, but which part of the curvature is doing the blocking depends on the refractive properties and like the atmospheric conditions.
Do you have any demonstrations of this, or is this only in the math?
Well, you can literally go to the beach and take like a time
Yeah, I've done
lapse
that.
and
Yeah, I've done that. I saw a red oil tanker at 24 kilometers away.
well, I was saying you can take a time lapse and watch the horizon like refract like through a video.
Like the Skunk Bay footage.
I'm not
Where
sure what that is.
Skunk Bay is one that people often show. So you can see the bay like jiggling, let's say, up and down, up and down, up and down.
Yeah.
But then didn't make us look further, right? Here you go. It's uploading now.
We're not, so we can debate him after he gets through his 3 points.
Sure.
Sure.
So boats of the horizon and your last point?
Celestial navigation, ships over the horizon, and
I honestly have to give it some thought for the third one. But
okay.
That's photos from space.
Come on.
Well, photos from space, I feel like it's fair to question them. Like, you know, you can't know whether it's real or fake.
Okay.
Sorry,
Something about
give me a minute.
rotation. Gas pressure.
So I guess gravity is another route I can take, but it's kind of weird. So I just wanted to comment on the rotation bit. This is going to tie into Coriolis and other arguments, but I just feel like even if the Earth were moving, because of the size, we wouldn't be able to tell or notice the difference.
We've got to feel it.
Yeah, the issue is that regardless of whether it was stationary or moving, I don't think we would be able to feel the difference. So in that sense, it isn't very self-evident, like any option.
Well, then,
what do you think, Indio?
If either way it doesn't prove it, then that's not a valid proof. So what's your third valid proof?
Yeah, just pointing that out. But
I think it's worth pointing out to you that there's this thing in your ear called the vestibular system, and I'm pretty sure it would be able to detect the movement if the Earth was rotating and orbiting the sun.
So,
yeah, it's
I guess you can get the Goldberg role. He's better than most, I guess.
yeah, I guess.
We got the we're grading on a curve. This is fucked up.
Okay.
yeah. Sorry, see the issue.
No,
is
no
that,
offense to you. You're young. But you're doing way better than 99% of the people that come on here.
Thank you.
And we're not
The issue is
not
just
bad
that
people. We're not bad people, and Robert. Right?
I understand. Like, I have a lot of fun in the server, and I respect everyone here. It's given me an amazing opportunity to, at least do a lot of research myself and learn more about these topics.
Yeah, I wanna touch on Coriolis, right?
Sure.
So you said, well, because it's so big and we're moving along with it, yada yada yada. So we won't feel it, we won't notice it. But what would you say about the Neil deGrasse Tyson saying that a football, that the Earth turned underneath a football, thus making the team get a winning goal? What would you say about that?
Oh yeah, that's interesting. I think I still have the link which you sent in the previous live stream that I was just watching. I haven't watched that video, so I'm sorry I
Right.
can't say anything.
Well,
at the moment.
that's all fine, right? It's all fine, but because people that believe that are on a spinning water pair, they tell us, well, no, of course not, right? The Earth doesn't turn underneath stuff because it's so big and it's getting tugged along, and the atmosphere getting tugged along, and no, we would notice it if a helicopter just hovers and then or flies north to south, right? It doesn't happen because Earth's too big and it's just doesn't happen, right? But when these astrophysicists tell you, well, this ball, right? They kicked this ball and the Earth turned underneath it. So what is he then lying, right? Is he wrong, or are you wrong?
Yeah, so if the Earth moved under the, you're saying that if the Earth moved under the football, then that means that the atmosphere isn't the same inertial frame as the Earth? Is that what you're
It's the
saying?
football, is it? The football would be
Okay.
in a different reference frame.
Yeah,
It was
and
a
then there
field
has
goal.
to be a reason for that.
And that's the thing, if they say it happens to footballs, then it should happen to drones, aircraft, helicopters, all that.
Okay, so it's basically like an inconsistency.
Yeah.
Basically, Coriolis fact doesn't work the way they say it does, and it's easily disproven.
Well, let me ask you this. I like asking over this. Was the Coriolis effect discovered, or was it modeled and then claimed to exist? And then like systematically tested, and then they were like, oh shit, this is a prediction of the globe, man. It's really happening.
I honestly don't know.
Yeah, neither. The answer is neither.
Okay.
There's no systematic demonstration of the Coriolis effect that I've ever seen.
Interesting.
Well, I mean, like, have you ever seen like a published paper with like a bunch of data? Like, yeah, we shot all these projectiles. We shot them this way, and we shot them that way, and we shot them this way, and we measured this deviation. Yeah, and this matches the model, or it doesn't, or like we're fitting it to the model. So that's how like a scientific evaluation would actually take place. But a lot of the Coriolis stuff is just anecdotal. Oh, look, hurricanes are curved. How do you know they're curved? Oh, because we went to space and we saw that they're curved. But they wouldn't be curved in space. Where would they be curved? On the surface of the Earth. So Coriolis is an apparent effect, right?
Yeah.
So if I'm in a merry-go-round in the center and I whip a ball, that ball's going straight, but to me on the merry-go-rounds, the ball appears to curve. But the ball's going straight. So clouds going straight on the surface of the Earth would appear to curve, not clouds from space. So this is like this disconnect between what it's like a disconnect between what would actually happen in a Coriolis effect versus what people think the Coriolis effect is. And there's a whole bunch of scientific evidence. For instance, I'll give you an example. Now, Coriolis effect is supposed to make hurricanes, tornadoes spin, what is it, clockwise? Counterclockwise? No, counterclockwise in the northern hemisphere. Well, in Mexico, for some reason, all the hurricanes spin in the wrong direction, or a little greater than 50% of them, tornadoes. And they have anticyclones, which are cyclones that go in the wrong direction. There's jet stream in the Azores and in India that go in the wrong direction, right? So it goes east to west instead of west to east. So there's all these, things they don't tell you about, right? These things that like falsify the model, the idea of it that exists, but it's not a good selling point for the globe, so you're never going to hear about it.
Yeah, that makes sense.
I mean, this is like the black swan, right? And I'm not talking about the picture of the black swan. The black swan argument of your theory is all swans in the world are white. You don't go looking for white swans. You go look for black swans because you only need to find one black swan to prove that all swans are white. Hypothesis wrong.
Yeah, Karl Popper's theory of falsification.
Yes, exactly. So this is, when it comes to the globe Earth, this just is never, very rarely applied. It's not applied to astronomy or a lot of things, right? There's
Sorry,
a
say that last
disconnect.
part again.
It's not applied to like astronomy or different things. So have dark matter, right? You heard of the theory of dark matter? Dark matter
they have no
hypothesis.
proof on that.
Well, I mean, why did they come up with it? Do you know why?
Because of the expanding universe?
No,
Like,
the radial
explain why.
velocity. No, the radial velocity of the galaxies was way too fast. They should be flying apart with the theory of gravity or relativity or Newton's gravity. They should be flying apart. It's as if the ends are held together, right? Because on the outside of the wheel, right, it has to travel a further distance versus things that are on the inside, but they were going way too fast.
Yeah.
So the radial velocity was too high, so the only way they could save the theory of general relativity is to say there's missing matter that we can't see. It has to be there. And this is why it's actually happening. This is why everything isn't flying apart.
Oh, I
so
see.
and this is the funny thing about astrophysics in general, is that when they find something that falsifies the model, they don't say, shit, we proved the model wrong. They say, hey, we made a new discovery. Let's get Nobel Prizes.
Yeah, that's funny because like scientific laws are supposed to be like if they're consistent beyond reasonable doubt. So if you find something that doesn't match the theory or the law, then it's no longer a theory or a law. But then
Yeah, it's supposed to be falsified, but they don't apply this in stuff in the sky. Let's say it's just not applied. A lot of things about the globe that don't apply it.
it's just like let's ignore this part.
Yeah, we'll pretend it doesn't exist. Like Cavendish, right? So how often does Cavendish not work, right? And you brought up ships over the horizon. How many times is it not observed? I mean, if I went to the shore for 100 days in a row and watched a boat go to that, say it left the harbor and took the same path every single day, and I filmed it every single day, how many times am I going to observe it disappearing bottom up versus not disappearing? This test has never been done, right? So you don't even know how often you're going to see one observation versus the other. because we know boats will appear to disappear bottom up. We know this, it's observed. But the funny thing is we can replicate it on a flat surface, on what we know are flat surfaces. Did you know that? Have you seen any of the replications presented here?
No, I'm actually interested in that. I haven't seen it.
So there's a couple. They're done on small ponds.
Yeah, I've
That way,
posted the video, the channel from Skyfree. Go ahead, Ian.
yeah. So they use a small pond, and the distance, the length of the pond is 600 feet. Right. So if you plug in the curve calculator, right, how far is the horizon from 2 inches off the surface? Horizon's supposed to be 2,600 feet away from the camera. Well, how is it disappearing how's it disappearing on this small pond if the pond's 600 feet and the horizon's 2,600 feet away? What horizon is it disappearing behind if it hasn't got to the horizon yet? Because it has to reach the horizon to disappear behind the horizon. It can't disappear behind the horizon and be in front of the horizon. So
you're saying it disappeared sooner?
Yes, the lake is 600 feet long. They measured it. They used a 100-foot rope, right, and measured the length of the pond by using the same length of rope over and over again. They did.
Yeah, and India, you asked a staunch Glober this, right? And what was his answer again?
I don't even remember.
was like, oh, that's optical. That's an optical
thing. Oh,
thing.
yeah, that's optical, right? Yes,
right.
That's optical.
So,
that's an optical effect, yes.
So when it's close, it's an optical thing. But when it's further away, then it becomes Earth curvature, right?
Because the more air it has to go through, the more solid it gets, the more physical it gets. Something I don't know.
Yeah, so yeah. Go ahead. Sorry, I interrupted. No. First of all, I want to salute you because you're here. Awesome stuff. And the second part is, well, this can be replicated on a flat surface, right? So it's not exclusive for a ball. It's not. And boats going over the horizon. I mean, yeah, the point is, we have astrophysicists like Michel Thaler using this as the #1 globe proof, but it's been debunked. I mean, you can take out a camera and zoom back the boat again, right? Or first you have a binocular, so you zoom it back in, then you have then it goes away, right? And then you take a better instrument and you can pull it back again, and then so if you can pull it back again and again and again, right? It didn't go over curvature when you can pull it back into view again.
Well, this is one question that I had.
Sure, go ahead.
So, like one of the particular videos I saw was the guy used I don't know what the camera's called, but you zoom in on the boat, and the issue is that you can still clearly see the individual waves, but that doesn't make sense when you take into account the perspective argument, which says that it should slowly decrease over time as it goes away until you can't see the individual waves. So that's something that I don't get.
Well, there's something in the ocean on the shore called shoaling. You know what shoaling is? So the waves or water gets pushed into the shore and lifted up. So basically, there's almost like a hill of water before it reaches the ocean. I mean, look it up. It's SHOALING. So some of these observations that people make could be a result of that. Say this isn't like some obscure phenomenon. This stuff happens every day, depending on where you live. Like there's a huge one that's that's almost like a constant shoaling whenever there's high tide out in Massachusetts Bay. The reason I know about this is because some people, a boat went down, and the Coast Guard had to get out there. And this is like back in the 40s, like before helicopters and stuff. So they had to like row, and they had to get over like this hump of water. And then once they're over it, they fall like 20 feet into the ocean because this storm pushes the water up to the shore. You know what I mean? Because of the wind and everything. We know that wind pushes water. So it pushes the water up to the shore. So you have this hump of water, you know, that's basically 6 miles out in.
Interesting.
There's also, what's the other one? This is another one. Not tidal pools. I think there's a lot of those in the Netherlands. What the hell do they call them? When they have the rivers that are near the shore? Tidal bore. So tidal bore is like almost like you have where the water, like high tide comes in, but when it changes direction, it's almost like a riptide, but it's consistent where it happens all the time because of the shape of the shoreline.
Yeah, I haven't read much about.
Yeah, so there's like these other things. It's funny that I found out about shoaling from a flat earther named Ranty, who's now a globe earther. So funny.
Yeah.
He checked the wind and saw which way it was blowing, and he's going to make more money being a globe earther. So he's decided to do that instead on YouTube.
Fair enough.
But the thing is, he has the best flat Earth. He has some of the best flat Earth evidence there is, dude. Because while he was a flat earther, he was doing observations of Burrow and Furness from 18 miles away, from literally 1 inch above the water. 1 inch, dude.
Oh, that's crazy.
I was just to say, like, yeah, we have demonstrations of making things disappear bottom up on like flat surfaces and like long hallways and stuff like that. So, yeah.
I have a very long. There's like a sky bridge out here, but the floor isn't exactly smooth, so it's pissing me off because it would be a great place to test this, because almost like it's a sky bridge, so it's like but it's covered, so it's got glass walls, and but the carpet has a carpet floor, but like it's in sections, so wherever the carpet meets, there's a bump, so that'll screw up any observation. So you have like a stretch of carpet for like 50 feet, because obviously they don't make carpet in 600-foot rolls.
Yeah. And that's it. There's always two sides of the story, and I guess people don't learn about both sides, and so you kind of have to come to, you're on the fence where you kind of have to consider both options, flat all round. You have to consider that it could be flat at least.
Yeah, I definitely respect that. I do think it's important to understand everyone's side of the argument. But at the end of the day, I'm just here to have fun and do some learning,
Yeah.
I mean, when I first came here, I never thought that I would actually discover so many interesting stuff.
Yeah, man. Welcome again. And this is the best place to learn about both globe Earth and flat Earth. Have you looked into the lasers? Have you looked into that?
Yeah, I have. I've actually focused a lot more on learning about the flat Earth. The globe Earth debunks rather than globe Earth proofs.
Okay. So, have you ever seen any globe Earth laser tests?
I've not, but
right, which is peculiar, right? Which is pretty. If it's that obvious, then why isn't the internet filled with globe Earth laser tests? If it's that obvious,
Well, my simple answer is that, I just have like 2 main points, or 3 actually. So first is that, I mean, I don't think that 25 miles really proves anything. Isn't that how long the longest laser test is? At
24,
least the
yeah,
one's
something,
linked in the
yeah,
chat.
something.
Yeah, so compared to how the continents, like the distance between them is like thousands of miles, I don't think that proves anything about the Earth's
hold on,
topography.
you're missing the point there, because like how much drop should there be over that distance?
For 25 miles, I'm not sure.
Well, that's the problem, right? Because the laser on the other side is supposed to be sticking up in the air like 90 meters, but it's hitting the target.
Well, yeah, that's the second point, which is that lasers diverge like multiple meters over many distances.
Yeah, we
If you
know what the
watch,
beam divergence is. 0.08 emerad. So that's 2 meters at 25 miles. That's the spread of the beam. They use a collimator. So you know what a collimator is?
I'm not sure what that is.
Okay, so a collimator is something you stick at the end of a laser to make all the light go parallel.
Oh, interesting.
So they use a 0.08 emerad collimator, and if you do the math, that's the beam divergence at the collimator. So if you do the math, it's 2 meters at 25 miles. That's the spread of the beam. And how would even the beam spread get it over that hump of water that's between point A and point B?
Well,
because even if it spreads down, you're hitting the water.
What if it spreads up?
Then it goes over your head. Right? You're in the shadow of the beam. Right? You just said boats go over the horizon. The laser should go over the horizon.
So when I watched the flat Earth laser test video, like they didn't really focus the laser on anything. Like they just saw it flashing.
I don't know which video that was. There's a bunch of them.
Yeah, the 24 mile one.
What is the title? That the greatest flat Earth experiment ever, or something like that?
Yeah, I think it's that one.
But they saw it, right?
Yes.
And that's the whole problem, because like in order for them to be able to see the laser, it means that the light is reaching them, right? So therefore, it's not going up into the sky or through the hump of water, etc.
And that 90 meters is the minimum. That would mean that beam is tangent to the surface, right? So that just brushes the horizon and then goes straight. But from eye level, right? And they did level the laser. So from level, it's 127 meters. So that means you would have to climb to the top of a 44-story building to see the laser in the globe Earth model. But they weren't on top of a 44-story building. They were on the shoreline, which, you know, I don't know if you've ever been to a big city and seen how big a 44-story building is, but they're pretty tall. What's the soccer pitch? What's the length of that? How many meters is that? Is it 100 meters? I know American football, the football field is 100 yards, end zone's at 10 yards. It's like 120 yards. It's almost equivalent to that, a football field.
Yeah, it's 100 to 130 yards.
I guess, is that what you're saying? Like, because the laser's diverging? That it's, so I think that's it. It's like, yeah, the laser might be diverging 2 meters, but, you know, the curvature is like 10 to 20 meters or something. Like.
So you're saying even with the divergence, it shouldn't make up for the curvature drop?
Because there's supposed to be a physical obstruction. You should be able to spread the beam, like, between point A and point B, there's the sagitta. And that sagitta is probably, I haven't done the calculation, I can do it, I'm sure. I'm sure it's a 70 meters sagitta. So that means, now imagine, you have a flat surface, and there's a hill between you and you take a laser, you shine it to your friend, and there's a hill between you and your friend that's 70 meters tall. You think the beam can spread somehow and go around that hill?
Oh, we can't.
Yeah, and this is the exact same. There's supposed to be a hill of water between the source and the detector being a camera. A hill.
Wait, so there's
Hill of,
there's actually like a detector or something?
well, detector being a camera. You know, cameras have sensors inside them. I mean, you can call whatever you want. Source, receiver, you know, your eye is a detector. You know, everything's a detector if it picks up electromagnetic radiation.
Yeah.
And like on top of that, this test was a horizontal pan, so they didn't just like go to one target. They had 3 targets, and they went one target, boom, punch in the new coordinates to the laser pans horizontally to the new target, boom, hit that. Punch in the new coordinates to the 3rd target, boom, pans and hits that. This was one after the other after the other. Each of these targets are different distances. So to hit all these different distances, right, the laser has to be parallel to the surface of the Earth with some unique weather condition that makes it just go flat at each distance. I don't know how this is possible because they're not going to be going through the same air, right? Because in this curved, in the curved atmosphere model, right, the optical path is going to go through different air. Right, so if at 9 miles it's
have
supposed
to be
to
the
be,
same for everything.
well, yeah, well, but at 9 miles, the beam is only going. If it's a curved beam, it's going through air that's 29 feet off the ground. Then at like 12 or 19 miles, it's going through air that is 100 feet off the ground. And then at 25 miles, it's going through air that is 400 feet off the ground. And because there's a pressure gradient, right? The light's not going through the same air. That gradient is not the same for all beam paths. So you should not get the same beam flatness, right? You should have some degree of variation because the optical path varies, because the gradient varies.
You mean like the atmospheric pressure gradient?
Yeah, the pressure gradient, yes.
Okay.
And the temperatures are going to, well, the primary thing that causes refraction isn't really the pressure. It's almost negligible. It's the temperature. But even temperature gradients, there's actually calculators where you can punch in temperatures, temperature, pressure, relative humidity. You can punch them in, and then it will give you the refractive index of air in that condition. If you make changes, the change, right? Say I change the temperature. If I change the pressure, I can change the pressure significantly, and the change in refractive index is very small. It's tiny. It's in like the 7th decimal place. But even the change in temperature, that's in the 5th decimal place. But we're talking a deviation of hundreds of feet, not not like minuscule, inch deviations. We're talking giant deviations that have to happen. In some cases, for the longest distance observations, miles. Mountains have to be picked up miles into the air.
Yeah, I haven't seen the long distance observations, but the laser tests, I did check some of them out. I'm curious about how they calculate it using humidity, though. Like, the water drops are so small and chaotic that how do they know how it's gonna affect the light?
Well, it's called the Sitter equation, and there's also I think it's called Elgin's equation, and then there's Elgin's modified equation, and these are based upon lab tests, right? They're based upon these have existed since like the 40s or something. It's just the refractive properties of air.
I posted 37 observations have a look at it one time, because talking about it's one thing, but actually seeing the video of it is another.
Yeah, for sure.
But yeah, there's heaps of long distance observations and infrared and laser test, and it's just weird how like in this day and age with all that technology, like measuring a curvature, like it should be easy peasy, but I don't know. Turns out not to be.
And on the other hand, there's another thing. You have to think of two possibilities, basically. I can't see the bottom of this boat because it's being obstructed by the curvature of the earth. But when I do see the boat, the air has a special property that makes the light pick things up where I can see the bottom of it. Versus, on the other hand, I can't see the bottom of the boat because there's some air condition or the water's pushed or something else that makes me not see the bottom of the boat. Or I can't see as far, or, because of fog, particles, water vapor, whatever. There's that. You have these two choices, right? No one's ever demonstrated that the general condition of the atmosphere, right, is to refract everything. Because that's what they're claiming, right? Is that every time you look around, the light is just bending everywhere. And this is happening all the time. But occasionally it doesn't happen, and then the ship goes over the horizon. But they say that happens all the time. So which one is it?
I feel like when they say happens all the time, it's just a rhetoric thing. Like, it's not all the time.
Well, I mean, I've asked people that have come on here. They say ships go over the horizon. I say, how often is this observed? What is the percentage? Every time. They've said this every time, every single time. I wouldn't say you could see the bottoms of boats every single time. I wouldn't even say you can see a boat generally every single time because there's fog, right? Snow, rain, wind.
Yeah.
Air in motion causes light to deflect too, right? Did you know that? It's called the Fuso-Fresnel effect.
Oh,
So
sorry,
when a medium is in motion, when a medium is in motion, light gets deflected into the direction of the motion. Turbulence.
Oh, interesting.
So you see like this things like you didn't know about Skunk Bay. When you see the horizon moving up and down, there's something called sensible heat flux, right? So you've seen the hot road surface where the shimmering air, right? The heat's coming off the road.
Yeah.
And it makes the road where it is appear to move around. This is not refraction per se. It's kind of refraction, but it's kind of not. It's just actually it's not refraction. Something completely different. This was actually used to prove that the Earth is not in motion, which is a whole other story.
Oh.
There's a test called Airy's failure. So George Biddle Airy, the astronomer royal, he did this. They were trying to. There's something called stellar aberration where they say that the light is coming in at some angle because the Earth is in motion, right? So think about it like this: I have an umbrella and raindrops. It's raining, right? So if I'm standing still, the rain is coming right from above. But if I start running with the umbrella, the rain is hitting the umbrella at an angle, right? Because I'm in motion. You understand that?
I mean, if you hold the umbrella like upright, then
Doesn't matter which way I hold the umbrella. if I'm in motion, if the rain is coming straight down and I start running, the raindrops are hitting the umbrella at an angle. They're not hitting it coming straight down. The umbrella is moving, right? And it's striking the raindrops from the side.
Well, it's hitting the side of the umbrella, but it's still going.
Well, yeah, I'm not
Like the
saying
raindrops aren't tilting.
From this perspective on the umbrella, it's hitting it at an angle. So we're on
Oh,
Earth.
yeah, to see like an
The
animation
light
of
is
that or
supposed to
something.
be. Ooh. Is it raining outside? You can just do it. Yeah, there actually is an animation to this. Anyway, I'll post that in a second because I want to just finish this. So what?
Okay, sure, go ahead.
So what George Airy did was he took a telescope, he pointed it at a star, and because this Fresnel-Puzo effect, when the light passes, like so, the medium, so different refractive index mediums will deflect light more when you're in motion. So the Earth is in motion. You point an air-filled telescope at a star, right? When you fill that telescope with water, like if I center the star in the center of the telescope, yeah, no problem. That's air. But if I fill it with water, because the Earth is in motion, that star is no longer going to be in the center of the telescope because the higher refractive index of the water, it's going to get deflected and I won't see the star anymore. Because it's never going to reach the bottom of the telescope. It'll hit the side of the telescope. So I'll post a video about this. Anyway, this was not what was observed. So when he did this, there was no difference between the water-filled telescope and the air-filled telescope. And it's called Airy's failure because he was attempting to prove stellar aberration, which is the heliocentric model and all the so-called calculated parallaxes of all the stars and their distance and all that stuff comes from this. Comes from this theory of stellar aberration. So parallax is not directly observed. It's calculated. It's calculated as a side effect of the stellar aberration. That light is coming in at an angle. So, if I look at a star and I think I'm in an orbit, right? And I'm in one side of the orbit, I'm moving in one direction, and I'm on the other side of the orbit, I'm in the other direction. If I have this theory of stellar aberration, if the star is actually in the same place because of the calculation, the position's deflected in the math, but in reality it's not. But that's good enough, right? So they use this so-called parallax, right? Different sides of the orbit to get the distance to what's called Cepheid variables. And then they take another theory, the Cepheid variables, to say the distance to those is determined by their brightness. So then I can look at some other Cepheid variable without parallax and then get its distance, right? And then I look at the redshift of that and then say, oh, now I know the distance to that from the redshift. Now I can look at something that isn't a Cepheid variable and then use the redshift to get its distance. This is called the cosmic, right? But if you go back a couple rungs of this the cosmic distance ladder.
Oh.
It's how they've built the distances. There's they've built it like one theory on top of another theory on top of another theory. But the first rung is what? What is the first rung of the cosmic distance ladder? I bet you the radius of the Earth.
You beat me.
The first rung of cosmic distance ladder is the radius of the Earth because the size and distance to the sun is rung 2. But they got the size and distance of the sun by assuming the radius of the Earth and then assuming Venus is the same, right? Same size as the Earth. Then they time the transit of Venus across the face of the sun, and they say it's this far away, it's this size. So now, because now we know how far away the sun is, we know the size of the sun now. Now we can calculate the distance, and so from that distance we get the orbit, and from the orbit we get the parallax. From the parallax we get the Cepheid variable. From the Cepheid variable we get the redshift. From the redshift we get all the rest of the nonsense.
They really say that Venus is the same size as the Earth?
That's what Christian Huygens said when he first did this. Yeah, he guessed that Venus was the same size as the Earth.
And they're still using that today?
Well, they just say he was right. That's what they say. I don't know. You can't get the first measurement because you can't listen. You can't know the distance without the size, and you can't know the size without the distance. And how do you get either one of those? By looking at it. They used. I think they ended up using a different method called Cassini used something called proper motion of Mars, which is another thing where something we see it, but it's actually not there. It's somewhere else. And then we use that calculation to get the orbit. And once we know the orbit, we can get the size of the, and then, yada, yada, yada.
Do you remember the Four Kings book that you guys had linked here a while ago?
Four Kings. Is that the Kings Dethroned?
Yeah.
Yeah,
that's
Kings
right.
Dethroned.
It was
That's
all
a good
this
book.
information about. Yeah, it gives information about all the faults they made with their astronomy. I looked through it and I was shocked.
Were you shocked?
Yeah, I was shocked. I couldn't believe that they actually did that. They're just tricking people. I'd have to review it to remember what the details were, but their whole formula, their basic principles of how they're calculating it is wrong. Very basic. And reading that book, I could understand it, even though I don't really understand, the general thing. But their assumptions were wrong. He explains it exactly, and if I look through the book, I could remember it what it was. But it was just shocking.
There's a lot of mistakes. I mean, but there's one major one. I think it's Bernard Starr or something like that. I think that has to do with parallax. Could be that one. I can't remember. It's only 90 pages. It's not a long book.
Right, but there's a lot of mistakes. But I think the major one was they just presumed that they're like they're how they were calculating it. They just made a presumption that just was absolutely wrong, and it was obvious it was wrong. So I just I couldn't believe it. So it's really shocking. That's a good book to just that the Globers don't really follow this stuff. They're not really looking for they don't they'd be able to shore up their model better if they really look through this stuff and they can always make up more stuff to try to fix up the holes in their theories.
Yeah, that's what it sounds like.
They changed they had this whole thing about space begins at like 500 or 50 miles up, and then they say that's when the air starts thinning out and everything. Then, but they said that the moon is in space supposedly. Then they changed the whole thing, so they're saying the air molecules still are somewhat significant. So these air molecules are that are go up there. You're not really there's still a lot of air molecules even up to Mars because there's problems with their theories. So they need to fill up the holes and fix it. So they start changing the whole thing. It's just like it's like a sinking ship. You're trying to patch the holes, but the ship's still sinking.
Yeah, that's a good analogy.
And it's like what India said. Yeah, it's just like theory built on theory built on theory.
And then it starts with the assumption of the radius.
Yeah, what did that come from? The sticks and shadows, like it's just
which can never actually be measured, right? Because no one can go to the core of the Earth and take a tape measure to the surface, so you can never, even in principle, measure that.
But the whole weird thing is the sticks and shadows, when it's like we can clearly see that the sun rays are not coming in parallel.
we can see the light source of the sun. It's the sun itself. We can tell that it's the sun that's a light source, and it's not hard to figure that out. I mean, you're looking at the sun through clouds. You can tell. You can see the sun. You can see the sunlight. You can see the rays. It's not that complicated. So I mean, we couldn't even see sunspots. So we can see that where the sun is and where it's over the clouds. We can see this stuff. It's been observed. So to try to say that it's off millions of miles away is ridiculous. We would have completely different observation patterns for sun rising or falling. It wouldn't act the way it does. If you lived on a globe, the sun would immediately, all of a sudden there'd be daylight, and then when the sun set, all of a sudden there'd be darkness. That's not what we see. We see the sun slowly receding as it gets further and further away from us because of perspective. And with sunrise, it starts getting light and light, and then you finally see the sun. So it's because it's getting closer and closer to the location you're at on flat Earth. So it isn't, the globe is disproved just by watching sunsets and sunrises. Because if it was 93 million miles away and it was far away, and all this light all of a sudden coming, all of a sudden, that wasn't there before, it would be all of a sudden, and it would go from night to day like a blink of an eye. But that's not what's happening. So the sun's local; it's not 93 million miles away, and it's slowly getting to your location. And when sun sets, it's slowly receding away. And if you got in a plane and started following the sun, if you could go fast enough, you could catch up to the sun, or even watch where it is. If you get high enough, you could see the sun. It's not, it's not millions of miles away. You go high enough up in the air above the clouds, you can see the sun. Your perspective is better because you're higher up in the air.
And
Well,
I guess
if you're,
oh, sorry.
I mean, if you're moving along the surface of the Earth and staying in the same physical spot despite the Earth rotating, then it would make sense that you could catch up with the sun.
Well, I don't know how fast you'd have to be traveling to actually catch up to the sun, but the sun's on a certain pattern, and it's going around the Earth every day. It's going completely around the area of the Earth, so everyone's getting enough sunlight. So to travel, if you're on the surface and you're traveling along, you have to go pretty fast, because let's say the Earth, depending on what part of the Earth you're at, the closer you are to the center of flat Earth, then the less you have to travel. So if you're near the center of the Earth, near the North Pole, you have to travel a lot less to go in the circle. So you could always, the closer you are to the center, the easier it is to track the sun. Does that make sense? The farther you get out in the diameter towards the south, you have to travel much further around the circle to keep up with the sun.
Yeah, because the radius is bigger.
Right. So if you wanted to make
that's interesting.
So if you wanted a real easy way to keep up with the sun, you just go more towards the north.
Which is where exactly?
Just use any compass that always points north.
So when Okay, never mind. I was thinking of something else.
The problem with the compasses is that it's pointing to it's not pointing true north. It's pointing to a general location of Earth. So when you get closer and closer to the actual north, you're not going to know
Compass
where
masses up.
it's starting to circle around, because it gives you a general location of north. It doesn't give you the actual center. And if you do find the actual center, you're going to have issues. So it's not going to be that easy. That location is probably guarded just like the South Pole. So you're going to have, just like going around the South Pole and having a bunch of ice and everything. The North itself is supposed to have a bunch of ice. So, you know, the sun doesn't actually go that much. There's a certain portion of the North Pole that the sun's traveling around it, but it's not actually passing through that enough. So so there's a cold area there too. So that's why there's Alaska and whatnot. So traveling through that can be somewhat dangerous too, just like the South area. Antarctica is the outer edge of flat Earth.
Yeah, that makes sense.
So there's only 6 continents that we know of. You know, they're not sharing the entire map with us probably, so there might be more continents that we don't know about. But the continents we do know about, there's only 6. Antarctica's not really a continent.
Hmm.
And the Antarctic Peace Treaty, which a bunch of nations signed, I think it's up to 200 now, might be a little less, but all these nations signed it because they're guarding their patch of the Antarctic. So any ships that go towards the south too much, they don't like that. They want you to stay away from that area because they don't want you discovering the truth. You go far enough south, you go to Antarctica, you get above the ice wall, which is what 12, 16 feet up or maybe higher, depending on your location. You get above that ice wall, and then you start traveling on the ice and start going deeper. You'll eventually find the actual firmament that's blocking everything. It's like a big dome that's covering us. So and you'd have actual physical proof that we live on flat Earth. They don't want that at all. So they're doing their best to hide that truth. And if any nations come across that information, they don't want that one country sharing that information. So it's like join or else. So they have no choice but to join the UN Peace Treaty, and then they're told to keep the secret. So anyone coming across that area, that nation is supposed to guard their section of the ice wall. So they don't want they don't want people, the flat earthers, sharing that information. They don't want people exploring it. They want to keep that information secret.
You should be careful not to call it an ice wall. You should call it an ice shelf. A wall would imply that there's a drop off on the other side, but that'd be unverified. So you just go up on the ice and then forward. So it's an ice shelf. And as far as the dome thing goes, that's also unverified. So we just know that we're inside a container because we have gas pressure. You can't have gas pressure without a container, nor can you have a vacuum without a container. And so it's just an unverified container of some kind.
Yeah, I can't really go there to check, so.
Well, my source of that, I don't mind using gossip, and my source of that's the Bible. So that's as valid as any container. So it's not verified. It's just the Bible explains the flat Earth, and people were believing that for many thousands of years. So I don't see unless you can prove it differently. I don't see it's as good a theory as any.
Well, yeah, I mean, I consider it myself to be most likely. It's just that I'm always careful not to claim anything I can't prove, because then that can be used against us, at least in the short term. Once we can gain access to these areas through political will, then it's a different thing.
Well, you also have to realize the truth that people died trying to go there. It wasn't a easy thing to do. So it's not something that really needs to be repeated. All we'd really need to do is just figure out what they realized and just for them to actually share that information with us. These people died to find out this information. What did they find? So if they released that information, we wouldn't even need to go there. They could just tell us what they found. They confirm, yeah, there is a firmament. We already came across it, and we came across some angel that doesn't want more people dying trying to get here. They share the information.
Well, you say that like people aren't there now, but there's lots of militaries from many different countries that are part of the Antarctic Treaty that patrol that area and have camps there, have bases there. So it's not like
there's not that many. There's not many camps on that in that area, and it's not really on the ice wall. It's like in the general area. So they're not
Well, they patrol it enough to make sure no one gets unauthorized access there. That's for sure.
Yeah, and if someone gets in trouble, try to help them out. It's the waters are dangerous. They're icy waters. People go there with bad boats, and then they have come across problems. People trying to explore there with these rinky-dink boats, even military with a whole fleet went there, and they had people dying. It's not that safe. So
it's because they took the wrong approach. See, when you're going to a place like this, I think it makes more sense to just use a lighter than air aircraft, a Zeppelin, or another type of lighter than air aircraft that uses hydrogen gas for lift. It'd be much safer for the trip across the water to a certain degree, but certainly the trip from the water to over the ice. That point would be a lot easier to get past.
Isn't both hydrogen and helium balloons explosive?
No, helium's not explosive, but keep in mind the Hindenburg didn't burn down because it was full of hydrogen. It burned down because they accidentally painted it with flammable paint. Yeah, Zeppelins are actually very safe as far as I know.
Sorry to cut you off, but I've been here an hour and I've got somewhere to be, so nice talking to everyone.
Yeah, congrats on your globe, badge.
Yeah, thanks. I'll be sure to do some more studying, of course.
Yeah, maybe you'll decide to change that eventually.
Maybe. Anyways, see you later then.
Yeah, have fun.
I don't think with modern technology that it would be really so dangerous or difficult to get onto the Antarctic ice shelf and continue southward. I think it would be really easy. Yeah, today though.
crushing new laws on things as simple as stopping to have a coffee or sitting in a park caught a lot of people by surprise.
Oh yeah, oh boy, this shit banging.
Some guy ate a bat in China, so now you can't go out at night. Some guy ate a bat in China, so now you got no human rights. Someone ate a bat in China in a cave, now you're a human slave. Some guy ate a bat in China, so now the pharmaceutical companies getting paid. Some bat in China, lock off the whole world, change things, rearrange it, or so we're told. Like the world's under a spell, like this is the beginning of hell. Yo, yeah, any sci-fi movie that's seen.
A new world order. Presidential
Seen it.
decrees cascading
Running
from
it.
President Trump's pen.
Any horror movie that I've been.
And the rest of the world now figuring out what it means for
Running
them.
it.
Oh boy, this
Oh
shit
boy.
banging.
Cause things change, rearrange, and getting strange. Some guy ate a bat in China, so now I can't get any toilet paper? Yeah.
Crushing new laws on things as simple as stopping to have a coffee or...
Better stay home, watch the TV. Better stay home, don't visit the family. Some guy ate a bat in China, so now my girlfriend don't want to give me vagina. Everything's changed, rearranged, the whole world gone strange. Yeah, some guy ate a bat in China. Yeah. Someone from China ate a bat, and now you can't leave your house or go out the
New
back.
South Wales police are patrolling Sydney streets
if you
as
believe
residents try
that-
to understand changing social distancing rules.
Then I don't know,
Oh
bro.
yeah, oh boy, this shit banging.
Oh boy, what another one. Big fat shit from the side again. Freestyling with a microphone and a beer in my left hand. I'm in lockdown. What I sound? A little bit sad. Shit. Someone ate a bat in China? Can't go and get any toilet paper? The TV telling me that. Yeah.
Oh boy, you went dumb on this one.
Police are receiving some backlash for their aggressive approach.
Just gonna play some songs. Cause the hole in a donut is space-time, man.
Drace 24/7 Flat Earth Discord dedicated to all the new people who have yet to fully turn into a glow pad. There's still hope for you.
You know the hole in
Shut
a
up,
donut?
Brenda.
That's
I'm trying to
space
sing
time.
here. Bro, don't you even know how much we love the ball once like you? We heard it all before, it's not new to us anymore. Bro, don't you even know half the things the ball makes claims to? ballin', the globe lie, he's all in. The globers, they don't win. Be honest, that works best. Any evidence of the curved earth crest, any evidence that it's not at rest, any vacuum next to oppress your test. There's no precedence, no evidence. That's a globe defense. Don't take offense, just don't be this dense. It's your preference with some common sense. You can sit on the fence. For a glober, it's tragic. He believes it like it's magic.
You know the hole in a donut? That's space-time.
You're a moron.
No, that's true.
You're
the
a moron.
hole
Shut up.
in a donut.
Shut up. Don't say anything
space-time.
else. Don't make me remove you. Shut up. You've got nothing more to add. You're a moron.
In the donut,
I couldn't
Brenda.
care less.
Wow.
You're a moron. Don't
The hole in a donut.
Shut
The
up.
hole
I don't
is
want to
Swiss
have to
cheese.
eject you. If you want to continue spouting shite about holes in donuts, I'm going to kick you out. Last chance. Shut up.
Bro, don't you even know how much we love the ball once like you? We heard it all before, it's not new to us anymore. Bro, don't you even know half the things the ball makes claims to? And there's a lot for us to get through. For you, anyway. Bro, can't you even see? You've broken it down oh so clearly. It's a joke, it always has been. For those who see, anyway. Don't follow the agenda. Put your logic in a blender. Or you'll end up just like Brenda, forgetting your actual gender. Think your dog bones are clocks, and that people are rocks. Stuck in a closet, metal box. This space side will Brian Cox. Just learn the essence, the basics. Without that, you won't make it. Your freedom is right there, take it. You don't have to fake it. Just say, I don't know, and your wisdom will grow. Don't blindly go with the flow. Just put it down, bro. Let the lie go.
Any evidence?
I thought you were about debate. I thought you were about fair
Fuck off right
debates.
now, you fuck off. I was asking a new question. Now you don't get to take part. It's your problem. Stupid donut idiot. Donut hole is space-time. What a complete moron.
I agree. Does anybody want to add or ask or something? Or gonna play another song? Okay.
Well, we all believed in that spinning ball. Indoctrination blinded us all. From the very first day that we went to school, they put a globe in your face and that thing looked cool. The teacher explained how it all worked. Of course it sounded so berserk, but who was I to question it? Because I was just a tiny kid. It sounded crazy as could be, but teacher would never lie to me. She was real nice, she didn't know. She too was taught to believe in that globe. I don't blame her, it wasn't her fault. She was only repeating what she'd been taught. I went through life believing that lie. That spinning ball was now in my mind.
Don't let them take your mind.
Don't let them take your mind, man.
Don't let them tell you that you are not divine.
Don't let them do it, man, no.
Take control of your soul.
Take back control. buzzing off. So I'm hurling through space on a road to nowhere. So I live my life without a care, cause I was taught that there ain't no creator. That's what I was told from my educator. So I live my life so selfishly, there ain't gonna be no hell for me. I'll do what I want with no care for others, with no respect for my brothers. Until one day, when I woke up and I drank some truth with my coffee cup. I learned that things ain't what they seem. This so-called reality is just a dream. There's deception everywhere that I look. The news, the TV, and in my school books. And pretty soon I'll realize that everything's just a pack of lies, man.
Don't let them take your mind.
Don't let them take your mind, man.
Don't let them tell you that you are not divine.
Don't let them do it, man. Don't.
Take control of your soul.
Take back control. Yeah.
Find the truth. Find it all.
Find it all, man. Yeah.
Don't believe their lies.
Don't believe it, man.
Let them take your mind.
Let them take your mind, man. Yeah, man. It's deception on a biblical level. It's orchestrated by the devil. Many think that hate don't exist, but that's what he wants. That's one of his tricks. But I found out that dude's real. And I tell you, man, that's a bitter pill. So I questioned everything I was told. I had to question that spinning globe. I had to relearn it all again and get some truth inside this brain. And pretty soon I realized that the globe I was taught was a pack of lies. So I studied as hard as can be. I found the flat earth conspiracy. Man, it hit me like a ton of bricks. The globe I was taught was a devil's trick.
Don't let them take your mind.
Don't let them take your mind, man.
Don't let them tell you that you are not divine.
Don't let them do it, man. Don't.
Take control of your soul.
Take back control. Yeah.
Find the truth. Find it all.
Find it all, man. Yeah.
Don't believe their lies.
Don't believe it, man.
Let them take your mind.
Let them take your mind, man. I started to connect the dots, and I'm telling you, man, there are lots. I soon realized that the earth was flat. It's not a belief, man, it's a fact. And once I found out that reality, well, it did a funny thing to me. For a while there, I was pretty shocked, but now I know that there is a God. And once you get to that point of understanding, and once you know there ain't no moon landing, and once you know that space is fake, you view your life with a different take. It ain't just random chance that we're here. We ain't living on no stupid sphere. It ain't some ridiculous spinning ball. The earth is flat, and God created it all.
Don't let them take your mind.
Don't let them take your mind, man.
Don't let them tell you that you are not divine.
Don't let them do it, man. Don't.
Take control of your soul.
Take back control. Yeah.
Find the truth. Find it all.
Find it all, man. Yeah.
Don't believe their lies.
Don't believe it, man.
Let them take your mind.
Let them take your mind, man. Well, now I found out about all these lies. I live a completely different life. I stopped reading the news and turned off the TV. That thing is evil as can be. I started being a nicer guy. And God forbid I tell a lie. I treat people with more respect, and I've got me a wife that I'd never neglect. Yeah, being good's working out for me. Now I ain't blinded and I can see. I know that there is a God above, and if I'm good, then he'll show me love. I try to live life selflessly, to be the best that I can be. I treat people how I want to be treated since my indoctrination was defeated. So don't believe in the devil's lies because it's God he wants to hide. That's why they teach that spinning ball, to make you think you ain't special at all. Don't believe what you're being told. Don't believe that you're evolved. It's all an accident and you are too. No, you're someone special and God made you.
Don't let them take your mind.
Don't let them take your mind, man.
Don't let them tell you that you are not divine.
Don't let them do it, no.
Take control of your soul.
You gotta take back control.
Find the truth.
Find the truth.
Find it all.
Find it all, man.
Don't believe their lies.
Don't believe it.
Let them take your mind.
Don't let them take your mind. Yeah, play that guitar.
fight you without fears. We'll fight you for 400 more. If you stay, Angry Grover, if you stay, you will never be fly earth with what you say. So go on a ferry, the curving has been buried, and piss off and leave us while you may. Go on home, Angry Grover, go on home. What the fuck's Van Allen belts if not a dome? For 400 years we'll fight you without fears, and we'll fight you for 400 more. And if you rage, Angry Grover, if you rage, don't you know that most of us have been on planes? So if you think it's funny that Einstein was a dummy. I'll show you the moon landing was staged. Go on home, angry glober, go on home. Ain't you got no fucking home of your own? For 400 years we'll fight you without fears, and we'll fight you for 400 more.
What is gravity?
Okay, I have no idea. Okay, next question. Go.
Hey, yo. It's Chocolate saying. It's 2021. Told y'all it's a wrap for this globe. Check it out. Way too many reifications of privation. Secular thermodynamics violations. Fuck all these fake as apparent deviations. Globals always flapping their gums, no demonstrations. The black swan murdered the ball with simplicity. Pretend the clowns aren't they all, no specificity. Get with me, get that geometry. Your model needs nowadays. Mostly I sound like your army needs copper bleeds. With no ball to ever show for, nevermore. Been a rap for your more tonight, or scientific. Ball is thicker that they're prolific. Crumble at the thought of flat earth, that's just terrific. My hypothesis, you know, paleo genius. You thought you had it all sewn up like a seamstress. You never see this, you ain't chillin' peeping the Gleasons. The globe model so fucking dead, so many reasons. Mad at me, cause your fairy tale of gravity is rapidly becoming a motherfucking fatality. Independent variable, no physicality. Factually, you're dealing with no type of reality. A tragedy, all of the pseudoscience of fallacy. Sad to see that was surrounded by such banality. Globe tards step in the court for their arraignment. Gas fucking off all day, and no containment. It's automatic, you sound like a fanatic. Your heart's beating out of your chest, no need to panic. Problematic, anytime they were Socratic. Defining terms for you was like dust to an asthmatic or a crack addict, all tuned up like a mechanic. State you're leaving it when you're done, it's so tragic. You end the sneezing, all snotty nose the wheezing. You globe tarts wind up like sub-zero freezing. Ain't no reason for you not to remain calm. As my nigga hit you with the 3-point palm. Instant exploding paradigm technique. Backslapping your beliefs into making it sweet. Your points obliterated, finished, unable to speak. Have you looking like Tom Petty catching a leak? Your whole squad left sounding comatose. I hear Michelle Dollar keeps rocks in the head. She keeps the family close. Some of y'all think y'all the best things is butter toast. When it comes to FB, prepare to catch an overdose of intellectual honesty. The clear lack of thinking of you balls never cease to astonish me. I gotta keep it real and be honest, B. It's quite possibly the dumbest thing I heard, since the cosmology is often seen as a philosophy, mythology, but actually it's a prophecy of religiosity. Get all your skills and your weight up, this crunch time. Your whack model getting ate up like lunchtime. How in the hell could we establish a baseline when most of y'all trolls are just here to waste time? I'm not aware of what you're hearing through the grapevine, but you must be out your mind selling space-time. A mathematical construct of imagination with absolutely no experimental validation. Before the story begins, you need a foundation. Curvature of the earth, that's the conversation. And since that shit up and disappeared without a trace, I'd say it's also time for you to say goodbye to space. Tall tales about vacuums and empty place, all the while breathing air. That's just not the case. You best get out my face, cause I can guarantee you that the very air you breathe immediately fuck off the space. We understand there's no requirement for your compliance. You understand that you are standing in a room of giants. I admire that you're usual in your defiance, but won't you join us in this funeral of pseudoscience? You in the mood to try us? Go ahead and test your mic. These motherfuckers think they're moving at the speed of light. How about the speed of sound? 250 miles above the ground to say that ISS is going round and round. Please don't even try, son. It's been a rap since you gave up hope on your geometric horizon. In the trenches hoping and praying we don't get wise and realize he's smoking more of the grass than Neil Tyson. Oh, speaking of that clown, I wonder how much longer he can keep a push of this in the background. Never debating, always up to the back down. Playing in fear of the gravitational smackdown. This little circus won't last long. I'm betting you the type of clown that sits at home alone with a mask on, thinking you debunked an argument like the Black Swan, never knowing that your radius could be that wrong. Oops, I really meant to say dead wrong implicitly. We've been falsified the globe empirically. Need you to listen, G. It's not logical to postulate you live in a sphere with no sphericity. It's the epitome. It's not a mystery. The globe model's all wrapped up in stupidity. It's quite simple, see. It's probably not the move for you to spew your rhetoric here or religiously, maybe officially. One day you might find yourself vividly in the middle of an epiphany. Lyrical symphony. It's been a pleasure, but our times have both come to an end. Synchronicity.
Nobody claims that what you're observing when you're seeing the horizon is the geometric horizon.
That's fascinating, but to do geometry you must have one.
It is an optic phenomenon.
So to do geometry though, you must have one. A tangent point with a straight line to it. Now you're telling me all about what you haven't got.
So, which one of you guys can fight? Which one of you thinks you're right? Step into the mic and see what the people them decide. Who will see his demise when the truth finally come to light? I've been on the globe for my whole life. Something in my nose don't smell right. Meditating, feel a slight breeze in the wind, but I know I ain't moving, this is no ride. How you gonna tell me that the air that I'm breathing, that the PSI I'm feeling, it contain, motherfucker? How you have gas pressure next to a place 10 to the negative 17 to a space, motherfucker? What did Nixon say? One small step for man is one giant leap for mankind. And at the same time, again, a tuna landed on the moon while the Vietnamese died at the same time. I ain't got time for the life MLM. Helios, flame out, breaking down the dam. Crushing off false gods in the program. Believe when he say that I am that I am. I am that I am. So, which one of you guys can fight? Which one of you dies tonight? Step up to the mic and see what the people them decide. Who will see his demise when the truth finally come to light?
You should raise them to be free. If not, they might rebel.
Educated, you bringing me down like an elevator, better yet an escalator. You keep gumming my shoes so that I never make it. I'ma put you down like you a tire levitator. Speaking of the elevation, the black swan, why is the horizon 10 times further than the geometry you predicated? Probably cause you never did it, never did, never will. Now global, tell me how you really feel. This is not a globe, this is the appeal. This is not a globe, this is just for real. This is for your soul, something you can feel. Saying you won't change, but I know you will. Here's your Dr. Bill. Which one of you guys can fight? Which one of you thinks you're right? Step up to the mic and see what the people them decide. Who will see his demise when the truth finally come to light?
Try to prove
know that in actuality the Earth could only be a globe. This theory of a flat planet is just a fabrication. There's years of documented ship circumnavigation. You liars came along and eliminated the truth. The ancient scholars have all demonstrated the proof. We have days, nights, time zones that happen as we spun, verifying that we're absolutely circling the sun. We're not circling the sun. The sun's above us, they lied. Day and night is a result of it moving from side to side. The principles of how are not hard to uncover. When it's shining on one side, there's darkness on the other. The sun's 93 million miles away. No, it's not. It's closer and smaller than what they taught you and not as hot. No revolving in an upward direction we propel. The sun sits over the flat earth and the moon does as well. What the hell? You're speaking so miscellaneously. Where's the evidence to back the way that you claim it to be? So I need you to explain this to me. If the sun's above a flat earth, we should all see it simultaneously. Okay. Next question, you can both issue your case. If the earth is flat, explain the globe pictures from space. There's satellites that take shots and photos are captured. Those are fake computer-generated images from NASA. They've lied on many things for the illusion of advancing. And please don't even get me started on that moon landing. The pictures keep changing, so it's obvious they did it. If you research their documents about it, they'll admit it. They've covered up the truth for years, believe it or not. It's all just a fake government-engineered plot. Well, I have a question since NASA is our space station. Its locations in the U.S., what about the other nations? See, many countries have space programs that excel, and they all have pictures of a globe Earth as well. You're failing to see this thing as a collective endeavor, cause you don't believe that other countries conspire together. If the Earth is flat, couldn't you go to the edge and fall? No, sir, the edge is blocked by the Antarctica wall. There's a block of ice surrounding the planet, totally froze, and this is the barrier that keeps everything enclosed. The governments of the world know, all of them are in it, and it's strange how that part of the planet is off limits. Alright, back to the globe guy, present your next claim. Yes sir, I've seen the curvature of Earth while on a plane. It's the same with an astronaut. No, with all due respect, that curve you think you see is called the fishbowl effect. That window was probably convex and round too, so naturally the surface seems curved when you look through. And another thing that I would like to easily disprove, if the Earth is spinning so fast, why don't we feel it move? Well, I'm not surprised that that's the point that you'd rationalize and not take into account the Earth is massive in size and moving at a steady rate of speed that stays the same, so the movement isn't felt unless the miles per hour change. That's insane. We fly off of the planet spinning around, and please don't try to say that the gravity keeps us down. Gravity's a non-existent force that can't be grasped clearly. The physiological function of it is only theory, so the concept is a lie. There's no pull on the tides. We live on the top, there's no one on the bottom or the side. There's a question upon which I'd like my counterpart to expound. How come just the Earth is flat and the other planets are round? Mars, Neptune, Jupiter, Venus, even the Sun, cause the telescope can clearly show the shape of each one. Please explain the traveling over horizons by ships and the curved shadow on the moon in a lunar eclipse. Yo, one question at a time, bro. You hogging the mic. Flat Earth guy, the floor is yours. Take as long as you like. Well, your horizon question, I'll answer it in an instant. The ship's disappearance is all a matter of distance. And as for the lunar eclipse, it's an easy battle. The circular form of the moon dictates the shadow. So no matter what the shape of the object that's hovering, its shadow takes the form of the object it's covering. And as for other planets being round, that's a no-go. What you see in your telescope is different from the NASA photos. Okay, that's it. It's over. No more time left to debate this. We're glad that both of you were able to present your cases. So let me give my point of view before we close out. Flatter globe is more important things in life to worry about. Man.
Ace trades. Nothing makes you an authority on what is a reasonable position to take on any claim. Do you know why? Because you think Earth's a globe. Just throwing that out there for you. We got a list of cowardly YouTube chatters that never come into the VC lying about the fact that they got banned for merely speaking their opinion in this server. Now, I don't believe a word of it. I think they're just cowards because they know it's not a globe. Feel any different? Come on in, talk to us. Show us what's up. One piece of globe evidence, and you will shut the server down. Then again, that might not leave you with much to do, YouTube chatters. But wouldn't it be nice to be the one person responsible for taking down those flat earth idiots? See if you can. Come on in and talk to us. We'd love to have you. Oh, well, hey, Danny Faulkner, at least people were talking about you, huh? Isn't that why you exist in this community in the first place? It certainly isn't to prove the globe. I know you have better ways to waste your time. You prove that everywhere you go in this community. Good for you, bud. You waste other people's time, too. Just to let you know. Funny, Danny, for not existing in this community, I'm reading you in the YouTube chat on our live stream right now. Once again, obviated as the liar you are. Very good. And just like Tuesday, gravity is also a mere conception. Don't agree? Hop on in. Tell us all about it. Oh no, AYMB America, I haven't blocked one person since I joined the server. I mean, I swear on my life. How's that? I swear on my mom's life. I haven't blocked anybody, and I won't. Because I can't. I don't have the privileges. That's funny. Cavendish was not an experiment, AYMB, just to let you know. You should look up the constituent parts of an experiment, scientific one, real quick, for your own for your own good. Yeah, I can't speak for any other mods. I'm not a mod myself, so saying something like mods on the Discord are dishonest and untrustworthy is, well, I'm going to need a citation. Coward.
Hello. How's it going?
Hi. Hello.
How art thou?
Thine is what? I don't know how to answer that. I'm good. How are you?
I'm doing pretty well.
Good. Says you're VC verified.
I guess I'm part of the club.
You know what? We'll see about that. No, I'm just kidding. What brings you in here, partner?
I'm just here to relax and learn.
Chilling out.
What brings you here?
I hang out here a lot. I got a lot of friends here, I think. And and the Earth is flat, and I like to talk about that.
To the car. Oh wait, you think the Earth is flat?
It's not a thought. It's not a mere thought that I have, my friend. It's the reality right outside your door.
So if I go outside and I look at the horizon, it's not going to curve.
No, nowhere.
Okay, dude. Okay.
I mean, can you take me to a spot where it curves? Let's go.
I mean, I can take you to the other side, but like you have to like have a fisheye lens and stuff over there, or you're not going to see it.
Oh, okay, I got it. Yeah. So in order to see the curve, you have to have a bunch of instruments that get in the way of your natural sense.
Yeah, like you're going to have to look at multiple angles, like focal points, all kinds of stuff. But the key is that you're going to have to be behind a fisheye lens to see it.
Right, clearly. And what about the mental gymnastics one has to perform to believe in the spinning ball religion?
Well, I don't know. When you grew up in internment camps for 13 years, I don't think there is any.
True story. Are you sure you're a Glober, man?
Oh, I didn't claim to be anything.
I know.
I'm just saying I can take you to the curve if you really want to see it.
I do. I do want to see it, in fact, because my entire online reputation rides on it.
Oh, does
it? Yeah. So if you can find the curve, I'm going to look real stupid.
You're not going to look dumb. It's just I created the curve, so I know where to find it.
Ah, yes. Good. Well, keep that shit a secret, would you?
Yeah, for now.
For now. Okay, you want Flat Earth to get a little bit more popular before you shut us down? Is that it?
I thought I told you to quit hurting yourself. No, it's nothing about that. It's just all in good fun.
Indeed it is. It is at this point, because we haven't had anybody bring any globe evidence yet. So, all we're doing is just having fun at this point.
The evidence in the world. Buggers in your ears.
Hey, Will Be Flat, dude. Are you trying to talk?
Oh, shit.
So, Chalice.
His microphone might be in a vacuum.
Definitely sounds like it's in his pocket. He muted. Okay. Back to the globe.
He's got one of those radiation devices.
Yeah, I guess so. Don't we all have like 10 in our houses at this point?
No, I don't.
You don't participate in radiation?
No, I create the radiation.
Oh, okay. Well, now we're going a little bit off the rails. What do you say? What do you think about that?
Well, I don't know what you're talking about. I'm just talking about the fact that there's no curve here that is visible, right?
Right. So, no apparent curve, let alone geometric curve.
Why do they believe something that they can't prove.
Well, that's the thing. They think they can prove it. They think rhetoric and appealing to authority is good enough. Sophistry.
My concern is, what do you get out of it?
That's your concern? You're like concerned about me?
What does one, let me rephrase it. What does one get out of believing in the curve?
Oh, believing in the curve. Got it. Well, my cat says that you can be part of the cool kids club because the majority of the earth believes it, so you don't want to be an outcast, do you? So you better believe in the globe, dagnabbit.
Yeah, but isn't that the flaw that got us into this position in the first place?
What's the flaw?
The flaw of the human brain of pack mentality for social acceptance.
Right. That's a big problem, and it's a big reason that the globe is still alive in people's heads at all.
Correct. So what you need to understand, and listening land, as some say, is that go to the other pack.
Go to the other pack? You mean like go from globe to flat? Or flat to globe?
I'd go from one to the other.
Yeah, you're trying not to take a position, and I respect that. I get that. It's fun. It's a fun little game we play.
No, I respect your work. Continue. Have fun.
My work. Thank you, Chalice. I appreciate it. It's not a lot of work, though. Just coming here and talking. I'm very talkative. And some would say that I like to hear the sound of my own voice. They'd be right. So, yeah. It's not a lot of work for me.
I would say socialization is healthy.
It is. And right now, it's especially healthy. What's happening, whether or not that's by design, what's happening is that people are getting used to isolation and used to not being as close with people, physically, emotionally, within their aura, everything. They're getting used to it, far too used to it than they should be. And there's going to come a point where we have to decide if it's okay that the majority of the time we don't see or aren't anywhere near humans, right? We only, view them from a screen. We only hear their voice through a digital medium, etc. You can't feel their breath on your neck when you give them a hug, or, smile at them genuinely, make them smile with your smile, and then you can hug or hold hands. Like, this is how people should be able to interact. And this next generation of people coming up is going to be very okay with not giving hugs and not seeing people in public. And not, you know what I mean? They're just going to be cool with it. Sorry?
There's some advantages as well, because people, it's easier to keep people from getting brainwashed by each other if they think for themselves and they, go to God and start seeking, some questions in life. Because sometimes when you're hanging around with a gang, you can get sucked into a real bad, things like the one, like 1 in every 1,000 people in this world is part of a really bad group. Getting sucked into that group can be pretty bad. So spending that time alone can get you thinking about your, priorities in life. And so there's some positive things as well. But I mean, yeah, I know what you mean. You're definitely right.
Yeah, I agree with that wholeheartedly, my friend. There's always good with the bad. There's always bad with the good. There's more good too. If I want to play devil's advocate, a lot less air pollution, a lot less, car wrecks, a lot of stuff, right?
Yeah, but I mean, we don't really want to stop civilization. But the good thing though is, I mean, from experience for myself, I'm the kind of person, I've always spent my whole life by myself, so it doesn't really make any difference. This is just a continuation of. Actually, I've spent more time with other people now during this time than I normally do. So, way around for me.
Business as usual. I get it. I get it.
So, because I've always been a kind of a person who sticks to themselves and spends a lot of time in isolation. So for me, this is the most social time I'm having actually. But I've never been so social in my whole life.
Well,
But
that's good. Shit.
it's like,
See, then I sit corrected, right? Everybody's got their own story.
that's actually funny. Because it's for me, this is like normal. So everyone thinks it's like weird, but it's for me, it's like totally normal, like being in this kind of state. But the funny thing is that when you get time to be by yourself, you start thinking about God and life and things and you see things that when you're just around people all the time and you're just getting that brainwashing that pulling sucked into the trends and sucked into what everyone else you get very pulled away from anything that's real. Often if you hang around the wrong people, it's very easy to get sucked into that, especially at school, because you see our youngsters at school get pulled into peer pressure groups, and they have such an influence on each other. There's such a powerful influence in that peer pressure thing.
Yep, I totally agree. Why the big secret? So, Jay, the character in Men in Black, played by Will Smith, asks Kay, the guy played by Tommy Lee Jones. Jay says, "Why the big secret? People are smart; they can handle it." Kay says, "A person is smart. People are dumb, panicky, dangerous animals, and you know it." So the reason I brought that up is kind of, to me, it speaks to the same thing. It's a group of people. They're not very rational when they're in a big group of people. Someone's trying to fit in, someone's trying to lead, someone's desperately trying to follow, right? But then when you're by yourself, you can rationally think, because you don't have to try to appeal to all these other personalities, and you don't have to try to, stick with the subject of what's being discussed and this, that, and the other.
If you can keep your rugged individuality and still work together as a team with other people, that is ideal. If you can, that's where we can really. But if you get in the wrong team, there's a lot of people. They're working together. You must understand that one out of every 1,000 people is part of a big group. They're all working together. A lot of them are on the server and they're in and out on the YouTube. They're all part of this big organization. They all synchronized together, and it's all a synchronized thing. And there's they're just watching the couple of individuals that are busy trying to find out what's going on. And I mean, it's really actually but there's actually a strength with if you meet your creator, you actually outnumber all the armies of the world. If you know your creator, if you're in contact with him, if you're one with him, then you're actually outnumbering everyone, because God plus you outnumbers everyone.
Seems like I don't even have a choice at this point, because there's been times when I have totally been mad at God, right? And been not the spiritual type. And my life was saved, times over anyway. So, I don't know. Yeah.
God's not the bad guy. The bad guy is the other one, and he pretends to be God, and you get them mixed up sometimes. So what happens is we all get them mixed up, because even in church they preach an angry God that wants to kill you and vengeful. That's not the God of the Bible. The God of the Bible is pure love. Even though he did there's some radical things in the Bible that seems very severe, but that was all to protect his children out of love. When you got children, you want to protect your children at any cost. So you see something coming and so it's all out of love, it's all out of care. So when you understand that God's loving Father heart, that he's only love, that he's only good, that he's only goodness in him, then you will never accuse him of anything, and you'll never feel angry about things that have happened to you, but you'll realize that was the other team, that was the bad team, and you got them mixed up. We get them mixed up sometimes. And I mean, the real good God he's always going to be good, and he's never going to change. He's never going to stop being good.
Well, I think
like
our understanding of why God, I guess you could say why God allows things to happen. Not that, you know what I mean? We see things go on around us like, why does God allow this to happen? I think that, like you said, we put the blame on God, thinking God did it, but really he's just allows things to happen because he's actually sees things, in the big picture for the greater good. You know what I mean? Like,
I hope you're right.
I mean, nothing, if you think about it, everything that happens, God has to allow it to happen. You know, if he doesn't allow it, it's not going to happen. So, you know, his original plan was there to be no hurt, pain, death, but he also knew that Lucifer, who was there before the foundations of the earth, was going to, you know, do what he did, but that wasn't going to stop God from, you know, doing what he wanted to do, which was to create everything and let us live. You know what I mean? So we go, oh, it's God's fault for all this, but really, that's not what his plan was.
Yeah, no, like God's not trying to spite anyone. It's all about love in the end. But what I'm saying is sometimes things happen, and the thing is, God's not very. He's very gentle. He allows people to he's very he's not like pushy. You know what I mean? Like in the world, like rulers are pushy, but God is very humble, and he lets people do what they want. If you want to believe something, he'll let you believe that till you burn out on it, so that you can get to the truth. So he lets you burn out on your false thinking, so that you realize, you come to the end of it, and you realize actually the truth of what's happening. That's normally what happens. So he lets things sometimes take a course so that you can learn something from that, and then realize that he's actually not like that. He's actually pure love, but he has to take a course. Sometimes he has to teach stuff by just letting you go on your way, so that you can actually maybe sometimes you have to take a stumble just to see that you completely had it all wrong. You know what I mean? Because you're not going to learn it straight. He's not forceful. He doesn't push us around. Like he doesn't just slap us around, or he wants us to. He wants us to learn ourselves. You know what I mean? And he gives people a lot of freedom. I mean, he gives even evil people freedom at the moment. There's a lot of evil people he's given freedom, but there's going to come a time when the ropes get pulled in, and they're not going to have no freedom anymore. They're going to have their own wickedness is going to isolate them from something that's really good, and they're going to miss out on a lot of good things in their lives and eternal life. And they could be in heaven still, not even see heaven, and not even appreciate it or see it. They're going to be burnt by the pure love of God, which is so loving. It's going to actually seem like fire to them because it's so pure and good that they don't want it. It's like God gives you a lot of choice in the matter. There's a lot of freedom. Freedom is his way, and he just lets you. You know, he does give freedom to his creation. He gives that choice. We're not robots.
Yeah. I think okay. Yeah. My opinion is that I like when you said that the creator is all love. That's nice. And that the creator initially wanted to create a world without pain and suffering. Now, I don't know the story, so God didn't create Lucifer?
Okay, so God, he knew what was going to happen. He knew that things would happen like this. Nothing took him by surprise. He knew, of course, but he's already planned everyone to be included into Christ and to have the plan, the way out. He's got the way out already for everyone. Everyone is included into Christ. Everyone's forgiven through Jesus, but not all accepted. So basically, he set everything up, but he knew he loves everyone. But it wasn't like, okay, Adam sinned. Oh, that was a big surprise. Whoops. Oh, no, what do we do now? Oops. Oh, no, the Jews messed up in the desert. Oh, no, only Joshua and Caleb made it into the promised land. What do we do now? Like panic. You know, he didn't have a fit. You know, God isn't like that. He was laughing the whole time because it's all in his plan. And men choose what they want. We choose what we want, and he lets us choose what we want, but we can choose the right things. And it's way less painful to choose the right things in the first place. But if we have chosen the wrong things, he can redeem that as well. He can turn it around for good. He makes everything that happens to us actually turn around to become something good in our lives if we turn to him, if we, in the end, come to him and love him.
Well, I'm saying that I didn't even turn to God, and I was spared a lot of stuff that I know at the time I didn't feel I deserved. So, yeah, I don't know. To me, that's not anything either way, but it's definitely a sign of maybe I am supposed to be here for some kind of reason. I don't know. Anyway.
Yeah, I mean, God's he's a relationship God. He's a family man. He's a father. So he's just looking for relationship. That's all that comes to him. At the end of the day, all these things don't even matter, like life, death, things that we seek after. The only thing that matters is that relationship with our God. and we can't
That's the
produce
cool
it.
thing. That's the cool thing about humans is because Lucifer and the angels, they were before all this material world existed. So there is no salvation for the angels because they knew in full of who God is and how creation was made. So those who turn their back on God, it says they're going to be judged. But all the humans, God knows that we are born into blindness. So he loves every human like as if they're a stupid little child who just doesn't understand yet. Like he loves Hitler and Charles Manson and every evilest person you can think of. There is a salvation for them, but we have to, we have to believe. You know what I mean? You have to believe, and not like a belief as in like even you'll hear the demons confess that Jesus is the Son of God, so they even know it, but there's no salvation for them. But when it comes to humans, we live by faith because we've never seen God, we've never seen heaven. You know what I mean? We are blind, so you have to live by faith and then try to do your best. Not to get to heaven, but try to represent what your faith represents as saying, okay, I'm going to try to do God because I'm going to try to do good because I fear that this God is real and there will be a day of judgment. And I want to show others around me that I'm doing this not because I want to, but because you should want to, but because I am honoring the Creator.
Not just that, though. It's when you're in love with God, you fall in love. Like when you fall in love with a girl, you don't want it. You don't do stuff because you have to. You do everything because you want to. Because you fall hit in love. You actually experience God. You can experience His Spirit and His
Dude,
Holy Spirit.
I'm not crushing on God at all. Like he's not a beautiful blonde. You know what I'm trying to say?
I get high on God. I get high. I've never had drugs before. I've never tried any drug. Okay, but
I wouldn't worry
get
about trying them, buddy. You're not missing out.
I get high, so high every day on God. I get so high I can't even walk sometimes. I get stuck to the floor. I can't even get up and walk because I'm so high on God.
Have you heard of?
So happy I can't stop laughing. I stop screaming. I start screaming with laughter. I go to I just laugh for hours and I can't even stop because God's so good. It's just like His presence. He's with you. You can feel Him. Like He's.
Well, that's got to be something pretty nice.
Yeah, and
have you heard of Michael?
Everyone can have
Have you
that.
heard
It's
of
all
Michael Heiser?
It's all for you right now.
Have you heard of Michael Heiser? Have you heard of Michael Heiser?
No, I have not.
No.
Okay, that's a good place to start because he kind of puts into perspective the world's view, or like a blind sheep's view of history versus a biblical view of history. Because the biblical view, you have angels that came down. They were worshipped as gods. Their children were called demigods. Hercules. All these Thor and all this stuff, God of Thunder, and but then you have a biblical perspective